Chapter 1: Spring Blossoms. Thunder rolled and rain poured from the heavens. With a steady squeeze and cluck, an old gray warhorse burst through the stable doors. The guards at the gate already had it open and Rowan plunged through into the early morning storm. "Come on, old boy," Rowan whispered into the ever-dampening mane. She could barely see the road, but she trusted the steed below her to stay on the road, his hooves pounding a steady rhythm that matched her heartbeat. She couldn't let Rainine, owner of the keep, and her devoted father down. The fever that took so many of the people in the villages, her friends, and even her family, now had its hold on her father. He was all she had left, and she fought tears from her eyes, gritting her teeth and calling to the horse to carry her faster. "Go, Dunny! Go!" She had to pull up at the river. The bridge had been washed away, and with the fever, no one had repaired it. She quickly assessed where the river was the most shallow, and quickly readying her auburn hair, she once again charged forward. Dunny was up to his chest but never wavered. Rowan sent a little prayer up to the gods, thanking them that her father had given this horse a lifetime of training. Suddenly she pulled the horse to a standstill. "Oh no," Rowan breathed, her blue eyes looking right and left. "Which way do I go after the bridge?" Dunny pawed the ground, chomping the bit which dripped with foam. Covering a sob, Rowan took another deep breath. The horse abruptly yanked the reins through her fingers and turned to the right. Rowan felt a laugh rise in her chest. "Of course you know which way, you old Nilly." They were off again, eventually finding the road to town as the rain picked up. No one was out, the road was bare, the houses silent. Every once in a while she could see a glow through a window, and she thought of her handmaiden, Leah, tending to her father by the fire. Dunny was blowing hard when she finally reached the healer's house. Jumping off, Rowan's legs failed to hold her and she fell hard on her side. Humph! The rain poured down. Dunny stood like a rock. Rowan picked herself up and knocked loudly on the door. "Silence!" Rowan pounded again. "Sheena! Please, it's Rowan." There was movement behind her. The healer was turning from the road towards her house. The woman's flat, gray dress was made even flatter by the rain, and by her face, Rowan reckoned she hadn't slept all night. The healer took one look at Rowan, and her shoulders dropped. "He's gotten worse?" Rowan swallowed hard. "Much worse, I'm afraid. I used the last of the herbs you gave me, and he's resting, but his fever is still climbing." The healer finally stopped in front of Rowan. The rain beat down upon them, but they did not seem to care. Rowan could see the healer struggling to speak. "There is no more." Sheena's head bowed. "Your father is a good man, took good care of his people, even when he didn't have much himself. You know I would do anything to help him." Sheena raised her head and her voice cracked. "I have nothing left. I just used the last of the herbs on the shepherd's boy." With her heart plummeting, Rowan steadied her shoulders. "Is there anything else you can give me to soothe his fever?" Sheena shrugged, the rain stinging her eyes. She frowned and said, "Let me look inside." With that, the healer disappeared into the small house. Rowan glimpsed a small fire and hanging clothes. The healer must have been busy for 3 days straight if Rowan counted the hanging dresses correctly. Sheena's face appeared at the door, tears in her eyes. "No, I'm so sorry. I have nothing left, not even for myself." Rowan nodded and turned to go. There was no time to waste. As Rowan pulled herself onto Dunny's broad back, she swallowed the numbing disappointment filling her heart. "Wait, Rowan." Rowan looked back at the healer. "As you ride home, look for a worry tree." "The thin, twisted tree with changing blossoms?" "Yes. Only use the spring blossoms." She could see Rowan thinking. "The yellow blossoms. Not white from winter, not orange for summer, you need the yellow spring blossoms. If you can find a few of those blossoms, have your father suck on them. They help fight fever." With a quick nod, Dunny leaped forward with the same energy he had on the earlier journey. Sheena gazed after the galloping girl, wiping a tear and slowly closing the door. Dunny pounded forward in the relentless rain, but not as quickly as before. There was a tree to look for. Rowan clenched the reins but realized she couldn't feel her hands anymore. Lucky she learned long ago how to ride with her seat, and Dunny slowly came to a halt. "We have to head to the river, old boy. Somewhere along there we will find the worry spring blossoms." She thought to herself, we have no choice. Dismounting at the water's edge, she left her mount under the cover of the forest trees. The rain had relented and now was a steady drizzle. "Ugh," Rowan gasped as she sank in mud past her ankles. Color caught her eye from an outcropping nearby. Walking like a newborn fawn, she made her way to the slender, winding tree. "Hello, my friend. A few yellow blossoms, please." Rowan scanned the branches. Most of the blossoms were still in their winter stage, tightly wrapped and a fading white. Near the top of the tree, however, she could see a pale shade of spring yellow. Reaching up, Rowan took hold of a narrow branch and pulled. It broke instantly. How am I going to get up there? She wondered. Turning, she came face to face with Dunny, who huffed lovingly in her face. Come here, Dunny, Rowan smiled, climbing onto the warm back. Now stand. Within minutes she had collected 3 pale yellow blossoms. Although they weren't as yellow as she wanted, they would have to do. Rowan turned the gray steed towards the humble keep. Now we must fly. Chapter 2, The Passing of All Things. Dawn was breaking, the rain faded drop by drop. Open the gates. It's Rowan. Dunny struck the gate with an impatient hoof. To Rowan, the gates took an eternity to creak open. Trotting inside, Jax, the groom, took hold of the old warhorse. I have him now, Rowan. Go. She had never liked leaving her horse hot and sweaty, especially in the hands of someone else, so she paused for only a moment. Her half-elven handmaiden, Leah, ran quietly from the keep. Come, my lady, a lock of muddy brown hair fell from the servant's bun. Do you have the herbs? The pained look on Rowan's face was all Leah needed to see. She swallowed hard. There are so many sick, the healer has nothing left, Rowan reasoned. Sheena said to find some spring blossoms of the warray tree and have father suck on the blossoms. Leah nodded. That's an old remedy, but worth a try. Her enthusiasm faded as Rowan retrieved the blossoms from her bag. They were the yellowest I could find, Rowan mumbled apologetically. The handmaiden took the blossoms and rushed inside, followed immediately by her lady. They crossed the main hall and hurried up the winding staircase to the heavy, large black door beside the turret. Rowan opened the door quietly. The man on the bed weakly blinked, but the joyful smile warmed Rowan's heart. Ah, Rowan, he rasped. My beautiful girl. Leah started to bend and soften the blossoms as Rowan took a seat beside her father. She had his eyes, but her mother's hair. As she held some water to his lips, she remembered Rainine, once saying the cross of her parents had produced a summer storm. Although a storm was often needed, it could inflict a lot of damage as well. She shook her head. She wouldn't be doing any damage here. Leah placed a blossom in Rainine's mouth, careful not to make him gag, but making sure enough of the flower was being used. Rowan looked at her handmaiden. Now we wait, Leah whispered. Hours passed. The 2 women took turns checking and switching the blossoms. About midday there was a quiet but demanding knock at the door. Getting up, Rowan opened the door to find the captain of the guards, Phelan. Helmet in hand, he dipped his head and asked softly, how is he? The fever has faded but won't let go. He's resting as comfortably as possible. Phelan took a breath. Do you want me to send a message to his brother? The king? Rowan blinked, surprised. What good would that do? He has always been too busy to come here. She turned to catch Leah looking Phelan in the eye, nodding. You think I should send a message? It is the right thing to do, my lady. Leah spoke quietly, making sure she did not wake Rowan's father. Reluctantly, Rowan agreed, feeling she had every right not to inform her uncle of her father's illness. She had only seen her uncle a handful of times in her life, and he never had spoken directly to her. Her father was the 3rd son of a wealthy knight who married a commoner for love. Her uncle had married a princess and in time became king. Rowan herself was the 3rd child, though she was the only one to have survived the fever that now raged the land. Not once had her uncle inquired on their welfare. Shrugging, Rowan said almost sarcastically, do it then. See if he has any herbs. Phelan left, and for the next several hours there was no change in Rainine's health. Rowan had left the room in the early evening to make sure the keep's routine was still running smoothly. She stopped at the stables to feed Dunny an apple and check on his condition. He was a bit hungry, but we took care of that. Jax patted Dunny's round belly. The big, gray gelding lifted his head briefly from the hay and exhaled in Rowan's face. He does that a lot, she laughed. There came a panicked call from outside. Rowan? Where's she? Rowan. She met Leah at the door. Lee's face was drained of color and her breathing was ragged. Before Rowan could even ask, she knew what Leah was going to say. Hurry was all the half-elf said. The run to her father's room was a blur and Rowan barely felt the wood beneath her hand as she pushed open the door. My summer storm, her father whispered, and held out his hand. Taking it, Rowan knelt close to his side. She noticed his breathing was rapid and shallow, shuddering every so often as if it hurt. I'm here, duh. Kissing his hand, she held it to her face. Rainine smiled, taking in his daughter in all her youth and beauty. I want you to remember what I've taught you. Of course, duh. I always listened. Rainine laughed, causing him to cough feebly. Your heart will carry you through, he continued. I will always be with you. Rowan leaned closer, as if trying to lend him her strength. Oh duh, I love you too. She felt him squeeze her hand softly. You were the greatest gift I ever received, born for greater things. Quietly, Rainine, humble lord of the small keep, closed his eyes and slowly stopped breathing. The room went still. Rowan squeezed the hand she held and leaned closer. She looked at her father's face, to his hand, and back again. Rowan choked on a sob and placed her head on her father's chest. Memories flooded from her heart to her mind, and she saw him tossing her into the air, placing her on Dunny's back, running to meet him as he returned to the keep, her father kissing her mother's still face before her burial. And now I must do the same for you, Rowan thought gravely. She smoothed the blankets and straightened his hair before turning to leave the room. Leah stood respectfully at a distance, but at Rowan's look, the half-elf took the young woman into her arms. Rowan cried silently, knowing her pain was her own, but also knowing she would have to give strength to others in the keep. She looked at the man who had always been so strong and prayed for his strength. My lady, your uncle sent a reply. He's on his way. Chapter 3, Funeral March. The keep waited almost 2 days for the king, Rowan's uncle Gregan, to arrive. Rowan had already begun the preparations for her father's funeral as she wanted to bury her father in respect. Being late for a funeral did not seem respectful to her. She was surprised, however, to see her uncle and a small garrison of soldiers at her keep's doors that afternoon. The gates were opened, all bowed. The king dismounted in front of Rowan's low curtsy. She looked up. A slightly heavier, hairier version of her father stood before her, but the eyes were the same. For a brief moment she smiled. Rowan. The voice was gruff. I am sorry for your loss. She mumbled something to assure the king his attempt was enough and invited him inside. King Gregan nodded but said little more. They stood looking at each other in uncomfortable silence. Since Rowan had a funeral to attend to, she turned to go. You are more than welcome to accompany me while I check on things, she said to her uncle. Of course. Rowan led the way outside and paused to watch the preparations. At the stables, one of the older grooms had pulled out a fresh, strong black horse to pull the funeral cart. The horse refused to stand and danced in place, pulling on his collar and nipping the groom. Unhitch him. Dunveli will pull my father. But, my lady. Dunveli will take my father to his resting place, Rowan repeated powerfully, and Jax did not hesitate to step around the other groom to start unhitching the black horse. Shall I braid Dunny's mane? Rowan nodded decisively. That would be perfect, Jax. No flowers in the mane, though. The king watched the interaction in silence. What was wrong with the black horse? Don't you think it was more appropriate for my brother's funeral? Rowan paused. The black horse was too fresh and difficult to manage. Dunveli was my father's personal horse. He was the appropriate choice. King Gregan shook his head slightly. He opened his mouth to speak, but Rowan spoke first. Father rode that horse into battle. He rode that horse every day. I can't have my father laying around while we pick a pretty horse. Watch your tongue, the king growled, pointing a finger at his niece. No one speaks to a king that way. I'll allow it as your grief is still fresh, but don't do it again. Rowan blushed from the open rebuke in front of everyone, then continued to show him around the different areas of her home. At last the procession was ready. The old warhorse stood noble and still as he was harnessed to his owner's funeral cart. Jax and Phelan each held a braided white rope attached to either side of the horse's bridle, walking forward slowly. Drums beat, pipes played, and the keep entered out onto the surrounding fields. The sun broke through the clouds above and shone down upon the gathering as if attempting to warm their downcast hearts. The king watched his niece as she strode proudly before the cart and her people. Even in her grief, Rowan showed compassion for others. A little boy ran up to the procession and gave her a flower. She bent down and cupped the boy's chin in her hand, saying thank you. Suddenly it dawned on the king that Rowan had taken this road to the burials 3 times in the past year. Something in his heart moved, and remembering his brother, he quietly thought of the future. After the procession reached the burials and her father buried, Rowan led the way back to the keep. King Gregan walked by her side. That was a beautiful tribute to your father, her uncle said gruffly. He always had my back. No matter where we were. I will miss him more than you know. The uncle and niece made their way back into the main hall. King Gregan then dropped the most unwelcome news. I am going to station soldiers at this keep since it is so close to the river and most of the incidents are happening near here. Rowan stood up in anger and alarm. Gregan held up a hand for her to wait, as he could see his brother's strong will and fire in the young woman's eyes. This is my home. It was. I'm not leaving, Rowan insisted. The king's face was starting to turn a pale shade of red. I'm not leaving the keep. Her uncle stamped his foot and stood. Even Rowan was surprised into silence. Silence, he bellowed. You will listen. Gregan sat back down, everyone started breathing again. Now he spoke more calmly. No one will be forced out. Those who live here will stay. Exhaling, Rowan smoothed her braids and sat down. The king wasn't done, however. You will come live with me. I can't leave you alone here. I owe it to my brother to take care of you. There is less fever in my city. Rowan couldn't close her mouth. She had no ability to move. Leah eyed her lady sadly. Servant, pack her things. Rowan's eyes flickered briefly to her handmaidens as the half-elf turned to go. Did he just call her servant? Rowan seethed inwardly. In a remarkably short time, the young lady and servant were standing outside. Your things are gathered? Good, it's time to go. Rowan reached for Lee's hand and together they began to walk to the traveling wagon. King Gregan called to Rowan while pointing at the handmaiden. She's not coming. What? Of course she is. She has been with me since I was born. Rowan's exclamation caused those in the courtyard to stop what they were doing. Frowning, the king said, she is not coming. She's a half-elf and I don't allow them in my home. Gasping, Rowan clenched her fists. King or not, no one was going to deny Leah a spot by her side, especially when they still stood in her home. I'm not going without her, uncle, not one step. She is my maid, my tutor, and my friend. One of King Gregan's guards hissed and grabbed her arm. Rowan expertly twisted out of the guard's grip and gave him a shove in response. Several people in the courtyard stepped forward, but the king held up a hand. Quickly, the auburn-haired orphan reasoned. Leah knows me more than anyone here. It would benefit you to have her come since her experience with me and the noble court can help both of us understand each other better and she can help me adjust. A gentle breeze caused the grass to look like waves on the river. No one spoke. Rowan looked at her uncle with serious yet gentle eyes. Her uncle in return regarded her thoughtfully. He stepped towards her, crossing his arms. After another long moment, he spoke. I have spoken to you already about your tongue. I only make this exception as your reasoning is sound. Even while you grieve, King Gregan relented. I will allow you 3, and they will be your personal attendants. They are your responsibility. Only 3, Rowan breathed. Gregan raised an eyebrow and suddenly reminded the young woman of her father. She had to decide quickly. Jax, Leah, and Phelan. The king gave one short nod, turned, and mounted his horse. The sun disappeared behind the clouds as Rowan and her 3 companions walked slowly away from the keep. Chapter 4. To be a queen. Why do Phelan and Jax get to ride, and I have to sit in this thing? Rowan sulked as she banged her head once again against the wall of the wagon as it rocked side to side. Leah smiled and shrugged. The handmaiden had given up trying to make her lady more cheerful over an hour ago. Rowan would take a while to adjust to her new home and situation. It was going to be a long ride to the uncle's city. Rowan could see Phelan talking to the king and another man dressed in dark leather and riding a sand-colored horse. Judging from the clothing, Rowan could assume the man was a general or guard of some sort. The sword that hung at the man's side stood out starkly against the man's thigh. He has to be strong to lift that thing, Rowan thought to herself. Her view was suddenly blocked by Jax and Denny. The king is going to stop the caravan and rest for the night. To be fair to the horses, I say agree, sighed Rowan, who inwardly was relieved to finally stop the constant bumping and rattling of the wagon. Fires were built, horses fed and watered, and food cooked. King Gregan began eating with a small group of men, but when he saw Rowan waiting for Leah to bring soup, he made his way over. I heard your trip so far has been anything but comfortable. Rowan stood with her bowl of soup, watching it cool. I would rather be on a horse's back than in a rattling box, to be honest, Uncle, Your Majesty. Gregan's mouth twitched. A smile threatened to appear. You do learn. My brother did teach you manners after all. You may call me uncle in private, but Majesty all other times. Understood. Against her feelings, Rowan smiled and curtsied. The king moved away but spoke over his shoulder. You are going to live a different life now, Rowan. I give you my word to do what I think is right. He turned and went back to his group of men. A single tear ran from Rowan's eye. Leah brought the soup, and Rowan noticed her handmaiden's flushed cheeks. When asked if she was all right, Leah nodded. She glanced over at the king's companion, who happened to be looking at her. Rowan giggled. Does Leah have a sweetheart? Oh, my lady, blushed Leah. He spoke to me very kindly while I was getting soup. That's all. He is General Tarek. Rowan rolled her eyes. You are allowed to like a man, Leah. Leah touched her slightly pointed ears. Not really, my lady. The women ate their soup and made their beds in the wagon. Rowan decided the wagon was more comfortable when it was still than when in motion. In the early hours of the morning, Rowan woke to the sounds of horses being harnessed. She cleaned up quickly and joined Leah outside. Jax had Dunvelly saddled and ready to go. Your uncle told me to have him ready, Jax smiled. Rowan felt the walls on her heart starting to crumble but pushed any thoughts aside as she mounted. I will see you both when we get there. King Gregan rode up beside her once they had been on the road a while. After a time of questions to get to know each other, the king asked her what lessons she had been given growing up in the River Keep. I can read, write, dance, ride horses, and basic archery. Rowan paused when her uncle raised his eyebrows with a quiet laugh. I know etiquette, proper dress for celebrations, and helped father stock the keep. Rowan only paused because her voice caught in her throat at the mention of her old home. Gregan rode closer. Handling a small keep is much different than running a palace and city. Father let me come with him when he tended to things. The pain in her heart reminded her how much she missed her father. However, her uncle was right. But you are correct. I don't know much about palace life. King Gregan nodded. Feeling brave, Rowan asked, why didn't you visit us more? Were you angry at my father? Surprised, her uncle went silent. Before Rowan could apologize, he answered her shortly. No, I was never angry at your father. A king isn't as free to do as he pleases as people think he is. The only sound to be heard was the songbirds waking up and the soft thudding of the horses' hooves on the dirt road. You had another uncle, but he was killed in an ambush soon after your father married your mother. King Gregan looked at Rowan, who nodded. She knew the story. Her grandfather got angry at her father, blaming him for not being there, but the grandfather had told him to stay home. Rowan wanted to ask more, but the king suddenly rode ahead to talk to his general. When they reached the city, they entered the palace complex through a subtle back gate. Jax took Dunvelly and Leah ignored the glares to follow Rowan inside. It was late in the evening when King Gregan summoned Rowan to a small hall. He had been speaking with some advisors, including Lee's interest General Tarek. Rowan struggled not to smile when she saw him pass by. She went to stand by her uncle by the low fire. She could tell he had been drinking and took a discreet step back. I am going to honor your father by giving you the care and education fit for a queen. He would do the same for my child if I had one. Rowan tilted her head and clasped her hands in front of herself. Your Majesty, I don't know how much more you think I need to learn. I had a lady's education as soon as I was old enough. Ha, said her uncle. Yes, you have been taught how to be a lady, but you will need more than that to survive here. He began to pace methodically, and when he passed the fire for the third time, he stopped by her. She looked into the stormy, blue eyes of a half-drunk king who had thought deeply about what he was going to say next. To be a queen, dear Rowan, you will need to have more than a crown, title, and castle. Her uncle nodded, and reaching out, tapped his niece on her head. You need to look harmless, but have the knowledge to win a war with words and the courage. But I'm not a queen, Rowan stated blandly. Quiet. She saw her uncle look at her as if from far away, then turn his attention to the window, hands crossed behind his back. Tomorrow you start lessons. Chapter 5, Lessons on the Road. Phelan leaned on the table with a heavy sigh. Again, tell me about the war between the elves and humans causing the end of the Golden Alliance. Rowan rolled her eyes and leaned back far enough to view the yard outside. The palace guards were training mounted exercises today, and she was more interested in joining those lessons than the history poor Phelan had to teach her. Rowan, please. She brought her chair back to sit flat on the ground and eyed the captain. He was a good teacher, although her uncle said he was a little soft on her. Rowan felt a pang of duty and opened her mouth to answer her father's old friend. Captain Phelan. The call came from outside. Both lady and captain went to the window to find General Tarek standing nearby. Can you come to assist with the training? We have some new recruits who can't seem to sit on a horse. Before Phelan could refuse, Rowan smiled. Of course he can, we are just finishing up. General Tarek smiled and nodded, heading back to his post on the field. Phelan gave Rowan a tempered look of frustration before heading out the door. He seemed a little surprised when he reached the training field and she was still behind him. What are you doing? He asked. I'm learning, she answered slyly. No. I can ride Dunvelly. I said no. It was Rowan's turn to be frustrated. I have to learn more than history. I'm sorry, my lady, but I can't let you. The slender woman stood tall and lifted a hand to point at the nearby training. I'm not asking to lift a sword, I can shoot arrows. Rowan, Captain Phelan snapped. This isn't your father's keep. You can't just do things. The captain immediately regretted his words, but as he stuttered an apology the tears fell from her eyes. He watched as she tried to hide the pain of his words, but someone else had noticed. Why do I see tears in the lady's eyes? Phelan saluted Tarek and explained I was a bit too harsh when telling the lady she could not participate in the training. The general looked shocked. The training? The mounted archery. Yes, General, Phelan responded quietly. She learned archery back home, but I can't let her train with the men. I feel it would benefit me to have some warrior skills to complement the ones I get from books, Rowan interrupted. What good am I if we ever come under attack? I just want to try it to learn. Tarek raised both hands as if to surrender, taken back by her attack. General Tarek quietly looked down at the grass while rubbing his chin. No, my lady. Not today. Your uncle already said no. Leaving Rowan fighting hot, bitter tears of anger and embarrassment, the two men turned and walked away. Rowan placed her hands on her hips and looked around, her gaze resting on the stables. I'll go ride Dun Valley then. I'm still allowed to do that, she thought. As she passed the training grounds, she noticed something resting against a barrel unattended. It was a quiver and it was full. Slowly and smoothly, Rowan picked up the quiver and continued into the barn. In a matter of minutes, Rowan was beaming as she unleashed another arrow into the target. Dunny galloped steadily around and around the manure pile. Rowan examined her bullseye and knocked another arrow. The niece did not see her uncle watching silently from the palace window, and she did not see the conflicting emotions in his eyes. Rowan noticed the king during her last pass by. My king. The king signaled to Rowan to stop. Rowan couldn't tell what her uncle was thinking. His brow was creased and he was rubbing his lower lip. She dismounted quickly and prepared for the storm. What do you think you are doing? He asked coldly. I finished my lessons. She began breathing so her temper would not match his. I just wanted to practice. I said no. You disobeyed again. Gregan was shaking his head. You stole my men's arrows to do something I forbade. Rowan gripped Dunny's reins tightly. I didn't think I'd harm anyone by practicing alone. I'm sorry. I said no. Once again, tears threatened to fall. Rowan felt defeated. Father taught me to do this. He said a woman must be able to protect herself and others. I thought it would be a useful skill. King Gregan paced by the gate. Why don't you listen? When will you learn? Please, your majesty, let me just have this one thing from my home. I will increase my other lessons and follow your rules. King Gregan stopped and crossed his arms, regarding his niece with a combination of frustration and bewilderment. He looked over at the stables and back at the palace. He stared long the arrow-pierced grain bag balanced on the manure pile. Finally the king looked Rowan in the eye. You'll need your own set of arrows, so you'll stop using mine, Gregan decided. Come with me tomorrow when I pick up my sword. I'm sure the blacksmith will have some quality arrowheads. Rowan couldn't help but break into a huge smile and called to the retreating back. Oh, thank you, uncle. The next morning found uncle, niece, general, and captain trotting down a narrow road away from the city. When she had asked Gregan why he didn't use the city blacksmith, he made a face like he had eaten sour berries and waved his hand. Only the best for the king, Tarek winked. Movement on the river caught Rowan's eye. A small group of fishermen slowly glided by and Rowan recognized their particular features. Their faces weren't as narrow as elves, nor were their ears as pointed. Her father had often traded with the half-elven settlements that dotted the river. She waved and the fishermen bowed their heads, placing a hand on their ears. Her uncle rebuked the action immediately. Don't do that again. Rowan shrugged. Why not? King Gregan spat and glared at the fishermen. They refused to take a side in any dispute between the nations, and you can never trust them. They are not part of any land. As if that answer were enough, the king turned back around and rode on. But Rowan dared to continue. My father traded with them all the time, my Leah is. The king's horse was reined in so quickly it almost reared. Gregan's face was red with anger. Your father is dead. Where were the half-elves and their medicine when he needed it? When your mother and brothers needed it? Where were they when the Golden Alliance fell? Rowan, surprised at her uncle's hate, looked down to signal she had nothing to say. The rest of the ride passed in awkward silence, but soon the steady sound of hammering could be heard above the rustling of leaves. A low stone wall lined one side of the road, with a wide, wooden gate in the center. The gate opened into a small dirt yard. Modest stables sat on the left of the yard, with a comfortable-looking cottage and forge on the right. Phelan and Tarek took hold of the horses while Rowan entered the forge with her uncle. stay quiet. Just observe. They didn't have to look far to see the blacksmith working hard on an orange-colored piece of metal. The king seemed to have little patience. Blacksmith, I've come for my sword. Is it ready? The blacksmith barely turned from the forge. He finished heating the metal, then brought it to the anvil and began pounding. Between hits he answered, "Yes. One moment, your majesty." Finally he set his work aside and came closer to the group. The blacksmith took off the scarf covering his head. Rowan couldn't help but stare. Honey-colored hair was pulled back into a short braid, framing a narrow face with serious, sky-blue eyes and long, pointed teeth. Chapter 6. The Blacksmith. No one said anything about you being an elf. Rowan blurted in surprise, Uncle. Uncle Gregan raised a commanding hand. Quiet. The blacksmith didn't even blink. He slowly untied his apron calmly and hung it by the door. You are paying for a skill, not a race, King Gregan. The elven blacksmith carefully took down a long package swaddled in green material from a nearby shelf. I'd rather be called by my name, Elduin, than elf. Placing the package on the table, he unwrapped it to reveal a sleek, ornately carved sword. The king stepped forward and admired the craftsmanship. Over the table, the elf caught Rowan's eye. No smile, no greeting came from either elf or woman, but Rowan managed a scarce nod before the king turned to her. What do you think of the sword, Rowan? Gregan asked bluntly. She avoided the blacksmith's gaze and leaned over the weapon. The glow from the nearby forge made the sword shine in the dim light. Although I know nothing of metal, it looks like a solid, well-balanced sword. The designs are fascinating. Before she could stop herself, she was tracing the ivy leaves along the hilt with her finger. Looking up, she noticed the blacksmith raise his eyebrows. His gaze bounced between her finger on the sword and her eyes. The young woman understood his message. Oh, sorry. I got carried away. She blushed. Rowan backed up and began to walk around the little forge, letting her uncle and the blacksmith finalize the payment of the sword. She looked at some daggers, stirrups, and knives. There were some smaller swords in shapes she had never seen before, hanging on the wall by the door. Looking out the window, she noticed clouds were beginning to gather. The fading sunlight reflected off something in a dish on her right. Reaching in, she felt the sharp edges of nothing other than an arrowhead. The color of the arrowhead was a darker silver than she had ever seen in a metal. It felt smooth and cool to her touch. When Rowan placed it back in the dish, there was no sound. She took out another one. Gradually, Rowan could hear her uncle's voice growing louder, and the elf's voice getting lower. For some reason, her uncle felt the price of the sword was too high, and the blacksmith was only charging him that much because Gregan was human. Elduin, the blacksmith, was steadily repeating that the price was for the work done and particular materials used. He tried to assure the king that this sword was one of a kind made for a king. For a few minutes, Rowan continued to look at the arrowheads, but when she heard her uncle's hand slam on the table, she turned around. King Gregan, that is the price that was agreed on at the time of the request. It was done on time with the materials you asked for. The weapon was designed just for you. Are you sure it's your best work, blacksmith? Is it fit for a king? Rowan saw her uncle clench his fist and step forward. Elduin stood very still, but the vein in his jaw began to throb. Rowan gulped and stepped in. My king, she addressed her uncle formally with a curtsy. The craftsmanship and skill put into this sword is unmatched. Perhaps if you are unhappy, the blacksmith could alter it, or make you a new sword. Or you can go to the city's blacksmith. The king cleared his throat and waved Rowan away. As she looked at the elven blacksmith, she hoped he could read her apology and hope in her eyes. The blacksmith and woman locked eyes. Once again, something twitched in Elduin's jaw. He dipped his head graciously at Rowan and Gregan. The king nodded and picked up the sword. Rowan quietly went back to the dish of arrowheads. All right, blacksmith, I'll take this sword at your price. Rowan, what are you touching? The king's niece had picked up one of the small tips and held it up to the glowing fire. I've found some arrowheads, uncle. Just what I came for. May I get some to practice my mounted archery? King Gregan came over and looked closely at the object in her hand, then back to the elf. Can you make complete arrows? Yes, I can. The blacksmith began cleaning the black from his hands into a bucket by the door. Rowan turned the delicate arrowhead around in her fingers. She marveled at the strength of something so small. The blacksmith was watching her, and she held up one of the pieces. What type of archery are these for? She asked. Those are elven hunting arrowheads, Elduin explained. They are light but very durable. King Gregan took the piece out of Rowan's hand and once again examined it roughly. I want something my niece can handle. She needs something light but will last throughout her practices. What are they made of? Those arrowheads are made out of metals and ore I brought from Alessandro, my home. The blacksmith smiled ever so slightly at Rowan, who smiled back. Are they any good? Rowan's mouth dropped open slightly at King Gregan's question. Elduin looked at the arrowheads and lifted his hand slightly. They're elven. The king and blacksmith stared at each other. Rowan was growing more and more uncomfortable by the minute. She gently cleared her throat. Gregan continued, does that mean the tips are good? Rowan felt her eye twitch. Elduin simply nodded. Can you make them for humans? The elf's face froze, and from over the king's head, he could see Rowan flush with anger and embarrassment. She shook her head and rolled her eyes dramatically. Elduin coughed to hide his laugh. Yes, I think I could do that. I will have them ready for you in a few days. Chapter 7, Unlikely Friendship. Rowan waited as patiently as she could for the next 3 days. She kept her eye rolling to a minimum during the captain's lessons and dutifully began to sit with her uncle when he held court. Rowan was still learning, however, to hold her tongue. On the evening of the 3rd day, she went to her uncle's chambers and knocked politely on the door. To Rowan's surprise, it was General Tarek who opened the door and ushered her inside. King Gregan stood leaning on both arms over a table full of maps and letters. Taking one look at her uncle's face gave Rowan the sense to wait quietly until General Tarek quietly whispered about her presence. Gregan looked up. What is it, Rowan? She curtsied. It's been 3 days and I was wondering if we could go get the arrows tomorrow? The king waved an impatient hand over the papers in front of him. I have important matters to deal with. The arrows can wait. Rowan offered helpfully, I can go get them myself, uncle, if you are too busy. A sound resembling a growl came from her uncle. No, a lady doesn't travel alone. You can wait. The lady gave an offended sniff. I'm a good writer, I can go. Gregan's head snapped up from the papers. No, Rowan. She inhaled. The king pointed out. General Tarek graciously held the door open for Rowan as she exited the room. She watched the door shut behind her before walking carefully to her own chambers. Leah stood up as Rowan entered and asked if Rowan wanted a cup of tea. Yes, I'll have one, thank you, Rowan said distractedly. She told her handmaiden of her uncle's reaction to her question. Leah sighed. You were brought up with a different way of seeing things, she told Rowan. Your uncle has many different responsibilities. He's so stubborn, Rowan mumbled. Leah raised her eyebrows. It runs in the family. Rowan huffed playfully at Leah. Make my tea. Leah's words hung heavy in Rowan's mind as she sipped the tea. In the morning, lady and servant were walking down to the main hall to attend court. As Rowan went to enter, a guard held up his hand. Not today, my lady, he said. Rowan pushed his hand out of the way. Do you know who I am? I'm supposed to be in there. Not today, my lady, the guard patiently repeated. Your uncle is dealing with a sensitive issue. He said you do not have to attend today. Well, fine then, Rowan said to Leah. I can keep myself busy. In that instant, an idea formed in her mind. She smiled and motioned to her handmaiden to come with her, walking briskly down the corridor. I'm going out for a ride, Rowan announced. The midday sun found Rowan and Dunvelli arriving at Elduin's forge. As she dismounted and struggled to shut the gate behind her, a voice called out. Leave it. Elduin stood in the doorway of the cottage. It could be difficult to close. Oh, Rowan fiddled with the latch one last time. Where can I put my horse? Silently, the blacksmith pointed to a hitching ring by the forge door. Thank you, Rowan blushed and tied Dunvelli quickly. How may I help you? The blacksmith asked. Recognition flickered in his eyes. Oh, the arrows. Rowan grimaced slightly as she followed him into the forge. Taking a long, narrow, shallow box from the shelf, the elf opened it and held it out for her to view. The arrows were exquisite. The feathers were a caramel brown, and the slender, graceful shafts matched the honey color of the elven blacksmith's hair. Once more, Rowan admired the silver tips and thanked the elf. These arrows are beautiful, thank you. She untied a pouch from her belt. I have payment. What? No insults? No haggling price. Rowan began to laugh, then she realized the blacksmith was serious. Her smile disappeared. No, I feel it's a fair price. The elf eyed her suspiciously. I'm not my uncle, Rowan finally admitted, blush burning her cheeks. I don't know why he talked to you like that. The blacksmith blinked. I'm an elf. That's all humans need to know. Rowan took her eyes from the arrows and fixed them on the elf. What do you mean by that? Elduin shrugged. It's a fact. Ever since the Golden Alliance ended, humans and elves have disliked and distrusted each other. So you're deciding 2 races will hate each other forever because of something that happened decades ago? Lady Rowan, that's just how it is with both races, the blacksmith sighed, frustration building. That, my blacksmith, doesn't make sense. Rowan shook her head. If you dwell on the past, you just keep making the same mistakes. Someone needs to make the decision to start anew and begin to build a new relationship between elves and men, and half-elves. Elduin went still. Who told you that? The lady blinked. My father. The blacksmith stared. Placing her hands on her hips, Rowan asked, is this how you do business? Raising his eyebrows, the elf took a bough from the shelf and strung it. I assume you will want to try them out? Rowan could barely contain her excitement. Oh, can I? It's how I do business, Elduin answered sarcastically. Standing in the yard, Rowan knocked her first arrow and waited for Elduin to place the target. She noted the increase in the wind so she could adjust her aim. Standing back, the elf nodded for her to proceed. 3 arrows found their mark, even with the increasing wind. She saw the blacksmith glance at the sky. Last one, she said. When the arrow hit the target, thunder cracked through the sky. Elduin pulled her arrows from the target and handed them to her. You better go, you may ride ahead of the storm. A large raindrop splashed on his hand, then another and another. In seconds, rain was pounding down on the 2 figures in the yard. A loud series of snorts came from the unhappy horse by the forge. Both Rowan and Elduin ran. Elduin grabbed Novella's reins and waved Rowan away. No, no. Go to the cottage, I'll tend to him. Usually she would insist on tending to her own horse, but Elduin already had the horse untied and trotting to the barn. Dashing through the arched doorway, Rowan found herself in a comfortable room, dimly lit, a few comfortable-looking chairs, and a dark stone fireplace. On her left was an intricately carved staircase, on her right, a kitchen with storage room. It is comfortable enough, the blacksmith's voice noted behind her. Tea. For the next few hours, Rowan and Elduin sat beside the warming fire and talked. The conversation flowed as easily as the tea. Rowan found herself laughing for the first time in many weeks. Can you explain something to me? She asked the elf. I can try. He poured more tea. Why do elves and humans not get along? Elduin looked surprised. The collapse of the Golden Alliance. Rowan leaned forward. What about it? Elduin sighed and sat up. Mostly politics and religion, he shrugged. Elves have been here since the beginning of time, sharing the forests, fishing in the rivers. They help humans from being a fledgling race to the powerful nation they are now. Sadly so powerful, they are a nuisance to the elves. Rowan sat straight at the slight insult. A nuisance. Elduin looked seriously into Rowan's eyes. Not to all elves. The room was quiet, and Rowan suddenly realized the rain had stopped. Oh, I better head back. Elduin agreed and carried her new arrows to the stable. Once mounted, she turned back to the blacksmith. Thank you, blacksmith, she smiled. Perhaps we can visit again. It would be a pleasure. Elduin bowed his head, hand on his heart. Then Rowan left the blacksmith and disappeared down the road. That very evening, sitting in front of her own fireplace with Leah, the ladies looked at the arrows in the narrow box. Leah noticed Rowan was smiling as she was recounting the adventure of the day. Rowan had just described the ride home when there was a knock at her door. Where were you at the evening meal? King Gregan asked. Oh, Rowan shrugged. I wasn't hungry? The king frowned. You still should have been there. Are you well? He suddenly reached forward and felt Rowan's head. She was surprised to see relief in his eyes when there was no heat. She also noticed his eyes flicker to the small box that lay open in front of the fire. What are those? The king asked coldly. Chapter 8. A Little Understanding. Rowan looked at the arrows, then looked at her uncle. He was not smiling. He already knew what she had done. You went anyway. His voice was dangerously low. Get out. Leah quickly left the room. Rowan inhaled to speak, but her uncle cut her off. No, he raised a pointed finger. Not this time. You will listen. Taking the pointed finger, he motioned her to sit. Gregan sat across from her. I told you to wait for your own safety. Riding on the road can be dangerous by the river. Can you believe that? Yes, uncle. Do you enjoy challenging me? No, uncle. Do you enjoy disobeying me? Breaking rules when you feel like it? No, uncle. Do you think I deny you because I want to crush your spirit, make you miserable, and take away your freedom? His last question was answered with silence. Rowan refused to look up. Gregan sighed with such emotion. Rowan almost looked up. Being a king isn't easy, he began. But taking my brother's place to care for you is even harder. His niece continued to look at the fire, but he could see tears welling in her eyes. He was my best friend, Rowan. She lifted her head. King Gregan stood up and walked to the door. Tomorrow you will begin the day holding court with me. You will not ride out. You spend the day with me. Once the door shut, Rowan flung herself on her bed and cried. Leah quietly returned to her lady's side and stroked Rowan's hair until she settled. He's unreasonable. He's a king, my lady. Rowan looked at her handmaiden. After how he treats you and how he talks to me, you still make excuses for him. Leah folded her hands in her lap. No, my lady, not excuses. Perhaps you two are so similar it's hard for you to listen to each other. We are not similar, Rowan exclaimed in more of a mumble as she finally drifted off to sleep. Contrary to her feelings, the morning dawned sunny and clear. Birds sang cheerfully and even the servants were whistling in the halls. Leah tugged harder on Rowan's dress. It fits like a glove, my lady. Is there a color darker than black? Rowan patted her auburn hair and tucked a flyaway piece behind her ear. A heavy breath escaped her lips and she raised her gaze to prevent tears from falling. Just keep breathing, my lady, for a moment. Leah saw the heart-wrenching grief Rowan had been trying too hard to hide since Renan's death. To the young lady's surprise, her uncle was waiting for her in front of the great hall. With a nod, the guards opened the doors and she followed him in. This particular session turned out to be long and extremely tiring. Rowan watched her uncle solve land disputes, stolen property, fever reports, and food shortages. He delegated tasks to appropriate people, discussed city problems, and even knighted an excited young man. It was the grumbling of her stomach that told her it was well past midday when her uncle rolled his head towards her and said, "Done. Let's find some food." She followed him to a nearby alcove and clutched her stomach as food began arriving. What do you think? King Gregan asked between bites of bread and fruit. Feel like trying it tomorrow? On my own. Rowan nearly choked on her bread. Gregan took a look at her face and surprised her with a hearty laugh. Don't fear. I wouldn't do that to you. You aren't ready. He began to discuss the different situations with her, why he decided certain things, and how to negotiate. The discussion was a better lesson than any book, and she grudgingly had to admit her uncle was a wise man. May I ask you something, uncle? The king nodded, concentrating on some cheese. If you can handle everything you did today, why don't you make a new alliance with the elves? It was the king's turn to be surprised, and he swallowed the cheese without chewing. They won't talk to us. We have tried. An alliance with elves is close to impossible. Rowan asked, why do you hate half-elves so much? I've told you, kind Gregan began to stand up. You can't trust them. Elduin said. The king leaned on the table. You aren't to go there again. You will learn who you can trust. You don't leave the city when you ride alone. It isn't safe and too close to elven territory. As he walked away, King Gregan called over his shoulder, that's enough politics for today. Go practice your archery. Rowan sprinted down the hall without a second thought. Dunvelly gave an excited buck when asked to gallop in the small training field. All right, old man. Rowan gripped the bow tightly. Be a good boy. She was doing well, but after the sixth arrow, her hand discovered the quiver was empty. Rowan dismounted and began pulling the arrows out of the targets. A large, masculine hand with a jeweled ring reached down to help. Oh, uncle. Rowan placed a hand on her heart. I thought you might like some company, the king suggested, slightly awkwardly. Handing her uncle an arrow, she paused and spoke from her heart. My handmaiden said we are very similar, and that's why we argue. Did she now? The king easily strung his bow. What brought this on? Rowan had done a lot of thinking during her archery practice that day. It took her own handmaiden to say the truth, to make Rowan see through her grief. Father used to call me his summer storm. A low chuckle came from deep down her uncle's chest, I know. The king's niece looked at him with disbelief. He swallowed. Rainine wrote to me every month. The king shot his arrow and reached for another. Every month since you were born. Rowan stood still, he did. Gregan nodded. We made a pact. I would take care of his little summer storm if anything happened. He would take care of my child, but I never had one. I didn't know any of this. Rowan felt the resentment of the past weeks beginning to crumble as she ever so slowly began piecing together this complicated example of a man. Wait, the king's niece placed a hand on her uncle's arm. You never had children? King Gregan lowered his bow, looking at Rowan with sad eyes. No, he said shortly. My beautiful Queen Dela caught the fever and died while carrying our only child. No one could replace her, and no one will. Abruptly, Gregan shrugged. Are you going to shoot? I'm on my third arrow. Rowan was suddenly aware of her bow and quickly shot her arrow. It passed through the target, hitting a barrel and ricocheting off into the distance. Oh no! My new arrows! she cried. She shot again with the same result. Let me try. Gregan knocked an arrow expertly and took aim. Maybe you just need to adjust to using elven arrows. The arrow hit the metal ring on a barrel by the stables and flew off into the evening air. Rowan glanced at her uncle, who was doing his best to suppress a grin. Well, winked Gregan. We better move that barrel. I'm going to need more arrows, thought Rowan. Chapter 9, An Unexpected Visit. The sounds of rushing servants and orders being yelled from the hall below caused Rowan to rise early and call for Leah. The half-elf rushed into the room and Rowan stood quickly with the question on her lips. What is it, Leah? She looked toward the door. My lady, your uncle is riding out with some soldiers. There has been some sort of skirmish with elves by the river. Immediately, Rowan thought of Elduin. Frowning, she quickly dressed and went to find her uncle. She heard his gruff voice from the side yard and found him already mounted. He saw her and pointed. Rowan, you stay here. Understand. Captain Phelan will be here. Dear lessons, stay safe. I will, uncle, she replied firmly. Rowan dodged a couple of horses to get closer to the king. What happened? Where are you going? The king was agitated. Elves attacked a small group of my river patrols again. They will be sorry this time. Why did they attack? Rowan asked. They don't give reasons. The king snapped. Rowan, do as I say. Stay here, and out of trouble. The king nodded and rode off with General Tarek. Soon the yard was empty, and the birds began to sing in the early dawn. Going back to her chambers, Rowan reunited with Leah. I don't understand why the elves and humans keep fighting, Rowan confided in Leah, as the half-elf placed some books on her lady's lap. Even half-elves are treated poorly. He says I can't trust you, but you are the only one I trust here. Placing one of her slender hands on Rowan's shoulder, Leah squeezed gently and sat down to sew. Rowan read for a few minutes, then suddenly closed the book. She looked at her servant. Leah, the handmaiden, looked up from the sewing. Do elves treat half-elves any differently than my uncle? I think that may be the only thing elves and humans have in common. Leah tilted her head slightly. We've never been recognized by either race or as a race ourselves. It just doesn't seem fair. Rowan reopened her book and continued to read. Somehow I will get through to my uncle. Someday I will stop this nonsense. Leah looked at her lady, reluctantly studying as her uncle requested, and never doubting the truth behind Rowan's words. Leah, Rowan closed her book a while later. If I am going to make a difference, there is one thing I need to learn. Teach me to speak Elven. Leah raised her eyebrows and came to sit beside the young woman. Rowan had never been so keen on learning anything else in her life. By the time the midday sun shone through Rowan's window, Rowan had learned how to greet Elven nobility and ask for sweets. Those are the most important things anyway, laughed Rowan. Leah agreed and asked what Rowan had on her list to do next. The auburn-haired beauty raised an eyebrow and said, Interesting question. She dramatically tapped her lip, imitating her uncle. I think I should go get more arrows since my dear uncle helped me lose some of my recent acquirements. Leah stifled a laugh. From the city blacksmith, I assume. Your uncle said you aren't to ride out alone. By riding out alone, Rowan knew she meant riding to Elduin's forge. I need to get the same quality arrows, she said, collecting money from a small dark gray box. If you don't tell anyone which forge I went to, I'll bring you with me to watch the general train the recruits. Leah blushed slightly but smiled. Rowan had seen General Tarek and Leah walking the gardens and corridors a few times and personally was happy for them both. Sounds like a good plan, Leah winked. Rowan gave a quick hug and grabbed a riding cloak. Now I'm off. Demveli trotted briskly down the path to the blacksmith's, the pounding of his hammer echoing in the forest. This time the gate was already open and Rowan rode right up to the forge. Tying Dunny to the ring, she knocked on the forge door. The hammering continued, so she opened the door and went inside. The blacksmith was concentrating on shaping a shield, adjusting the force of the hammer each blow. In the middle of a swing, he caught her reflection in the window. Rowan, he said. My lady, 1 minute, please. Elduin finished in 3 blows and set the shield aside. He came to stand in front of Rowan and bowed his head. I didn't expect to see you again so soon. A slight smile played at the corners of the elven lips. What can I do for you? Rowan sighed and felt her cheeks grow warm. I need to buy more arrows if you have them. More? Elduin's forehead wrinkled. Are you planning an invasion? He smiled and began untying his apron. Rowan laughed, trying not to notice the blacksmith's muscular arms. No. I'm embarrassed to say I lost a few arrows during practice. Elduin turned and regarded her with surprise. You lost the arrows? I thought you were practicing in a training area. Well, I was. Rowan became defensive. They are somewhere in the barnyard, or in the barn roof. The elven blacksmith laughed, like the rolling of faraway thunder. He motioned for her to follow him and opened the forge door. I don't have any made right now, but I will give you some of mine. Rowan halted in the doorway. Oh no, blacksmith. I couldn't take your arrows. It was then Rowan realized how very close they were in the doorway. She could feel the heat from the blacksmith's body and see the details in the string along his open collar. Looking up, her eyes met his and both paused. A horse snorted loudly, causing the blacksmith and lady to look to the road. 3 elves in hunting attire stood in the gateway of Elduin's home. Taking a break from the forge, General? The one with the scar asked. Chapter 10, The Other Side of the Coin. Rowan recognized the word general from her earlier lesson in the Elvish language. Elduin emerged from the doorway with the same calm expression he had when dealing with King Gregan. He was greeted with salutes and bowed heads. Rowan stood quietly to the side, pretending not to feel the 3 sets of eyes glaring at her. They began to speak in their own language with Elduin, but Rowan didn't know enough to understand. It was clear, however, they were in a hurry and weren't happy she was there. The one with the blue quiver had the angriest eyes. He glared at her, but she refused to look away. Elduin suddenly raised his voice and the 3 elves quieted instantly. He gestured viciously towards the river, and Blue Quiver answered back with little hesitation. Saying something short and tense to his companions, the blacksmith, or should she call him General, spoke to her. Come, my lady, he headed to the cottage. I must hurry. Let's get your arrows. Rowan could feel the eyes of the elven trio as she moved to follow Elduin. The elf closest to her spit as she walked by, and the shortest one mumbled something that sounded like something Rowan did want to know the meaning of. A blur of movement from the cottage proved to be an angry Elduin. He slapped the 2 offenders so hard they fell to the ground, then Elduin stood over them yelling. Rowan noticed how the 3 suddenly lowered their eyes and dipped their heads. What are you doing, behaving like dogs? Elduin snapped angrily. That is the niece of the human king. She's the best hope for that kingdom, and you spit at her. Dogs. It is her uncle who is causing this insult. Silence. He may be continuing but not causing. You will be dealt with later. The blacksmith general stood tall and terrible as the 2 elves regained their feet. Apologize to her now. He growled another command, and the once disrespectful elves now bowed their heads to her. My apologies, my lady, said one. Our disrespect shows our ignorance. I am sorry, said the other. Blue Quiver still glared. I will meet you at the bridge, General Elduin said before turning to the cottage. The 3 then remounted and left, having one more short conversation with Elduin at the gate. Once more, she followed Elduin into his home. Wait here, he pointed to a spot, then walked into an adjoining room. Rowan waited, looking around patiently. Motion caught her eye and she turned. Through the door she could see the reflection of the blacksmith in a mirror. He was removing his dirty forged shirt and put on a clean one. Realizing the door was still open, the elf quickly pushed it shut. She felt her cheeks blush a little and she looked away. The elf came back into the room with the briefest look at Rowan and continued putting on basic elven leather armor. Rowan stepped forward. I can help, General. I helped my father many times. Elduin raised his head to look at her and sighed. Yes, a general. I like blacksmithing and it gives me something to do to relax, even for a short time. I like riding my horse and archery, shared Rowan. I understand. I come here to get away from them. Elduin nodded his head in the direction the elves rode off. He examined the bracer. Rowan tightened and nodded, very impressed. I can understand that sentiment too, she smiled. General Elduin bowed his head to Rowan and retrieved a quiver of arrows from beside the fireplace. Oh, I don't think I brought enough money for all of these, she began. The general held up a hand. No payment needed. But I must. No, my lady. I insist on paying. Elduin took a step towards Rowan and gave one final response, no. He then opened the door and waited. Rowan swallowed a small amount of pride and walked out. Together they readied their horses and mounted. When they reached the road, Elduin turned left and Rowan turned right. He dipped his head and covered his heart. She did the same. The king's niece rode back to the palace without incident and showed the arrows to her handmaiden right away. Leah insisted Rowan do some easy studies in the evening, ending with more lessons in elven language. That night was the first night in many that Rowan slept soundly. A lovely, uneventful morning met her awakening. Rowan practiced her elven over her morning meal, read a few chapters of Etiquette of the Throne, and had Leah teach her a simple elven dance. Rowan then decided she should practice her writing. Then that is it. Enough learning for the day, she laughed. Thanks, Jax, Rowan smiled as she saw her eager, old mount chomping his bit. She decided to ride to the forge to see if Eldwin was home and practice her language skills. That would take the rest of the day and she had the time. Rowan took her time getting to the forge, putting Dunny through his paces and laughing at his antics. When she arrived at the forge, she was met with a heavy silence. No hammering, no smoke from the chimney, no whooshing of the billows. She knocked politely but already knew he was not there. Rowan was surprised at how disappointed she felt at not sharing time with the general. "Ah well," she said to her horse. "Let's go back and eat some fresh bread." Dunvelli pricked his ears at hearing about his favorite treat, and Willing picked up a brisk trot. Riding through the palace's side gate, Rowan came across General Tarek walking among wounded men. "My dear lady, this is no place for you. Please go back to the palace. No riding today." She realized he thought she had come down from the palace and Rowan rode quietly to the stable where Jax was waiting for her. "Is something wrong?" she asked the groom. "Why is everyone so sullen?" Jax nodded towards the palace. "You better go inside quickly." Rowan grabbed Jax's arm. "Is he angry?" "No, not angry, Rowan. Go inside and speak to your handmaiden." Rowan released her grip and jogged to the doors of the great hall. There was no sense of joy at the return of the king, and that was making Rowan unsettled. "Captain Phelan," she called to the captain as he dashed from one hall to the next. "What's happening? Where's my uncle? Where is Leah?" With a desperate look, Phelan looked around and pointed at a figure entering the corridor. Rowan recognized the handmaiden, but not the look on her face. She held out her hands, but the half-elf didn't take them. "My lady, your uncle is back." Leah was wringing her hands. "He has the fever." Chapter 11, A Simple Weed. "Where is he?" Rowan asked, icy daggers stabbing into her heart. Leah led the way to her uncle's chambers, then stood aside. There was only the king's personal healer and General Tarek in the room. Rowan could feel the heat radiating from her uncle as she approached the bed. "My lady, get out of here." The healer's voice cut sharply through the silence. Rowan's temper was instantly ignited. "He's my uncle, my only relative. I will stay," she snapped. "Besides," she continued less savagely, "I had this fever earlier this year and survived. I do not fear it." She saw the general wave his hand slightly and shake his head at the healer. Excusing himself, saying he had to tend to others, the healer left the room. General Tarek followed. It was then Rowan noticed her uncle looking at her. "Your Majesty," she curtsied. "Don't come closer," he rasped. "Go back to your chambers and study." He flinched, sighed, then moaned. Rowan looked around, but she was alone. Seeing a basin of water, she grabbed a towel and got it wet. Gregan relaxed instantly as she dabbed his forehead with the cool cloth. When her uncle began snoring softly, she left the room. Leah and General Tarek were speaking in serious tones. "You can't keep going in there, my lady. It's too dangerous." General Tarek, Rowan stood tall. "No matter how miserable the king is, he is my uncle. I will not leave him." Tarek looked thoughtful. "You may be the only one who can tend to him then. I wish there was something more we could do. We are so very low on fever herbs." He turned and walked away. Leah and Rowan found themselves alone in the hallway. Rowan voiced her fears. "They have no herbs for fever?" Leah shook her head. "They had an outbreak a few months ago." Rowan paced with her hands on her hips. "There are no worry trees near here either. What can we do? I can't let him just go." She was confused at the feeling the thought of losing her uncle created in her chest. Could she actually care for that miserable, demanding old man? "Rowan," Leah took hold of her lady's arm. She laughed quietly as she spoke. "There is this old remedy my mother taught me. I need to go to the river." Nodding, Rowan called after the running half-elf, "Tell Jax to let you take Dunvelli." Within the hour, the handmaiden returned, holding the stems of wild river thyme. "We are going to feed my uncle a weed?" Leah held a small glass vial. "Hold this, my lady." Leah artfully peeled the outer skin from the stems, something at which Rowan knew she would have failed doing well. The handmaiden then began squeezing the stems from the top down, dripping an oily substance into the vial. When she was done, the oil almost filled the vial. "Rub it directly on the chest and forehead." Leah wiped the sweat from her forehead with her wrist. Rowan returned to her uncle's room. She noted the room seemed warmer, and her uncle's breathing more shallow. Quickly she dumped some of the vial's contents onto her hands and paused only a moment before applying the oil to her feverish uncle. "What are you doing, child?" "I'm a young woman, uncle." "Stop talking back. Stop giving me orders. Why do you disobey me? Why are you so hard on me?" The king went silent. The oil was soaking into his skin, cooling him and calming the fever. He closed his eyes, but before he fell asleep he whispered words Rowan could barely hear. "You are the daughter I never had, the one I deserved." Silently, the young woman dropped to her knees. Resting her head on the bed, she watched Gregan's breathing until she fell asleep. Rowan woke to a hand resting on her head. Instantly she was awake and looking into the eyes of an exhausted king. His breathing was slow and heavy, and Rowan forced herself to push images of her father's last moments out of her mind. The voice was slightly more than a whisper. Gregan swallowed. "Rowan, why are you still here?" "I finished my studies, uncle," she lied. "I thought I should come to check on my king to see if he was getting the proper treatment." Raising a skeptical eyebrow, the king took a deep breath and said, "You've been here all night, and haven't eaten this morning." Suddenly he fell silent and drifted into sleep. Rowan grabbed the vial from her waist and shook out the last few drops. Quickly she brushed her hands together and rubbed Gregan's face and chest. His breathing became easy in the minutes it took for the oil to work. General Tarek entered the room and sent Rowan a questioning look. Soon, the king's eyes opened again. "There's a box," the king pointed randomly. "Over there on the stand. It's red and covered with gold lace." He struggled to breathe. General Tarek retrieved the box and brought it to the bed, looking into Rowan's worried eyes with his own. "Here, Rowan," King Gregan opened the box. "This belonged to my beloved queen, and now it will adorn a new and most gracious head." Looking into the box, Rowan gasped at the beautiful gem-encrusted hairpiece. It was a depiction of a flying bird, wings spread, rubies for eyes, gold and blue filled the body and wings. "I gave it to my queen on our wedding day." She looked up from her gift to meet her uncle's uncommonly soft ones. "She would have loved you, just like I have grown to do." His eyes closed and Rowan jumped forward to hold his hand. "Uncle, please, please," her voice trailed off into a hopeless whisper. He opened his eyes again and seemed to have recovered some inner energy. As he struggled to sit up, Rowan stepped in front of the general and assisted her uncle. "General Tarek," the king's eyes were bright, although bloodshot from the fever. "Bring in your commanders." Rowan delicately straightened her uncle's graying hair, and he reached up to squeeze her hand. She blushed at his sudden affection and went to pull away, but he held firm. In minutes, 7 officers of General Tarek's forces stood shoulder to shoulder at the foot of King Gregan's bed. "This is my decree," Gregan breathed heavily. "I name my niece, the Lady Rowan Alice Burnhaven, my heir. From this day forward she will be given the respect and duties her status dictates." Chapter 12, A Simple Resolution. At first, Rowan was startled because she had no idea her uncle knew her birth name. Then Rowan slowly watched 8 tired, armored men kneel before her. "Get the queen's ring from the dresser with the mirror. The ring is now Rowan's." Rowan numbly accepted General Tarek taking her hand and pushing a large ring onto her finger. As the small assembly began to leave the room, Rowan took a look at her uncle who had fallen asleep once more. Turning back, she realized General Tarek still stood in the room. He silently gestured to the hall. "Your Highness," he began. "We have a problem." Rowan looked at him. "What is the problem?" Leah came around the corner, and Rowan interrupted her conversation to Tarek to mouth, "Make more oil." Leah disappeared once more. "Your Highness," Tarek began again, his tone tired and sharp. Yes. What is the problem?" He put on his patient face. "Elves are in the Great Hall, demanding to be seen." Rowan stood bewildered. What do you want me to do?" "You, Your Highness, need to hold court as your uncle is unwell." Never had Rowan wished for the company of her handmaiden more. Sensing her fear, the general took a breath and gave a small smile. "I'll be with you, Your Highness." With a nod, Rowan straightened her dress, pushed the hairpiece into her braid, and followed the towering general down the corridor, down the stairs, and into the Great Hall and her future. Of all the bad luck under the heavens, though Rowan, as she recognized, blew quiver from the incident at the forge among the elven party. A small band of Tarek soldiers arrived and took their place at the side of the room. Glares were passed around freely. Tarek expertly guided her to the throne at the end of the hall, and she quietly sat down. Almost instantly there was a barrage of angry accusations as the elves tried to speak and the humans retaliated. Rowan felt fear rising in her chest. She saw General Tarek's glance in her direction. He tilted his head in the direction of the chaos. Continuing to look at him for guidance, Tarek made a slicing motion with his hand. "Enough!" she bellowed, surprising herself with the volume and steadiness of her voice. The general gave a barely noticeable acknowledgement approving her action. "We are civilized here," she chided the group before her. "Everyone will have the chance to speak." Then she pointed at the elves who began the story. The elves nodded to Blue Quiver. You speak, Illyrian. Illyrian with the blue quiver stepped forward. A few days ago, an elven patrol noticed a band of armed humans on our side of the river. When we approached, they instantly became aggressive and seriously wounded one of our party. He glared at the human group, who burst out in denials at the claim. The elf spokesman hurled an insult at the other group. General Tarek gave a slight cough, causing Rowan to sit up and look at him. He dramatically rolled his eyes to the two groups. Stop being children, she blurted in broken Elvish. Tarek rubbed his chin, groaned quietly. The elves stopped immediately and slowly. Illyrian continued. This began a skirmish that escalated into a battle that involved the elven and human army. That's where Eldruin and my uncle went. Rowan hit her sense of horror. No two people she cared about were fighting on opposite sides. A human soldier stepped forward. They lie. Our patrols don't cross the river. It's been like that for decades. We know what humans look like, argued Illyrian. We did not attack you. We only advanced after we were made aware of the incident. Now who lies? The elf with the scar sneered. You have the experience of centuries of lies. Humans, the example of greed and lies. Enough, Rowan gave the first command in human tongue. Enough, the second command she gave was in Elvish. Rowan would have to thank Leah for teaching her that later. The room went silent. Illyrian stepped forward, hand on heart. Your Highness, my king has requested the presence of your king to discuss this matter in more detail. We are not fools. If your men insist it was not them, we need to make sure we are not blaming an error. The humans rolled their eyes and made comments under their breath. General Tarek growled, and Rowan took that as her cue. Silence. The humans continued to glare but stopped talking. This is my uncle's hall and now mine, she spoke to the group of men. If you disrespect me again, I will have your general deal with you. Looking at General Tarek, who slyly winked, Rowan sat quietly and thought. The king is unwell right now. She twisted the ring on her finger. Can you give us a few days so he can regain his strength? The elf with the blue quiver paused, then nodded. Send a raven when he is well enough to travel. I will see to it myself. We will come to Alessandro and meet with your king, Rowan agreed. We will find out what is going on. You have my word. With that, the elves bowed their heads and covered their hearts. They then turned as one and left the hall. The general gave her an encouraging smile. Well done, my lady. I'm going to check on my uncle, Rowan breathed. Let's hope he recovers, Your Highness, Tarek said. Rowan chose not to answer. It took 3 more days of sleep, water, wild-thyme oil and Rowan's scrutiny before King Gregan's fever broke. Weak, but still very much king, he demanded Rowan report on the elves' visit. She came to King Gregan when he was awake later in the afternoon, and after he endured several applications of Lee's wild-thyme oil. Rowan told her uncle every detail about what happened during the elven visit. They came here and demanded a meeting, Gregan spat. They demanded from you, my heir, and you said yes? But my king, General Tarek quickly interjected. Lady Rowan won the elves' trust with her skill of elven language. You know Elvish? The king asked, quietly impressed. Perhaps the fever is playing with my mind. Well done, Rowan. It made sense to accept their invitation. Rowan raised her shoulders to shrug. They came all the way here, they must want to stop fighting as much as we do. Her uncle nodded and sat deathly quiet for a few moments. Finally, Gregan looked at the vial of oil next to him and then to Rowan's worried face. Well said, Gregan gruffly, slowing sitting up on his own. You gave them your word, Rowan. It looks like we have no choice but to go to Alessandro. Chapter 13, The Road to Alessandro. The raven was sent as requested, and the following morning when the caravan left the palace, it was King Gregan who rode in the traveling box. Rowan was mounted on her grey gelding, Dumvelli, and enjoyed the company of General Tarek and Captain Phelan. Leah traveled in the second traveling box with the other servants but would stick her head out and chat with Rowan once in a while. Blossoms were out along the road, and when the wind blew, petals would shower down on the caravan like it was a celebration procession. I'll take it as good luck, Rowan smiled at her companions. Indeed, said Captain Phelan. We will need it. General Tarek looked at the king's traveling box and back at the road. Well, he said, if Rowan can repeat the feat of winning the elf's trust, we may be one more step closer to not having to patrol the river. Captain Phelan gave a nod. Elenia's will be a challenge. Who? Asked Rowan. The Elven King. His name is Elenias, Tarek explained helpfully. The captain added, the queen's name is Saljuan, and the heir to the elven throne is Selenius. I think there's another son, do you know his name? General Tarek frowned, then shook his head. don't remember. Rowan breathed out, well, I think I can remember that much. Tarek chuckled. Have you ever met them? Rowan asked the two men. They both shook their heads, and Rowan rolled her eyes. As they rounded a turn in the road, the river came into view. Wait here, General Tarek raised a hand when the group reached the river. He proceeded to go to the river's edge and scan the opposite bank. Suddenly he waved, creating movement on the other side of the river. A large barge manned by 6 half-elves began to cross the gently flowing river. The general returned and spoke softly to Rowan, your uncle asked for you to join him in the traveling box once we cross the river. Rowan recoiled, no. I will ride. My lady. General Tarek pinched his lips tightly, then looked at the traveling box. A grating noise could be heard coming softly from within, increasing in volume by the minute. Looking back at Rowan, Tarek raised both eyebrows. It seems the king is sleeping soundly for the first time in days, Tarek whispered. You wouldn't want to wake him. The barge ride across the river was a new experience for Rowan. She tried small talk in Elvish with the crew, but eventually, the one steering the barge covered his heart and said with a laugh, my lady, you are well taught, but we speak your tongue more than the other. Embarrassing, Rowan confided in Leah as the caravans unloaded from the barges. I should have told you, my lady, Leah said. We still have lessons to learn. Well, I need to learn them sooner than later, Rowan thought. Before her uncle could wake and make her ride in the caravan, Rowan mounted Dunny and set off after Tarek and Phelan. Oh wow. Rowan exhaled as the palace of the elves came into view. Surrounded by sprawling forest and flowing streams, the palace had 4 tall towers that resembled mountain peaks, and the center of the palace hosted a glass ceiling, supported throughout by tree limbs. The courtyard of the palace was covered in river stones, smooth and incorporating various shades of gray. Here, King Gregan and his entourage were greeted by none other than Illyrian. Welcome, King Gregan and Lady Rowan. Greetings, Ambassador of Elves, Rowan spoke in Elven tongue. Illyrian blinked, and with an air of contempt responded in Elvish back to Rowan, I am an advisor to the prince, not an ambassador. Perhaps practice your inflection before speaking. Gregan and Tarek eyed Rowan nervously. Rowan felt the smallest sting of insult. Thank you for the correction, Illyrian, she replied in the common tongue, and turning to her uncle and general she said, Illyrian isn't an ambassador, he's just an advisor to the princes. King Gregan snorted in surprise and General Tarek had to turn to Captain Phelan to hide a laugh. Illyrian kept his glare under control and escorted them throughout the spacious palace to the throne room. Sunlight poured through the clear ceiling, filtering through the branches that supported the roof. King Alinias and Queen Saljuan descended from their thrones of white birch to stand on equal ground with King Gregan and Rowan. Welcome, the king began. I understand you have not been well. To have you come to our home is hopefully a sign of good things to come. My niece agreed to come. I am here to make sure we settle things, King Gregan spoke defensively. Rowan inwardly flinched when she saw the elven king's eyes give a hard stare to the human king. In her best practiced Elvish, Rowan greeted the noble elves. Although the king seemed unimpressed, Queen Saljuan managed a slight smile. An elf lord in fine clothes and a thin crown of silver entered the room briskly and stood beside the king and queen. Prince Selenius. Here is my eldest son. Once my younger son arrives, we will discuss the situation. Can we sit? Gregan inquired. Chairs resembling narrow tree stumps came and were placed along the wall under some windows. As Rowan sat down, she was able to look outside to the yard below. She watched the small band of elven warriors approach the palace doors. The tallest one, with brilliant bronze-colored armor and matching helmet, paused and watched Dunvelli being led to the stables. Rowan turned back to the conversation as the warrior entered the palace. Alinias was talking to Gregan, so that is what we need to discuss. We are just waiting for one more. There was movement at the throne room doors. The king and queen of the elves rose from their seats and Rowan turned to greet the newcomer. She froze in place. Ah, here is our other son, Prince Eldruin, the very capable general of our army. Chapter 14, The Second Son. Rowan stared. The elven prince came to a standstill beside his brother and met her surprised gaze with his own. Eldruin was quicker to hide his surprise, but not before his brother noticed. Selenius looked from his brother to the heir of King Gregan's kingdom. Eldruin whispered something and Salonai spoke slowly as if to a child. We allow our noble princes to be generals. We do as well, King Gregan noted. King Gregan suddenly seemed to be growing tired, and it didn't go unnoticed by the elves. Mind your king! Selenius cried as Gregan began to buckle at the knees. General Tarek and Captain Phelan leaped into action and guided King Gregan to the floor. "Uncle!" Rowan held Gregan's hand. It was hot to touch. Feeling his forehead, Rowan realized the fever had returned. The king's lips moved and he whispered, "I'm all right, I'm all right. I'm just tired." Elduin called for the guards and a healer. He cast a worried glance at Rowan. In mere minutes, Rowan's uncle was being carried out of the throne room to the healing house. "Let me go with him," Rowan begged, but Tarek shook his head in a firm no. Queen Salduin touched Rowan's shoulder. "Lady Rowan, please follow Prince Elduin to your chambers. You may be here a while." Turning to Elduin, his mother said under her breath, "Keep an eye on them, put guards in the halls, and at no time touch them. This fever could kill us all." Then the queen left. Rowan looked around. Only Elduin and Rowan were left in the throne room. "I can understand most of what she said." Blacksmith. Rowan turned to Elduin. The General Prince raised his eyebrows briefly. "I did say I went to the forge to get away from things." His response made Rowan laugh. It was a laugh that rang clear and delightful in the domed room. Elduin paused, noticing for the first time how she laughed with her whole body, embracing the laughter. Rowan became serious once more. "You didn't tell me you were a general, and you didn't tell me you were a prince. What good would it have done, my lady?" Elduin removed his helmet. "I am the second son. I am hardly important." Rowan followed his strong hands as they smoothed his hair. The prince noticed her gaze. "Come," he motioned to the doors. "I'll show you to your chambers." As she followed the prince out of the throne room and down the hall, Rowan asked, "Did you not tell me because you didn't trust me?" Elduin answered with a shrug, "Perhaps, but how many people would pay a prince for arrows?" His eyes creased with a smile. Rowan smiled back, but she would press him for an answer later. Prince and lady walked down hall after hall, talking until Rowan stopped the prince with, "Are you actually taking me to my chambers?" "Yes." Elduin hesitated. "I thought you may like to see my home. Relax from the worry I see weighing on your shoulders." Rowan, surprised at the kind gesture, said, "Is it that obvious?" "Not to every elf," Elduin said softly. Elven prince and human lady spent the next couple hours watching the water rush under the mini bridges, swans swimming in the still pools by the palace, and catching the worry tree petals as they blew from the trees. Rowan was amazed. "There are so many worry trees here. When my father was ill, I could only find one." Elduin noticed her voice trailed off and he touched her hand gently. She pulled away at first, looking at him with startled eyes, but slowly put her hand back on Elduin's. "Only Leah held me after my father's death. I didn't pull away because you are an elf," she admitted. "I just wasn't expecting your kindness, blacksmith." Elduin squeezed Rowan's hand, and they finally made their way to the chambers set aside for Lady Rowan. "Can you inquire on my uncle's health?" Rowan asked, concerned, guilt nibbling at her heart as this was the first time in the past few hours she had thought of Gregan. "Of course, Lady Rowan." Elduin turned to go. "I will see you again, Prince," Rowan said in Elvish. Elduin turned in surprise, dipped his head, covered his heart, and smiled. Elduin was true to his word. He knocked on Rowan's door within an hour from when he left and had returned with a large plate of food for them to share. "Oh, stay and share with us," Rowan offered. Elduin sat in a chair across from the lady by the fireplace. Leah artfully excused herself after a few minutes, saying she had to locate some oils for Rowan's bath. "They have been applying a combination of herbs and worry tree blossom oil to your uncle's face and chest. Hopefully he will respond in a day or two," Elduin informed Rowan. "Oh, I hope so," Rowan said, more to herself than to Elduin. "I truly hope so." Rowan put down her bread. "Do you have any helpful advice when speaking with your father?" Elduin rested his head on his hand. "Nothing helpful. My father distrusts humans as much as Gregan distrusts elves. If you ever have to deal with an elf, just tell the truth. He will respect you." Suddenly, a series of knocks sounded on the door. Without waiting for an answer, the door abruptly opened, and in strode Selenius. "What are you doing here, brother?" he hissed in his native tongue. "Eating alone with a human woman?" Turning to Rowan, the oldest prince said, "You must come to the healing house now. Your uncle is feeling better and insulting all the elves who worked so hard to break his fever." Rowan grabbed a shawl and jumped up. As she turned to go out the door, Selenius stood in front of her, his eyes serious and full of hate. "You will leave as soon as you are." Chapter 15, Mischances. Rowan bit her lip to keep from telling the elf prince what she really thought. "Just take me to him," she said low and evenly. Elduin pushed through, shoving his brother aside with his shoulder. "I'll show you the way, Rowan." They could hear yelling before they even reached the healing halls. "My men would not disobey an order," crossed the river, and attack elves. Humans attacked elves, you cannot deny it. I can deny what isn't true. The voices of King Gregan and King Alinea spurred Rowan and Elduin into a run. Tarek saw Rowan coming and confirmed the kings were beyond reason. Where is he? Rowan simply asked. Why is he even out of bed? This way, General Tarek mumbled. When the fever broke, His Majesty insisted on discussing the issue with King Alinea and was on his way to the throne room. The general, lady, and second prince came around the corner into a circular common area with 4 separate hallways leading from it. In the center of the room stood the angry kings. King Gregan bellowed, I can't believe I traveled this far just to argue and told to leave. Where are these men you said attacked? They crossed the river across from your city. The elven king gestured and pointed. I asked you here to explain this, because your niece gave us hope. Rowan's uncle shook his head and crossed his arms. He finally caught sight of his niece. Get your things, we're leaving. Your Majesty, it's almost dark, Rowan tried to reason. Rest, we can talk. I said we are leaving. Gregan glared at Rowan. We aren't animals, King Alinea. Stay the night. Elduin spoke quickly to his father, who waved him aside while saying, see to it they cross the river in the morning. With the elves going one way and the humans going the other, the 2 frustrated groups separated for the night. Elduin stood looking at Rowan as she turned away, and Selenius quickly called to his brother to join the elves going the opposite way. As Rowan dismissed Leah that night and laid her head down on the soft pillow, she heard the familiar pounding of hammer on metal. Pulling the blankets back, Rowan went to her window. She could see a forge just a short distance away from her room, and Rowan was surprised at how much she wanted the noise to be coming from Elduin's hammer. There he was. Through the narrow door Rowan could see Elduin with his hair pulled back and apron tied tightly. The forge lit the inside of the building up, giving it a warm glow. She pulled on her shoes and a simple dress before opening her door. Rowan slipped quietly down the stairs and out to the forge, looking briefly up at the moon that brightened her way. You shouldn't be here. Elduin placed the metal aside to cool, then stood looking at the woman in the doorway. I knocked. Elduin almost smiled. That doesn't mean you should be here in the middle of the night. It does show I have manners, Rowan responded. Unlike some people I know. The prince looked at her intently. Don't be too hard on your uncle. My father didn't set a great example either. Rowan snorted. Uncle? I was talking about your ever so righteous older brother. They shared a laugh, then the king's niece spoke. I won't give up hope that my uncle can change his views in time. Elves have all the time needed, Elduin breathed in the night air. Don't be too hard on Selenius either. He was raised to be a king, so that is all he knows how to be. My brother has a future ahead that I don't envy, but I will always be there for him. Of course, said Rowan. He's your brother. Elduin nodded, grateful she understood. Rowan leaned against the wall by the door, thoughtful and serious. As the elf watched her, wondering why the heir of a kingdom would come down here to a dirty forge to see him, he was overcome with emotion. Her auburn hair was simply tucked behind her ears, loose and flowing in the night air. She looked up and caught his gaze. Can we do anything to help this situation? Elduin untied his apron and tossed it uncharacteristically over a chair while shrugging. My whole life was just following orders. I am afraid it may be too late for Gregan and Alinea to change. I will not miss this chance to grow trust between our races. I will not miss this chance to open up communication between us. Rowan grabbed a rag from the table and tossed it to Elduin. Your heart is in the right place, but it is going to take more than just you, and I do believe it can happen. Elduin's voice was low and somewhat rough. As he wiped his hands, he walked slowly to the wall where Rowan was leaning. Rowan found she didn't mind his closeness or the smell of the forge on his skin. In the cool night air, the second son of the Elven King leaned closer to King Gregan's niece, intending on expressing his emotions and to see if she felt the same. However, before he could whisper a single word, a sharp voice cut through the stillness. Elduin, what are you doing? Selenius appeared in the light spilling out of the forge's door. His rapid breathing and gritted teeth left no room to mistake the level of anger rising in his body. Get back to your room, woman, he spat. You don't order me around, your highness, Rowan countered. She held the same status that Selenius held, both of them were heirs to the throne. I will go because I respect you. She left quietly, leaving Elduin and Selenius staring at each other in silence. In the morning she mounted Dunvelli and left the elven palace. Elduin, dressed in his bronze-colored attire, and a few elven warriors followed orders to escort the group to the river. Send ravens to the forge where we met. Elduin spoke quietly as he rode up beside Rowan. I highly doubt your uncle will be using my services after his last elven encounter. You never know. Rowan rolled her eyes and whispered back. Let me speak to him. Let me try. Remember ravens to the forge. Elduin dipped his head and covered his heart, his vibrant blue eyes resting heavily on Rowan's stormy ones. He rode ahead to summon the barges. When the group landed back on their kingdom's land, Rowan turned, raising a hand in farewell to the elves. Only Elduin waved back. The rest of the journey passed very quickly, and their group was joyfully welcomed when they passed through the gates. Uncle, Rowan called, dismounting and handing Dunny over to Jax. Uncle? General Tarek walked over to the box and knocked lightly on the door. He must be sleeping, Tarek laughed. So much excitement in the past few days. After a moment, the general frowned and knocked again, louder this time. From the king's traveling box came nothing but silence. Chapter 16. If Prayers Had Wings. There came a soft moan from the depths of the traveling box. Tarek jumped in and gave a shout, creating a flurry of activity. Rowan called for a healer and for others to help Tarek with the king. Once again Rowan watched as her uncle was assisted into his room to rest. Even the elven medicine didn't keep the fever away, she said to Leah. The handmaiden frowned slightly. I can go look along the river for the herb to make oil if you wish, my lady. Yes. Yes, please go now. Hurry. Leah came back shortly with barely enough herb to fill one vial with oil. Rowan looked into Lee's eyes and realized they were fighting the same fear, the same frustration, the same struggle they had fought with Rowan's family. I'm so sorry, my lady. Lee's eyes filled with tears. Rowan squeezed Lee's hands. This is enough. Don't worry, it worked before. Don't lose faith. Rowan never left her uncle's side for the next few hours. His fever began to build again, but Rowan's care of cool cloths, and eventually Lee's half-elven remedy, eventually allowed him to rest. Leaving the vial of oil in the hands of the healer, Rowan went to her own room to sleep. After tossing and turning for several minutes, she rose and wrote a letter to Elduin. Dear Blacksmith, I still regret the situation that occurred between our families during our brief stay. I promise when I am queen things will be different. I had a wonderful time seeing and learning about your home. When we arrived at the palace, my uncle's fever returned. I only have enough oil for a day or two, then uncle will be on his own. I pray we find some remedy to fight this fever. Sometimes I just don't feel strong. Send a message when you can. I miss your company. Rowan Brinehaven. She found a special envelope and put the letter inside. She'd send it when she woke up. You handled that situation very well, Wren, the bird master, said to an exhausted Rowan when she arrived at the aviary door the next morning. How is he? Rowan hesitated. He is resting. But not well, Wren understood. It is too bad the common herbs and plants needed for fevers are so rare now. My handmaiden knows of a remedy that seems to control the fever, Rowan explained. The bird master moved a fussy raven from its perch to his arm. It controls the fever but not cures it, Wren said sadly. I hear things did not go well with the elven king. Rowan scoffed. That, my dear bird master, is an understatement. Wren chuckled. There is a forge on the edge of the kingdom. Do you have a raven that can fly there? Wren put a thoughtful finger to his lips and tapped. He then looked at the grumpy raven on his arm. Eco, you know the way. Perhaps a job will cheer you up. In minutes, a large black raven flew from the palace, heading towards a little forge surrounded by a never-ending forest. Elduin packed up a few more things, then headed to his small, secluded cottage on the edge of the human kingdom. He tried not to think about why he was so eager to get back there, but double-checked to make sure there was a full set of elven hunting arrows in his pack. Leaving us again? Selenias asked, almost sadly. I go once a month, Elduin said, continuing to fit needed equipment onto his horse. I'll be gone for a few days. That means a few weeks, Selenias scoffed. He paused. Please tell me you aren't going to visit that human woman. You're an elven prince. I'm the second son, brother. Elduin placed a hand on his brother's shoulder and pulled him into a hug. It's up to you to make the family proud. The heir to the elven throne playfully pushed back. Hey, don't bruise me. With a wave, Elduin mounted and was on his way. As he took the half-elven barge across the river, he asked the crew for any recent news. King Gregan is still fighting the fever, one of the crew told him. It's too bad. What do you mean? Too bad? Elduin turned to the half-elf. There has been so much fever on that side of the river, the herbs needed have all been used and will need some time to grow back. Here, the captain of the barge said, pressing 2 vials into Elduin's hands. Our nation has access to a water lily that fights the fever sickness. No one with fever who uses the oil has died. Keep this with you in case you fall ill. Absent-mindedly, the elven prince thanked the captain and slipped the oil into his side pocket. When he arrived at his cottage, he turned his horse out in the paddock behind the barn. Turning to go to his forge, he noticed a grain bag laying up against the barn. Thoughts of Rowan flooded his mind, and he looked at the bag again. As he felt the holes left from her arrows, a loud cawing sounded from across the yard. A raven already! Elduin's heart jumped, and he quickly crossed the yard to retrieve the letter from a rather large bird sitting on his windowsill. The elven blacksmith read Rowan's letter with a sense of dread. Didn't Rowan say she lost her father to this fever and now her uncle is in its grasp? He looked over towards his jacket hanging by the door. Getting up, he reached in and took out the 2 small vials. His father would say he should let nature take its course, let the humans learn to make their own healing medicine. Time was not on King Gregan's side, however. Rowan would lose the man who took her in, named her his heir, calls her his daughter. Could Elduin be so cold as to cause her more grief? The humans would be the only ones to miss King Gregan. Elduin stared at the amber-colored liquid, a battle raging in his heart. Chapter 17, The Choices We Make. In the afternoon sun, a weary echo landed on his perch in the aviary. Wren went to greet the raven and stopped. There was a letter and 2 vials attached to the bird. Rowan was holding her uncle's hand as the healer put a drop of oil on the king's forehead. A guard knocked quietly and poked his head inside. Lady Rowan? Wren, the bird master has a message for you. Rowan left the room quietly and approached Wren, who was waiting patiently. My raven returned with these. He opened his hand, revealing 2 vials. And this. He handed a letter to Rowan and cast a glance at the guards down the hall. Wren gave a quick nod and walked away, leaving Rowan to read the letter in peace. Why did her hands shake when she opened the letter? She wondered. My Lady Rowan. The half-elves who managed the barge gave me 2 vials of river lily oil. Use it to help your uncle. This is all I can do for now. My father is still very angry. It was my greatest pleasure to share my home with you. I look forward to the day I see you again. Your blacksmith always, Elduin Vieras. He can't wait to see me again, Rowan faintly smiled. Looking at the oil in her hands, she quickly brought the healing vials to her uncle. Knowing her uncle was cared for, allowed Rowan to have some sleep. In the morning, Leah cheerfully commented what a nice day it was. Nice enough for a ride, Rowan agreed. Where shall we go? Leah asked as they rode along the river. Rowan smiled. Let's go see Elduin before anyone knows what we are doing. They had been riding for quite some time when movement on the opposite bank of the river caught Rowan's attention. Quickly she recognized a patrol of elves. As she watched, the elves came out of a thick area of the woods and onto a sandy edge by the water. Suddenly Rowan heard the twang of an arrow and heard the sound of metal scraping on metal. One of the elves flinched, and the group took a defensive stance. What is going on? Rowan yelled, but her voice was lost in the chaos that followed. A small group of humans popped up from the woods. She could see the glistening elven armor on the far bank, with the humans in matching rust-colored red leather. There were shouting, shoving, pointing, and no doubt, threats. Weapons were pulled. Hey! Hey! Rowan yelled. She was too far away for them to hear her calls to stop. Reaching behind her, Rowan untied her bow. She pushed Dunvelly to go closer, but Dunvelly could hear the sounds of war and nervously neighed. Both groups turned and looked at Rowan on her gray horse, standing on the hill overlooking their dispute. Stop! She yelled, firing a warning shot between the groups. There was no time to enjoy her accuracy. A few of the elven group turned and fired back at her, Dunvelly using his old war experience to move strategically behind a tree. I don't want to fight, Rowan screamed. I want you to stop. The group in the rust-colored leather took this distraction to run to their horses nearby. Not even the elves could catch them once the riders galloped off. The elves yelled words at her she did not understand. More arrows flew her way, before they followed the men. They are not my men, she yelled over the rushing water. They don't come from my city. My lady, let's go. Leah had finally caught up to her. Did you see that? Rowan asked. Those men aren't dressed in our kingdom's armor. She suddenly looked at Leah and said, Come with me, I'm going to tell Elduin. I can't do anything on that side of the river, but he can. Leah began to speak but had to stop so she could follow Rowan, who was already riding down the now familiar path towards a now familiar forge. Both horses and riders were breathing heavily when they rode through the small gate at the elven cottage. Rowan's heart leaped when she saw the elf moving hay by the barn. Blacksmith! Elduin! The elf broke into a run, grabbing Dunny by the bridle as King Gregan's knee struggled to stop the excited, old warhorse. Quickly Rowan told Elduin what she had seen. These men just attacked an elven patrol, but I swear, Elduin, I have never seen that color of armor before. What is going on? As Rowan gasped for breath, Elduin looked at Leah. Can you manage horses? Of course, the half-elf nodded. Take them to the barn and rest. I am going to check this out. I am coming with you. Rowan tried to grab the reins from Leah. Elduin took her hand instead. You can ride double with me, he said. In mere moments, the elf and human were proceeding up the riverbank. Rowan once again retelling what she had seen. They didn't see any evidence of an ongoing struggle now, all was quiet. I'm not crazy, it all happened right here. I saw the sunlight shine off the elf's armor, then an arrow was fired but the red leather men, and that was what started the skirmish. Rowan gestured with her hand. I would go back home and speak to your uncle's council, and your uncle if he is awake, Elduin recommended. I will send a raven and see what I can find out. They rode back to the forge, just enjoying each other's company. Leah quickly brought Novella out. Take care of your lady, Elduin told the half-elf. She's had quite the day and needs to rest. I'm fine, Rowan rolled her eyes. Go hammer some metal. Oh, Lady Rowan, Elduin grabbed her hand. It was good to see you again. It warmed my heart to see you too, Rowan returned. I wish it were for longer and under different circumstances. Go now, the elven prince said, and the women went. Elduin watched the horses leave, his heart still pumping with the thrill of the afternoon. He watched them ride away until he could no longer smell Rowan's perfume. The elven general then brought his horse into the barn and took his time caring for the beast. Once the horse was munching happily on fresh hay, Elduin left the barn. Walking out into the cottage courtyard, the elven blacksmith felt his warm heart cool to stone. A small band of elven guards sat on their horses just outside the cottage, and that could only mean one of two people could be inside. Dismounting, a guard stepped forward to take Elduin's horse. Hello, brother. Selenius, heir to the elven throne, stood beside the fire with Rowan's letters in his hand. Chapter 18, Distance of Hearts. You gave her medicine? Did you show her around our home? She visited you here, unattended. This sounds like treason, Elduin. You know these attacks are one step away from war. It sounds like two kingdoms trying to forge a new friendship and stop a war. Selenius threw the letters into the fire. The letters say more than just an alliance is forming. I told you to stay away from her, Elduin. He came closer to his brother but stayed out of Elduin's reach. I saw you in the forge. I saw the look in your eyes. There are so many noble elven daughters you can choose from, and father will never let you pursue her. You are endangering the elven culture by pursuing a human woman who will die years before you ever grow old. Elduin glared as the letters burst into flames. He swallowed several times before asking, how can I be endangering elven culture? I am your brother. Can you hear yourself? What? Elduin looked directly at his brother. How did we grow so apart? Once we had the common goal of king and general, guiding a kingdom together, making alliances, and protecting our people. Selenius frowned sharply. We are doing that, Elduin. The elven general shook his head angrily. No, Selenius. We are keeping our borders closed, offering no alliances outside the elven kingdom, and only send warriors if we see action on the borders. We need to. Not we, Elduin's older brother interrupted. I need to rule, I need to make alliances, I need to protect the people. Right now you are endangering everything father has worked so hard for. Elduin felt his face drain of color. Father refused to make an alliance with the past three kings. He doesn't even acknowledge the half-elves who have developed their own nation along the river. He stays in the palace all the time. That is another topic for another day. Selenius looked away. I need to send some warriors south to take care of the ambushes happening there. What are you saying, brother? Elduin tilted his head, as though trying to understand another language. You are sending me away? Selenius paused, then nodded. Yes. I am ordering you to take your men and travel south to quell any skirmishes and incidents you run into along the way until the borders are safe. He walked to the door of the cottage, casting his brother a softer look. If father found out about you and Rowan, he would be furious. I am not telling you to go just because of the woman. I need you to go. Elduin, you are the best general I have. After Selenius left, Elduin began to pack what he would need on his journey back to the palace. His mind racing, his heart a storm of emotions. The elven general found himself pacing more than packing and suddenly stopped. Elduin Virus burst through the cottage door and ran to the barn in the coming twilight. His horse was always game for a good gallop and charged onto the road toward Rowan's palace. In the late hours of the night, Elduin left his horse in the fields behind the palace and slowly but skillfully worked his way towards the palace gate. As he stood wondering how he would get through the guarded entrance, a familiar voice asked, Prince Elduin? What are you doing here? Spinning around, Leah the half-elf stood behind him with a handful of weeds. Seeing Elduin look at her hands, Leah explained, "It took me hours to find enough wild thyme to make into a vial of fever medicine. The vials you gave Rowan will only last a few days, and I must prepare something in case others come down with fever." "May I see her?" Elduin asked. "I know it's late." "It must be important," Leah acknowledged. "Come." Although the guards were surprised to see elven royalty at such a late hour, they also recognized Leah and what the weeds were for. Prince and handmaiden passed through easily. Leah brought him right to the ladies' room and asked him to wait while she roused Rowan. "My lady." "Rowan." Leah shook the young woman gently. Rowan opened her eyes, a question playing in her eyes. "My uncle." "No, my lady. It's, Rowan," the elven general spoke from the door. Rowan sat up and grabbed a shawl, nodding to her handmaiden that all was okay. Leah left the room. "What is it, blacksmith? Are you all right?" Getting up, she waved the elf in and invited him to sit with her by the fire. He then told her about his brother's visit and his current orders. "I have to leave with my men as soon as I reach my home," Elduin said. "Why must they do this just when we are so close to creating some sort of peace?" Rowan rubbed her head. "Why is there so much hatred? What did I do?" "It's not what you have done, but what you can do." The elf paused as he saw the confusion on the beautiful face across from him. Rowan was sad. The elf could see it in her eyes in the way she rubbed the chair's armrest. "I'll write to you," she finally said. "You won't be gone forever. We will get to the bottom of this. Distance will not divide us, Rowan." Elduin took her hand, causing her to blush. "I will write when I can." "You better." Elduin smiled, then looked at the starry sky outside Rowan's window. "I must go," he said. "Rowan." Rowan rose from her chair and embraced the elf. "Come back to me, blacksmith." Leah entered the room and Elduin was on his way. The elven prince rode back to his cottage, resting till the dawn broke over the trees. Just as he was dressing in his armor, he heard horses at his gate. It was time to go. Slowly and deliberately, the general strode out into the sunlight. He took a breath and greeted the group assembled on the road. "I see you have saved me the trouble of collecting all of you out of your beds." Elduin saw his second-in-command. Velimer waved to him from beside the gate. "It was your brother's idea." The elven officer smiled. "We are ready, Elduin, and not too soon. Your father just got word another one of our patrols was attacked last." Chapter 19, A Friend's Advice. "There is one thing I have to do, Velimer." General Elduin handed a hastily written note about the recent incident to a young elven recruit. "This will be a long day for you, I'm afraid. Ride back to Elisandril and give this to Prince Selenius." When the messenger rode off, Velimer gave a questioning look to his general. "Your brother, not your father?" "My brother will actually read the note and think about it. My father would just throw it out," Elduin muttered bitterly. With one last look at the cottage, he gave the signal and the group began to move. They rode for several hours, crossing the river from time to time on the barges to travel to their destination faster. As the elves traveled, Elduin noticed they were getting close to the spot where Rowan had insisted she had seen the attack. He could see the palace's towers as they rode along the river. "This is the area," Velimer, Elduin's oldest and veteran officer, called to him. "Shall I put out scouts and investigate?" At Elduin's nod, there was a flurry of activity. Elduin let his horse graze as he went to the river's edge. Velimer returned and dismounted to stand by the elven general. They stood in comfortable silence for several minutes until the officer spoke. "She is a very strong-willed woman. I can see why you'd be attracted to her." "What?" the elven prince exclaimed. "What are you talking about?" "I'm talking about who you are thinking about, General." Elduin looked at his officer and friend. "Is it obvious?" Velimer raised his eyebrows and gave a short laugh. "I have never seen you so distracted, so I know it must be love." He pointed a finger at Elduin. "I was a married man for many years until my wife died. You have been staring at that palace ever since we crossed the river." "You were married?" The elven general blinked and leaned towards his officer in surprise. "How did I not know this?" "I've kept my life rather private." Velimer nodded with a smile, closing his eyes to relive the memories. "You see, I married a human woman named Sola and we lived a good happy life. Our friends were true and did not see us as different races, but as two souls in love." Elduin placed his hands on his hips as he digested this information. "Why are you telling me this? You are a good general, a good prince. When I went with Illyrian to ask the humans to speak with King Elenius, Lady Rowan showed natural talent and compassion for all involved. She would be a good match." "Oh, my father would love having half-elven grandchildren," scoffed the elven prince. "They are just as talented, creative, and strong as all other children. They have the best of both races. Did you have children? Asked Elduin, intrigued. 4, Velimer said proudly. 2 boys and 2 girls, all as gorgeous as their mother. Once again, the elven prince leaned forward. This time, however, was more out of respect for his companion's privacy. Did you have trouble? He asked quietly. Since your children were half-elven? Velimer didn't seem offended at all. As you know, Prince, there are half-elven settlements all along the main river. When Sola became pregnant, we moved to the main settlement where there were elves, humans, and half-elves all living together. It really is its own nation. For a few more minutes the friends discussed the relationship between Velimer and Sola, and Elduin and Rowan. Their friendship allowed the 2 elves to speak freely until scouts started to return. The elven general accepted the reports and was frustrated nothing was found. As soon as he heard the last report, Elduin rubbed his face impatiently. This doesn't make sense, he muttered. Lady Rowan saw a skirmish here just before we had a report of a skirmish. Where did they go? Velimer listened, then waited to see if there was an order. All the prince did was sigh and looked back at the palace. Elduin then asked a difficult, yet important, question. Velimer, you married a human knowing she wouldn't live a whole life with you. How did you say goodbye? I said goodbye as any husband would say to his wife. Sola lived a whole life with me, and I will miss her every day. The elven officer looked at his commander with eyes full of loving memory. I never looked at her as anything other than the one I loved. Human? Elven? It didn't matter. He waved a hand to emphasize his point. I was stronger because of her. Velimer turned to Elduin. I will see her again in the afterlife. Rowan makes me feel truly alive, admitted Elduin. It felt like a relief to finally admit it out loud. Velimer nudged his general and friend playfully. I would tell her. Elduin dipped his head. I just have to be brave enough to tell her. Velimer chuckled. It won't be hard when the time is right. There was a friendly pause, then both elves looked at each other. Something had changed in the forest around them. Velimer, Elduin stood up. The forest was silent, with no sound of squirrels running from tree to tree or birds singing the last song of the day. The second-in-command stood up as well, nodding. I'll alert the others. Carefully and quietly, Elduin and Velimer went separate ways. The general made his way to the shoreline and scanned the water and treeline. He looked across the river at the barely visible palace Rowan called home. The peaks of the palace could be seen above the trees. For a moment he wondered if she was thinking about her elven blacksmith. Sending an elven prayer on the wind, he hoped she was well and avoiding the fever her uncle was still fighting. Then there was a movement far away in the forest and an arrow embedded itself into the tree beside. Chapter 20. Flowing Currents. After Leah and Rowan had returned to the palace, Rowan had spoken to her council about the skirmish she had seen. Because of her inexperience, those around the table were skeptical of her report. Are you sure they were men? She was asked by King Gregan's advisor. Perhaps they were celebrating a festival or fighting some sort of elven rebellion. It was a fight. Rowan was shocked. My eyesight is good and I know what I saw. We can send some scouts to see if there is anything we should be aware of. You should send scouts and armed men, Rowan exclaimed, but her urgency was lost on dull ears. After several more minutes of arguments and brushing off King Gregan's air, the advisors left and Rowan stormed out of the room. General Tarek, she called, hoping her uncle's general would at least listen to her. I would like to show you where this fight happened. I really don't think any of your men, or those from the city here would be picking a fight with the elves. My lady, General Tarek raised a hand to tell her to quiet her voice. I believe you. The advisors are hoping your uncle feels better soon and returns to the throne. They don't trust you yet and don't want to do anything rash. Rash? The sharpness in her tone caused General Tarek to cringe. Lady Rowan, let me gather a handful of men. I can say it's a training day. You go see your uncle while I do that. I'll meet you outside. Rowan smiled at the general and nodding, she walked briskly to her uncle's chamber. The king was sitting up now, still slightly feverish, but he was able to eat a little and speak a bit. Ah, my brother Summerstorm. I heard you called a council meeting all by yourself today. King Gregan greeted his niece. Uncle, I know what I saw. I really think we should do something. Rowan sat on her uncle's bed. It's best not to do anything for them, Rowan. There is no alliance stating what should be done in this situation. Gregan tried to say more but coughed and closed his eyes. Leah touched Rowan's shoulder. My lady, he's very tired. Come back later. Rowan, a sleepy voice called from the bed. Rowan. Gregan lifted a hand and Rowan grasped it tightly. It's okay, uncle. Leah is going to put some oil on you so you can sleep. Good girl, Rowan. Her uncle patted her hand gently. Watch him, she told Leah on her way out. You remember how father seemed to get better for a day or two before the fever returned and was unstoppable. Leah dipped her head in reverence and understanding. I'll watch him, my lady. The group, consisting of Rowan, General Tarek, Captain Phelan, and a dozen recruits, headed towards the skirmish site as described by Rowan. Upon reaching the place, they came upon a family of half-elves fixing their fishing lines and cleaning some catch. General Tarek was taken by surprise when Rowan steered Dunny off the path to go speak with them. Greetings, she said in both common and elven tongue. Rowan dipped her head and covered her heart with her hand. The family did the same. Still mounted, the young lady asked if they had seen any fights involving men and elves. With a nod, one spoke. We've seen or come across the aftermath of many skirmishes, the half-elf father said. We have to be careful, or they come after us too. We are lucky because we can use the river and its currents to get away from them. Do they come from the city? General Tarek asked from the top of the riverbank. The female half-elf shook her head. We don't know, but their clothing would suggest otherwise. The half-elves described the rusty red armor, and Rowan could feel Tarek staring at the back of her head. After a few minutes, the father once again spoke directly to Lady Rowan regarding a concern. We try to help where we can, but we must protect our families as well. We are not treated well by either nation, and if we help one side, the other will attack us. Rowan assured them she would speak to her council on the half-elf issue and thank them for their information. As she finished speaking and began to turn Dunny back up the riverbank, the stillness of the air was broken by sudden faraway shouts, then clanging of metals. Even Tarek looked towards the river with a frown on his face. What is that noise? Rowan asked curiously as they departed from the half-elf's camp. As if on cue, a young half-elf came running from down the riverbank and spoke to one of the adults. That half-elf turned and called to General Tarek. Sir, there's a skirmish on the other side of the river. Tarek stood in his stirrups, trying to get a view of the fight. Who is fighting? It's men, General. The elves are fighting men. Immediately, Rowan thought of Eljuin. She had to see this for herself. My lady, you are not going. General Tarek's warning was wasted on the young woman. Dunvelli dashed past Tarek before anyone could blink. Phelan, Tarek charged after King Gregan's niece. The Lady Rowan galloped to the very edge of the river. Shouts and battle sounds were floating clearly over the water. Can you see what is going on? She asked Captain Phelan and General Tarek. It's definitely a skirmish, Captain Phelan said while assessing the fight. General Tarek called to Rowan. Those men are not from our army. We need to get over there, she confirmed. The general turned and gave the captain an order. Phelan rode hard towards the palace. The struggling sounds continued from over the water. Rowan finally reined in the prancing Dunvelli, still watching the action on the opposite bank. Lady Rowan, we wait for orders, General Tarek said from behind her. With barely a pause, Rowan turned, her heart pounding with nerves and determination. General Tarek, gather your men. It's time to test their skill. Chapter 21, Extra Swords. If the recruits were nervous, they did not show it. With a cry, they followed their general and Lady Rowan off the barges and along the riverbank. General Tarek called to Rowan as they navigated the trees and bushes in their way to the skirmish. Stay near the back, my lady. You can use your arrows from there. Oh my dear General Tarek, I can ride and shoot better than you know. Rowan swallowed her nerves as they came upon the edges of the engagement. Tarek shouted another warning to her and began to fight. Remember, recruits, assist the elves, he yelled above the clanging and bashing. Red leather is bad. It even looks bad, Tarek thought. Hearing steps behind him, the general spun around to see a sword coming at his throat. Before he could even move. Whack! The man fell and Rowan galloped by on her old grey gelding, already knocking and shooting another arrow. Lady Rowan! General Tarek groaned and turned his own horse to go after the king's niece. He had 5 sisters, and being the oldest always made him responsible for their well-being. Tarek found himself thinking that a lifetime with those sisters still had not prepared him for the summer storm that rode into a skirmish on an old warhorse. The best he could do was stay close and block any attacker that came close to Dunvelli. Rowan's horsemanship skills were extraordinary, and the general had to watch with awe as she shot one arrow after another, until suddenly her quiver was empty. Tarek's blood ran cold. He was too far away to save her. He saw a man lunge and grab Dunvelli's bridle, but the grey horse remembered his past training. With a roar saved only for battle, the horse struck with his forelegs and bit with his teeth. He spun with a speed so fast, Rowan barely hung on. Dunvelli roared again and repeatedly kicked with his hind legs until the man lay still on the ground. The lady's stunned eyes met the amused general's. Next time I get to ride that horse, Tarek joked. I'm out of arrows, Rowan called nervously and looked around. Tarek rode close to her. You can still use your bow to disable and slow your opponent. Suddenly, Tarek's horse was rushed by a small group of attackers who succeeded in knocking the general off his mount. Hearing Rowan's no was enough to get his blood pumping again, and the general stood up. He dispatched one, then two of the attackers and looked around to locate Lady Rowan. The scene before him caused him to stop. Elves had come to her aid, and she swung her bow as they swung their swords side by side. He noticed Illyrian, the cynical elf with the blue quiver, fought closest to Rowan. The elf caught the general's gaze and saluted. With a sigh of relief, the general knew the heir to the kingdom was protected and turned his attention to his well-trained recruits. Behind him, a horn blew and Captain Phelan arrived with fresh horsemen. Gasping for breath, Elduin continued to swing. Whoever these leather-clad attackers were, they were incredibly well-trained. Velamer had the general's back, but they were slowly being overcome. A look passed between the friends when they felt a sudden pounding vibrating through the ground and horsemen charged through the trees. General Tarek was yelling orders behind him as he charged forward. Rowan's general, the elven prince, breathed aloud, causing Velamer to turn and smile. I'd tell her, Velamer grinned like a child. When the elven warriors realized General Tarek and the small group of men were helping them, a cheer went up and a new energy was found. They could discuss this twist in events later. Elyadin turned and blocked the swing of an attacking fighter, but the blow caused him to lose his stance in the wet river mud. His opponent took the opportunity to swing again, but Velamer stepped over the general to foil the attempt. Elduin rolled and caught the eye of General Tarek. Each saluted the other, then Tarek called over, the lady sends help. Who are they? Elyadin asked. Not ours, Tarek growled as he lunged to protect a recruit's back. Within minutes, birds began to sing again, and squirrels scurried from tree to tree. Human and elven general met in the middle of the skirmish grounds and grasped hands. You have my thanks, General Tarek. The lady was determined to send help, and it gave my recruits some experience. He turned to greet the captain who was coming up to the pair. Ah, Captain Phelan. Elduin nodded in greeting and turned himself to introduce his officer. He scanned the area. Velamer was nowhere to be seen. Just a moment, General. I'm trying to locate my second-in-command. A shout got their attention and an elven warrior waved frantically to Elduin. The trio made their way over to the elf who slowly pointed to a tangled pile. Velamer. Elduin dashed forward. Beside Velamer lay a dead, red leather-clad attacker. General Tarek called two recruits to move the body to a different spot to identify, giving a knowing and compassionate look to Elduin, who now knelt over his friend and most trusted officer. Velamer, Elduin began. He started to pull at the other elf's armor. No, my friend, Velamer gently pushed Elduin's hand away. Tears stung the elven general's eyes as he realized the meaning of his officer's words. Velamer gave a weak smile. Don't regret letting me do my duty. Elduin attempted a smile, placing a hand on Velamer's shoulder. I don't regret you doing your duty, but I do regret you didn't duck fast enough. Velamer struggled to laugh. Healer. Elduin yelled hoarsely. They clasped each other's hand tightly. Tell her, Velamer said softly. Tell her. As gentle as a summer's breeze, Velamer was lifted onto a human stretcher and taken quickly to the palace. Elduin stayed kneeling for a while, one hand on the ground and the other on his face. Finally, he stood and found himself looking into the eyes of Lady Rowan Brinehaven. Chapter 22, A Crown's Weight. With the ambush crushed, the wounded collected and dead collected, Elduin and Rowan only had a moment to talk before she had to head back to the palace. Thank you for the vials of oil, she whispered. I am grateful beyond words. Elduin reached over and took her hand. How long will you be camped over there? We are going to send scouts out to investigate, so it will be a few weeks at least, Elduin answered. General Tarek motioned to Rowan that it was time to go. It's time. I need to get back to the palace and check on my uncle. Lady Rowan, Elduin called. Then he spoke in his native tongue. It warmed my heart to see you again. As it did mine, Rowan replied in Elvish. General Tarek called. Would you care to accompany us to the palace? Your small band of warriors can rest with protection for the night, and have a warm meal. Rowan looked at her general in surprise and turned eagerly to see the elven general's reply. With a brief look at Illyrian, Elduin's new second-in-command, the elven prince nodded. It was quite a mixed group heading back to the palace. To Rowan's surprise, Leah was waiting for her lady's return by the gate, and her expression was one Rowan had seen before. Oh no, Leah, she shook her head in disbelief. No, no, no. Her handmaiden was in tears. I'm so sorry, please come as he is very weak. Jax? Jax, where are you? Oh there, thank you. The king's niece dismounted and handed Dunvelly to the groom. Handmaiden and lady walked quickly to the palace doors. Rowan was surprised. I was gone for less than a day? How did the fever return so fast? His fever returned with a vengeance soon after the men left, and the healer used all the oil we had. Leah clasped her hands in front of her as they climbed the steps to Gregan's room. The king's personal healer opened the door and stuck his head out. Ah, Lady Rowan. Quickly, he's asking for you. Light filtered softly through the sheer curtains on Gregan's windows. Rowan met her uncle's gaze and he motioned weakly for her to sit beside him. His breathing was heavy and weary. His voice was raspy, just like her father was on that last day. Rowan felt fear tug at her heart. I want to say a few things, to make sure you are ready. Rowan opened her mouth, but before she could say anything, Gregan held up a hand and smiled. He took a few breaths, then closed his eyes. She sat quietly, and within a few minutes, her uncle opened his eyes again and continued. Remember your sense of duty. Uncle, I can't. The sense of duty you will feel will be heavier than any crown you will wear, King Gregan said. Remember, at dawn's light, the day is new again. You just wake and do your duty again. Gregan weakly stroked her cheek, interrupting her panic. Why did you bring me here? Rowan asked quietly. You were alone, and I know what it's like to be alone. Gregan struggled to take a deep breath. The king closed his eyes, his breathing getting more and more shallow. His niece put a cool, damp cloth on the king's head and he opened his eyes. Gregan slowly looked around the room, finally rested his gaze on Rowan. She took the cloth and put it back in the bowl of water. Gregan was struggling to speak, so Rowan sat on the edge of the bed and fixed Gregan's hair. Her uncle took her hand. Rowan, thank you for giving me a chance to be a father, even for a short time. You made this old, grumpy king's soul complete. Gregan saw Rowan smile. It was a warm and honest smile. Then he saw her lip quiver and knowing his time had come whispered, May your reign be long, and your joys many. Gregan softly breathed in, then out. Then there was silence. Rowan touched his face, her heart breaking once again with grief. She looked at General Tarek, who came to stand beside her and rest a hand on her shoulder. Oh, Uncle, Rowan's eyes began to release their tears. She got up from her seat on the bed and after laying one last kiss on her uncle's head, she let the king's closest advisors and healers take over. This time Rowan Brinehaven had more than just her handmaiden, Leah, to hold her. Elduin waited at the end of the hall. She slowly walked to the elven prince and into his embrace, not caring about whispers, not caring about rumors. They were allowed a moment, then General Tarek cleared his throat softly. Rowan, Elduin gently turned her around after drying her tears. She took a deep breath. And there in the arched hallway of her adopted home, Rowan Alice Brinehaven stood tall in her grief to accept the allegiance of the army commanders, palace advisors, and servants, to the cheers of, Hail the Queen. To her surprise, Rowan watched as Elduin the blacksmith, then General and a Prince of Elisandrel took a knee with the humans. She twisted the ring her uncle had given her, and nodded her head graciously, gritting her teeth so she wouldn't sob. Then advisors began to swarm Rowan mercilessly. I need some time. Rowan felt her chest tighten and it became hard to breathe. I will deal with this later, let me have some time. Elduin stepped forward. Let her grieve, he began, but an advisor spun around and hissed ferociously. Who are you to tell us what we should do with our queen, elf? Give the queen space, you dogs. The crowd parted and General Tarek strode purposefully to Rowan's side. The queen deserves to be left alone until tomorrow to allow her to quietly grieve her uncle's passing. Rowan had enough. She waved at Tarek to stop. I say enough. Heat rose to her face. The crowd was silent. You approach me now with your oh my queen, long live the queen, but just hours ago you brushed me off like a fly, she snapped. Tarek waited for Rowan's nod, then addressed the sharp-tongued advisor, and this, he pointed at Elduin, is Prince Elduin of Elisandrel, the general of the elven army. So hold your tongue, old man. A cascade of mumbling apologies came from the group of advisors who were now bowing low. I will not be a queen that is played by those around her. I will carry on my uncle's legacy of strength, but not by war. There is more to this world than hate, and I will build back the alliances that have faded. Rowan took a breath. Now I am going to my room. In silence. Escorted by Elduin and Tarek, Rowan took refuge in her room. At her door she turned to her companions and kindly said, I need to be alone. The man in elf nodded, swearing to be right outside the door if she needed. Leah left some bits of food and drink to tempt her lady, but knew they would be untouched as she left the room. Rowan shut the door and walked to the window, letting the tears fall freely. She looked out over the trees to the winding river, feeling her grief and the weight of a life she had never planned. Rowan did not notice, however, a man in rust-colored leather watching her from the yard below. Chapter 23, The Lost Arrow. The man in red leather crept slowly underneath the balcony where Rowan sobbed. Even though he felt a prick of empathy in his heart, he had a job to do. He scanned the area, but there were people running everywhere, tears flowing. The king is dead then. Finally. Suddenly the elven general strode out of the palace doors right near where the hidden man lay. He spoke to a couple guards and gestured around the grounds, then continued out of the palace yard. Slowly the man moved away. His original job had just changed to a new one. He would just be patient. Morning came like it did every day since the beginning of time. Rowan sat on the edge of her bed for several long moments before getting up. Where do you think you going? Elduin peeled himself from the wall where he was leaning in the hallway. Blacksmith. Rowan turned, surprised. I didn't know you were still here. The elven prince bowed. Well, it is my duty as a member of a noble family to pay my respects and express condolences. I am so glad you are here, she beamed. I was just going to go for a walk before the funeral to clear my head. Can the most gracious queen be accompanied by a blacksmith? Elduin asked softly. Rowan blushed, but grateful for his company always. As they walked, their fingers brushed against each other, but neither pulled away. I'm so glad you are here, Rowan said again. I thought you would have returned to your camp. I did for the night, Elduin confirmed. I sent a message to my father about your uncle's death. Thank you, Rowan said. They walked by the stables and took in the preparations for the funeral procession. As Elduin passed by the grain bags, Rowan saw something familiar above his head. My arrows! She exclaimed in a strained whisper. Elduin paused, looking at her curiously. Slowly, Rowan reached up and pulled 2 stray arrows out of the top grain bag. In silence, she traced the fletching with her fingers and examined the still shining, silver-colored tips. The future queen did not notice her tears until Elduin softly spoke her name. My uncle and I each lost an arrow during practice. She smiled at the memory and held the arrows close to her heart. We just found them. You will always find the lost arrow if you look. It may not be the same day, and it may be hidden under the dirt or grass, but you will always find it in the end. Smiling at Elduin, she knew he was talking about more than just arrows. He was talking about her uncle's love, his wisdom, and maybe something more. Calling to a passing stable hand, she asked, Can you please put these in the quiver with Dunvelli's tack? Thank you. Their walk took them to the stable yard where General Tarek stood. I would like to see the horse they are going to use to pull the cart. Of course, Tarek agreed. As they came around the corner of the stables, a series of exclamations descended on their ears. Out of the barn burst a big, fresh, well-muscled horse the color of the night sky. Rowan's personal groom, Jax, hung on to one side of its halter and led it to the hitching ring. Jax straightened his shirt and began harnessing the horse. The trio stood and watched the groom prepare their charge for the funeral. Finally, a sweat-covered Jax looked at his lady. Do you want us to use Dunvelli, Lady Rowan? Rowan eyed the snorting, high-stepping, black horse. Jax went back struggling to hold and harness the beast. Suddenly, Tarek saw her mouth twitch. The more the horse danced, the more Rowan struggled to contain herself. My lady, shall I get Dunvelli? Jax gasped as he was lifted from the ground, still holding the horse's dark head. No, no, she smiled. That horse is perfect. King Gregan would want the black horse. Jax had been Rowan's groom since she began riding. There was no way he'd let her down. With a determined look, Jax fought to put the bridle on the horse and said, As you wish. Then the black equine swung his head so fast, Jax arched through the air still holding the reins. Rowan laughed. It was loud, it was raw, and it was healing. Elduin and Tarek exchanged nervous glances, thinking Rowan's grief had turned to madness. After a solid minute of laughter, Rowan settled herself with a sigh. I remember when my father died and Uncle came to the funeral, we originally had an unruly black horse to pull the cart. I chose to use my father's warhorse instead, though Uncle disagreed. I will not deny the king having his traditional black horse. Braid the mane and trail and put flowers in the mane too. The groom groaned loudly. Just keep the horse moving, he's excited, Rowan instructed as she walked away smiling. Leah came and retrieved Rowan for her own preparations, but within the hour the queen reunited with her elven and human generals. A guard came towards Tarek. They are ready for the Lady Rowan. It is time to start. He bowed deeply to Rowan and left. Tarek nodded to his queen and moved to mount his horse. Elduin quickly reached for Rowan's hand and pulled her close for a moment. I will be right beside you. If you feel weak, just take my hand. Pipes began to play, drums to roll, and men to march. Looking into Elduin's icy blue eyes, Rowan tried to convey her gratitude in a look. Thank you, blacksmith, she mouthed. He bowed his head and covered his heart. Dunveli strutted towards her with flowers braided into his mane and jacks at his side. Mounting, she rode behind the funeral cart with General Tarek on one side and Prince Elduin on the other. Rowan's heart became painfully heavy and she choked back a sob as her uncle's body was placed on the cart. The procession took them down the usually busy main street of the city and out the gates. Crowds lined the street. Although pipes were playing continuously, Rowan heard nothing, her grief numbing her senses. Promise me, General Tarek, Rowan said suddenly when they stopped at the burial site. Promise me it will be a lifetime before I have to bury you. A lifetime, my lady, General Tarek answered thickly. Dismounting, Rowan, Tarek, and Elduin lead the mourners to the top of the rounded hill. Tarek paused, letting the elven prince and future queen stand at the top. As the ceremony moved along, Rowan reached out and took Elduin's hand, hiding her grip in the folds of her dress. He didn't let go of the entire event. They stood shoulder to shoulder in front of the entire city, and those who were there that day would not forget the sight of an elf and human standing together in grief. When the funeral was over, Rowan, Elduin, and Tarek mounted and began the slow ride back. A new sound rose above the wind. The blowing of distant horns and the pounding of galloping horses caused Rowan to turn her head towards the river. Elduin reined his horse to a standstill. What is this? He asked in a voice barely above a whisper. General Tarek now noticed the approaching group and wasted no time getting to the young woman's side. Looking over the funeral procession, Rowan watched as a patrol of elves galloped towards her. Flags blew in the wind, and the sun not only reflected off the elves' bronze-colored armor, but also the golden crown gracing the lead elf's head. Selenia's Elduin. Chapter 24, Not now, not today. Selenia's rode up to his brother and addressed Rowan immediately. Lady Rowan, he bowed his head appropriately. We are sorry for your sudden loss. Please accept the elven nation's condolences on your uncle's passing. Rowan thanked him and began riding away. She paused. Will you stay for the coronation? Selenia's was surprised but pleased. Yes, I think we will. Thank you. General Tarek collected Lady Rowan and rode away. You invited the elves to the coronation? The general asked. Of course, Rowan returned. I plan on healing this rift between the nations, solving these attacks, perhaps forming an alliance. How do you plan on doing that? With your help and experience, of course, General. My lady, the elves will not easily be enticed to sign an alliance, Tarek warned. I know it will take time, but I have to try. General Tarek gave her a proud, warm smile. It is indeed a new beginning. With that comment, Rowan's heart became a little bit lighter. You missed the funeral, Elduin stated blandly. I rode as fast as I could. His brother looked away. Father refused to come. Even after I showed him the letter you sent, he refused to believe it. He was raging about humans when I rode away. Their eyes met, and for the first time, Elduin saw the disappointment in Selenia's eyes. The brothers both knew their father's hate and distrust would be hard to break. Did she really rally her uncle's men and help you? Yes, Elduin said. She even fought with us. Selenia's was silent. He looked back at his brother. Do you know what you would give up for her? Yes, brother. You do like her, Selenia's gave Elduin a knowing look. Quiet, growled Elduin. Fix your crown, it's crooked. The older brother turned his head, and I was going to say I was happy to see you. Riding side by side, the brothers followed the general and lady. Besides, Selenia's kicked Elduin's foot out of the stirrup. You sent the newest recruit with the message. It took him forever to get it to us. The coronation was set for the next day. With the attacks and uneasy relations with the elves, it was thought the new ruler should take the throne as soon as possible. Can a queen wear black on her coronation? Not this queen, Leah encouraged her lady. Let's choose a dress. They finally settled on a smooth, silver dress with a diamond-studded overlay. It was plain enough to show her grief but beautiful enough to make her uncle proud of his heir. Rowan was examining the dress in the evening when she heard hammering. Walking to her balcony, she located the source of the sound. The forge. Elduin was working late and Rowan's curiosity was tickled. She went to leave her room but was stopped by none other than General Tarek himself. Oh no, you don't. To bed? She opened her mouth to protest. No, no, no. Not now. Bed? Throwing the general a sour look, she went back to her room. The next morning, Leah dressed her lady carefully. She escorted Rowan to the throne room and stepped aside. Her father knew this was what she was meant to do. Leah wiped a tear from her eye. Rowan stood still as the massive doors swung open. Horns blared triumphantly, and Leah gave her a nod. At the far end of the room, she saw General Tarek raise his eyebrows and motion her forward with his hand. She giggled and took a step forward. The sun shone brilliantly down from the arched windows high above the throne room. The rays passed through the silver overlay of the dress, giving her a heavenly look, and reflected brilliantly off the bird hairpin her uncle had given her. Elduin thought he had never seen a more beautiful sight in his life. When she reached the thrones, Rowan went to sit in the one she used when she took court with her uncle. General Tarek made a noise and pointed to the other throne. "This is my first time," Rowan whispered. General Tarek's eyes creased at the corners and he pinched his lips shut. Although she tried to pay attention, Rowan found the use of multiple languages, readings, and ceremony gestures to be confusing. She'd catch Elduin's eyes from time to time, standing in full armor with his brother and looking very elven indeed. It was when the crown was held before her that a stab of panic caused her to be wide awake. It was cold. It was heavy. The words of her uncle came to mind as the crown was placed on her head. "The sense of duty you will feel will be heavier than any crown you will wear." And he was right. As Rowan stood, a new queen, the entire room roared its approval. The people bowed and curtsied. Like a ripple in a pond, she watched as people continued to bow down the hall, stairs, and outside. They trust me to lead and protect them, she realized. "Time to walk forward, my queen," Tarek mumbled, still looking straight ahead. As Rowan passed Elduin, she motioned for him to join her side. Prince Elduin called Selenius, waving his brother over to his side. "Walk with us." Rowan bit her lip to stop giggling as she saw Elduin roll his eyes for the first time. "I'll meet you outside. I must follow protocols." The moment he left, there was movement in the palace gathering. A moment was all it took for the man to push through the crowd and catch the generals, guards, and queen by surprise. Elduin was the first to see the movement and give a shout, but Tarek was too far away to stop the attack. Rowan turned to see a dagger coming towards her face. Chapter 25, The Crimson Dagger. Without thinking, Rowan reached out, grabbing the hand, guided it past her body as she ducked and kicked out with her foot. Rowan caught the attacker square on his knee. Grimacing, he grunted and swung his dagger again. The dagger sliced through her bodice and she felt the sting as the blade grazed her skin. In the next breath, her view was blocked by elven armor. Elduin lunged over her and proceeded to pound the assailant back until he stumbled. Guards pounced on the dagger-wielding man. General Tarek's hand grabbed the new queen's arm and yanked her out of the way. He desperately checked on her wound as she peered around his massive shoulder. "Not today, you filthy rodent." Captain Phelan held the squirming, threat-spewing attacker firmly against the ground, and Rowan couldn't help but notice the rust-colored armor that made a stark contrast against the black stone floor. "Get him out of my sight," General Tarek hissed. His hand hadn't moved from Rowan's side. The man who attacked her spat and kicked, but was no match for the combination of angry men and elves. Now alert, the guards and townspeople all scanned the area to make sure there weren't any more men with daggers. As the sounds of struggle became more and more quiet, fading into the distance, Lud kneeled on Rowan's other side, and the generals exchanged a look. "Is everyone all right?" Rowan struggled to get up. "Stay still," the generals chorused. "But it's just a scratch, I'm fine," she reasoned. Elduin looked at the stain on Rowan's dress, raising an eyebrow. "Just let me up, it barely hit me." "No," said Tarek. "Let me see the wound," Rowan wiggled sideways. "No," said Elduin. An elven healer came and silently kneeled beside Elduin. They spoke too quickly for Rowan to understand. General Tarek slowly removed his hand and let the healer examine the new queen. "Let me see the wound," Rowan said dangerously. Obediently, the healer moved the clothing so Rowan could get a look. The wound wasn't very deep, but it was long. She would live. "You are lucky, Queen Rowan," the healer smiled. "The poor dress has more damage than you. Lay still and I will make sure this wound stays shut." Rowan grimaced as the wound was cleaned, but she did not make a sound. General Tarek nodded at Elduin, then got up and made the crowd move away. When the healer finally stood up, the elven general helped Rowan slowly stand. "If that man is secure, I think we need to call a council meeting this afternoon, elves included," Rowan suggested as Tarek once again joined her and Elduin. "As you wish, Your Majesty." Bowing his head, Tarek called to a guard to summon his officers. Elduin did the same. Blacksmith Rowan's voice caused the elf to turn back quickly. I'm so tired. Whether it was her wound or the stress of the day, suddenly the queen's face paled and she stumbled. As she reached a hand towards the ground, Elduin caught her gently. Come, my queen, Elduin said softly. Let's find your handmaiden and get you to somewhere quiet. Leah wasn't hard to find. She had been standing nearby waiting to help Rowan for the whole time and now was allowed to leap forward to help. With some assistance, Rowan made the walk to her chambers. Leah made some tea and made Rowan lay down to rest. The council won't start without you, he joked, just rest for a while. As her eyes began to drift closed, she reached out and took Elduin's hand. He did not pull away. When the afternoon sun shone through the windows of a small antechamber off of the throne room, men and elves found themselves surrounding a table. A freshly mended and rested, Rowan stood between General Tark and General Elduin of Elisandral. On the table before them, there lay a dagger with a crimson blade. We seem to have a common enemy, General Tark began. For the last many years, elves and humans in our neighboring kingdoms have argued bitterly, using the river as a boundary, but it has been during this past year that ambushes have been made on elven patrols. Now we have proof of those we are to blame for all of this, Elduin said. Bring in the prisoner. Rowan turned as the man was brought in, still kicking. He took one look at Rowan and laughed. You won't last a week, he laughed. Rowan stopped Captain Phelan from punching the prisoner with a wave of her hand. Why is that? She asked. Who are you? I come from the Crimson Dagger, just following orders. I was sent for this moment, but just was fast enough. The man began to laugh again. I am not finding this at all amusing, Elduin said loudly. The prisoner stopped laughing and pulled on his chains. It isn't, you narrow-eared, pea-brained forest dweller. Selenia snorted and stepped forward. Explain yourself. Why did you try to kill the queen? I've told you all I know, came the exasperated reply. My orders were to kill the king, but he died, so I then moved on to the queen. Rowan gave a small gasp. Why does the Crimson Dagger want us dead? Oh, what a smart girl, the prisoner rolled his eyes. Our army isn't done yet. But why? Rowan asked. I've answered enough questions. I thought you were smart, the man twisted in Phelan's grip. It won't last though, our army will finish you. Sounds like war? Your army? I've heard enough, Selenius interrupted, turning to an elven guard behind him. Send a message to my father, ask him to come. This type of information is better heard and discussed in person. This changes so many things we have believed about your people, Queen Rowan. I think he will listen to reason. His eyes met his brother's, and Elduin dipped his head. With a wave from Elduin, the prisoner was taken away. Rowan bumped into the elven general. Oh, ouch. Elduin stepped closer to the queen and gave Rowan a concerned look as she rubbed her side. I'm fine, she whispered. What do you want to do now? General Tark asked. So both sides have been telling the truth all along and no one ever believed them. Rowan leaned on the table. The elves have been attacked and the men from my army did not do the attacking. Now we just need to work together to build a new relationship to fight our common enemy. She looked from General Tark to Selenias and the elven general. I request an immediate stop to any hostilities between the elves and the humans. Chapter 26, Forged by Fire. It had been a nerve-wracking and uncommonly eventful coronation day for Rowan Alice Brinehaven. After all, how many queens get crowned, survive an attempted assassination, and begin peace talks all in one day? As she passed her uncle's old room, a sharp sting of loss reminded her Gregan wasn't here to tease or teach her, and she passed up a prayer of thanks to her uncle for forcing her to learn all those things she thought were useless in such a short time. Rowan shook slightly as she gingerly climbed the steps leading up to her chambers as the events of the day finally took hold. I do hope not all my days will be like this, she laughed softly to Leah, who began unbraiding Rowan's auburn locks and brushing away the day's stress from them. Oh, my queen, your father knew you were forged from things stronger than any stone, like you were forged by fire. A gentle but firm knock sounded on the door. Leah put down the brush and quickly opened the door to find Elduin standing just as tired as Rowan was. Oh, forgive me, he turned to go. No. Stay, blacksmith. Rowan was happy to see a friendly face. Am I interrupting your resting? Not at all, Elduin. Rowan smiled. He took a seat across from Rowan at the fireplace where she sat. How are you doing? He asked, nodding at the bandage around her waist. I'm doing well, thank you. This cut is proving to be a nuisance, Rowan responded. Thank goodness you and Tark were there. What a day. We should celebrate such a day, Elduin said with a laugh. Although I didn't bring you a gift. Rowan rolled her eyes. He was worried about a gift, as if saving her life wasn't enough. If you wish, you may enjoy the forge here. It isn't your lovely cottage, but perhaps you will find it enjoyable." With that, Elduin rose, bowed his head, and covered his heart, wishing the queen a good evening. Prince Elduin excused himself so the queen could rest. At least, that is what he kept telling himself. Why was he surprised by the stirring in his heart every time she smiled at him? He remembered his friend Velimer's words but shook his head. Rowan was a queen now and a human, so she seemed to be drifting further and further away from him. "You're the second son and just a general," he said to himself as he left the palace. Trying to get his mind off of the day's events, his father's upcoming visit, and the queen, Elduin made his way to the palace's forge. Digging through the shelves, he found a small chunk of silver, or probably used for arrowheads. Elduin turned the small amount of silver over and over in his hands. This was enough to make something small, like a necklace. It was perfect to make a gift for the new queen. He lit the forge, pumped the bellows, prepared his tools. Reaching back, Elduin suddenly missed his blacksmithing scarf. He braided his hair instead. "Need a hand?" Selenius came in from the darkness. "I don't know if you'd be a willing helper with what I am making tonight." "Does it matter?" Selenius said. "For one night, let's just be brothers." "That's what I'm worried about." Elduin lifted an eyebrow. Selenius matched with a raised eyebrow of his own, a secret gift. With a warning finger pointed at his brother, they began the art of making the gift. Slowly Elduin had Selenius warm and turn the hot ore, then passing it to Elduin to find a rhythm in the small hammer swing. He moved to another tool, then back to the hammer, and then yet another tool. Tap, 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 tap. The necklace complete, the brothers parted. The second son took the cloth with the gift and sat down by the forge. Elduin lifted his work and examined it in the forge's warm glow. That was the last thing he remembered before waking up the next morning. There was movement outside and the elven blacksmith put the gift into a small box. Elduin Selenius stood in the doorway. "Father is here." Rowan watched Elduin leave and released a heavy sigh when the door shut. She tried to stop the fluttering her heart experienced every time he looked into her eyes. "Are you all right?" Leah asked. "Yes, I just miss him when he leaves." Rowan still looked at the door. Leah raised her eyebrows. "You would think it wouldn't bother me, but I still wonder, do you think he misses me at all?" "Oh, I think he does." Getting up, Rowan paced to and fro for a few minutes as if deciding. Then she asked Leah to collect some gold thread and thin reeds from the river for Rowan to make a gift. "It's for Elduin, something he can have with him that will remind him of me. I made one for father so long ago." Taking the strands of reeds and golden thread, Rowan began to weave. The bracelet took shape, the teal color of the reeds and the gold thread blending into an exquisite work of art. Rowan paused and rummaged through her drawers. With a slight exclamation, she took a charm from a necklace and attached it to her gift. It was simple, but it was created with love. "Oh, Leah," she gushed. "It's perfect." With those words, Rowan laid her gift beside her and her head on the pillow, where it did not move till morning. "My lady, I mean, Majesty, you need to rise now." "MMMHMMM." "Rowan." Leah giggled. Leah helped Rowan dress. The young queen looked at the gift by her bed and hoped she would have a moment alone with her blacksmith to give it to him. "Good morning, my queen," General Tarek greeted her as she reached the top of the stairs to the main hall. "King Alinius has..." Chapter 27. Open the gates. A heavy sigh escaped from Rowan's lips before she could manage restraint. Tarek tilted his head to the side and gave Rowan a warning look. Leah appeared from Rowan's chambers and gently placed a delicate, gold tiara on the queen's head. "There, I'm ready," Rowan declared as she began to enthusiastically march down the stairs. She had only gone a few steps before she stepped on her gown and stumbled. Tarek's strong grip found her arm and set her straight again. She gave him a thankful glance and reached to open the throne room door. Suddenly, Rowan felt herself spun around. General Tarek fixed her tiara, straightened a stray hair, raised an eyebrow, then spun her back around and gave her a push. "Queen Rowan," King Alinius greeted her. "I appreciate you holding court so early." "I thank you for coming," Rowan said in Elven. "This situation needs to be dealt with." The king nodded, adding, "Your inflection isn't too bad for a human, young queen. You may speak the Elven language well someday." Selenius and Elyadine entered the room together. "Ah, here is my son." Alinius held out an arm to Selenius. "He sent me a message saying you found some information on those who are attacking my patrols." Shocked at Alinius' coldness, Rowan looked at Elduin. He didn't even blink. "Father," Selenius said quietly. I told you Elduin sent the message. Of course, that's the general's duty, the Elven King stated. But you acted on it like a true king and did your duty at home instead of playing games with humans. Excuse me, Rowan snapped. Both elven princes looked shocked and confused. Rowan cast a glance at her human general. Was she the only one affected by this exchange? She could see Tarek motioning to continue. King Alinias, she spoke quickly, to break the tension and to get to the issue at hand. We have a prisoner who is part of the attacks on yours and my men. He says he belongs to a group called the Crimson Dagger. Have you heard of such a group? The Elven King's face changed. A haunted look came into his eyes and he slowly shook his head. The Crimson Dagger is an old enemy, King Alinias said thoughtfully. But it wasn't a bedraggled group of humans the last time the elves fought them. A distant noise was blown in on the wind. Alinias paused, then shook his head slightly confused. When he opened his mouth to speak again, there was an increase in noise from outside. The Elven King began to speak again. The Crimson Dagger was a mage. Now the noise was louder, accompanied by shouts from inside the palace walls. Rowan looked at General Tarek, who nodded and issued silent orders to the guards at the door to go see what was going on. In less than a minute, both guards came running back in. General, Your Majesty! It's the Crimson Dagger! They are hitting the palace this time. Instantly General Tarek barked orders at the guards, and Elduin began speaking to his own army. King Alinias glared at Rowan. Was this your plan? Were you trying to play me for a fool? Are you mad? Rowan yelled as she came down from the throne. I don't have time for this, General Tarek. What do I do? General Tarek turned from giving orders to stand beside the queen. Don't take bait from an old dog, he muttered in her ear. Speaking to Elduin, do you want to come with us, General, to see what we are up against? With a nod, Elduin joined the human general and queen as they ran to the fortified walls. Like an army of red ants, the force of the Crimson Dagger came spilling across the fields. Beware anyone in a long robe. The Elven King called to Rowan. We need to get her to a safe place, Captain Phelan called up to General Tarek. Rowan pointed at the general. No. You know I can fight. You are not hiding me away. Tarek's mouth opened then shut. He tried again but said nothing. Get her a real bow with a full quiver. He called to one of his men. Tarek moved up and down the wall, calling out orders and relaxing his troops with a splash of humor. Rowan accepted her bow and quiver from Captain Phelan, who instructed her to move down the wall to where the elven archers were spread out. She unleashed several arrows, shaking less and less with each shot. Where is Elduin? She asked. Captain Phelan shrugged apologetically and ran to the gates which were being pounded against at that moment. The queen looked over the palace walls, an arrow narrowly missing her face because she was pulled back roughly. Turning to see who saved her, Rowan looked into the icy blue eyes of an elf. Blacksmith. Mind your back, my queen, Elduin smiled. General Elduin, the human general called. We are too restricted here and too close to the queen. We need to take the fight to them. Elduin nodded. When the gates opened and elves and humans alike poured through, the combined power of palace guards, elven warriors, and archers were guided by the expert generals of Elduin and Tarek. They hit the Crimson Dagger hard. Once again, Rowan found herself with no arrows and she was forced to turn back to the palace. Unfortunately, the red leather-clad warriors had their sights on her. Several warriors blocked her path. She managed to hold her own for several attempts, but then the largest warrior of the group took his sword and knocked her bow out of her hands. He then struck Rowan so hard, the sky spun round and she hit the ground hard. Rowan struggled to breathe, the bow out of her reach. The Crimson Dagger was approaching. She swallowed hard and regained her feet. She steeled her nerve and waited until the man was almost in reach, then she ran. Rowan sprinted back to the gates as quickly as she could, hearing the pounding of feet behind her. Then she tripped, and as she tripped, she saw it. A bow had been discarded in the skirmish and there was one arrow left in the quiver beside it. Rowan couldn't believe her luck. Snatching the bow, she rolled and knocked that arrow with the speed of 1,000 horses. Rowan found herself pointing the arrow right at the second son of the Elven King. Chapter 28, The Perfect Gift. No, Rowan. Elduin held up his hands. It's okay, look around. It's over. The queen stood and looked around her. As the men saw the queen among them, a mighty cheer rose. They cheered because you fought with them, and we won. General Tarek walked slowly toward Rowan. I, however, have a dozen more gray hairs. Rowan, shaking like a leaf but still able to smile, headed back to the palace with the generals. Moaning and cries began to distract her from her journey, and she began to notice the wounded. As she stopped to help one man stand, she asked, "How can we help them?" General Tarek kindly replied, "Healers will come out and collect the wounded." "Can I help?" An exhausted Tarek exhaled, "Yes, but I want you looked over by a healer first." Eljuin nodded, "I'll see to it." Rowan didn't realize how exhausted she was until she sat down to be examined by one of the elven healers. Her hands and legs shook, and she was told it was from the exhaustion and stress of the battle. The healer said something quickly to Eljuin, and Rowan looked at him to explain. "She's going to get you some tea to help you stop shaking," he said, and he took Rowan's hands in his own to warm them. As they waited, healers and wounded walked by. Suddenly, a familiar face appeared. "Leah! Oh, Leah!" The two women embraced. Leah pulled back. "Oh, Your Majesty! You scared me." "I doubt this is the last time that will happen." Eljuin raised his eyebrows. Rowan pretended to be offended. The tea arrived and Leah stayed to help Rowan. The elven prince excused himself as he said he had to retrieve something from the forge. While he was gone, Rowan sent Leah to get the gift she made for him. He came back, fiddling with a small green velvet pouch. Sitting down, he looked Rowan in the eye and softly said, "I made something for you, Rowan." Leah excused herself and left the queen and the blacksmith alone. "I have something for you too," Rowan blushed, handing Eljuin her gift. "Please open mine first." "A gift for me?" Pure surprise showed in the prince's eyes, and he smiled as he unwrapped the woven bracelet. "My favorite color," he said as he tied the ends together around his wrist. "And made from the forest, I will treasure it. I thought you could still wear it under your armor and think of me once in a while." Eljuin looked up from the bracelet into Rowan's face. "It is truly perfect. I will not take it off. Now, my queen, please open my gift." Rowan stared deeply into the elf's eyes and asked, "Is it for a special occasion?" Eljuin laughed softly and shook his head. "It is a gift celebrating me finally telling you how I feel. Please open it." Gently taking the pouch from Eljuin's hands, but keeping her eyes on his, Rowan loosened the strings and tipped the pouch into her hand. Out came a silver pendant consisting of 2 arrows, twisted around each other into a circle. Rowan gasped, "You made this?" "Of course," the blacksmith whispered. He watched Rowan examine the necklace, the joy of the gift erasing all the grief from her face. Rowan placed a wayward piece of hair behind her ear and reached a hand to Eljuin's shoulder. "Oh, blacksmith, I have no words. I should have told you before so many times." As Eljuin watched her play with the circle, the elf thought of one more thing. Eljuin reached up and took a pendant from around his neck. "Each family has a special stone or gem. This is mine." Rowan looked at the darkest red gem she had ever seen. It wasn't shiny, it wasn't huge, but it was beautiful in its rawness. She watched as he pushed on the gem until it came free from the rest of the pendant. Eljuin reached out his hand for her necklace. He then took the gem and wedged it in the middle of the circle of arrows. "Now you will wear a piece of both our worlds with you when you wear this," Eljuin whispered gently. "I will always be with you." "Oh, Eljuin," she breathed, cradling it in her hands. "This means so much to me." "Thank you." The elven general took the necklace and fastened it around Rowan's neck. She leaned in quickly, one hand on his chest, and kissed him gently on his surprised lips. Eljuin leaned in again, taking Rowan's chin in his hands. Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind them, "So you finally told her." Startled, they looked to see Velimer leaning against the arched doorway. "I finally found you. May I ask what type of gifts these are?" he asked amiably. "What do you mean, my friend?" Eljuin said. "I am wondering if they are, just because or for a reason. I see an elf and a human exchange gifts and wonder if I missed the creation of an alliance or plan for a wedding." Velimer winked at General Tarek as he stood a small distance away, speaking with Leah. The general smiled at his second-in-command and mumbled under his breath, "It's not an engagement gift if that is what you're asking." "One step at a time," Velimer mumbled back. "I'm glad you took my advice." Eljuin turned his head back to Rowan and noticed she was silent. "What is it, my queen?" "Your father is here, I'm here." Eljuin cast a glance to General Tarek, who instantly excused himself from this conversation with Leah to make his way over. Rowan threw back the blanket and stood up. "General Tarek," she called, seeing the general's face walking through the wounded towards her. "Summon the council and invite the elves. It is time to negotiate a new alliance with the elves." Chapter 29, The Son of Elisandrel. Ravens flew steadily from the human's palace that evening, going quickly in all directions. Ren the bird master had not seen his aviary so empty for decades. General Tarek sent out riders as well. Rowan and Elduin watched the riders from a window as the horses left the palace gates and separated to gallop off into various directions. Now we wait, she said. Not too long. Elduin adjusted the arrow necklace around Rowan's neck. The cities will respond quickly. The Crimson Dagger has been terrorizing everyone. Just then General Tarek came up to discuss preparations for negotiations. Elduin was right. In 2 days several human cities had sent representatives. Elduin was pleasantly surprised to see a few elves come from the forest to attend. Mid-morning found the assembly in a hall overlooking the river. The arched windows allowed a beautiful view of the land, and Rowan hoped that would encourage the others to join her. Queen Rowan took a moment to speak with General Tarek before entering the hall. Advice? She asked breathlessly. Tarek's eyes creased slightly at the corners. Keep your temper, breath, be patient. Alliances aren't created in one day. Today is just informing the others of the threat and planting the seed of a potential alliance. Rowan nodded. Tarek paused, then lowered his gaze to look her in the eyes. What? Rowan stiffened. I was listening. General Tarek raised his eyebrows and shrugged. He held out a hand to direct her to the hall. When she entered, everyone stood, causing her to hesitate in her step. Recovering quickly, she welcomed everyone and motioned for Tarek to the table in the middle of the hall. General Tarek spread the map of the lands being bothered by the Crimson Dagger. I will not waste your time retelling the reason we are here today. I will start with the hope we can join together and drive off this threat. I hear we all have had our troubles with the Crimson Dagger. For a few minutes, members of the group shared their experiences. The human representatives all voiced their support for eliminating the threat. General Elduin regarded the map on the table and nodded. The elven army will? No. The room went silent as King Alinea shook his head. My king, Elduin began. Yes, I'm your king and your father. I said no. I will not allow my army to get involved in this human mess. Selenius looked torn, looking from his father to his brother. Father, the Crimson Dagger is growing in strength. Alinea simply tossed his head. The elves have dealt with them before and on our own. This time will be no different. We do not need humans interfering. They must handle this themselves. We cannot coddle them. You won't help your fellow beings? Wouldn't you rather be friends with us than forever be distant and quarrelsome? Rowan asked. I will not ally with a people who are too concerned with getting something out of every situation. King Alinea stood tall and determined. These alliances with humans never last. Well, not with that attitude, Rowan replied hotly. The room erupted once again into noise and chaos. The Elven King spun around, hatred burning in his eyes. He paced back to the table but did not sit. Tarek moved slightly to touch her arm, and his warning wasn't ignored. Rowan closed her eyes and took a breath. The queen then stood ever so slowly. Whether it was the calm she seemed to emit from her body or the slowness of her rise, the room took notice and slowly quieted. Queen Rowan addressed the room. We have to stop looking behind and dwelling on the rulers and mistakes of the past. We need to decide to move forward together. We need to start anew. General Tarek spoke. This threat affects us all. It's not just a human or elven problem. The queen is not like the past rulers. She wants to build a new future for us all. The human leaders all pounded the table in agreement and solidarity, but the elves did not move. Elduin and Selenius glanced sideways at each other. King Alinias began to walk to the door. Prince Selenius stood emotionless and still. Selenius, we must go, the king said in his native tongue. With a tortured look at his brother, the crown prince of the Elven Kingdom turned and followed his father. I have said enough, and you know where I stand. The elves can handle their own problems, and the humans must learn to handle theirs. I am going to my chambers to prepare my departure. Elduin looked at Rowan, then at General Tarek. Elduin. General, son. Come. The Elven general stepped forward. I am Elduin, second prince of Elisandril, general of the Elven army, his voice strong and commanding. Since I have been forbidden to send my army to aid in your cause, I have my own personal guard of 300 archers and swordsmen that I willingly offer. I will lead them. Cheers came from those around the table. General Tarek walked over to General Elduin and grasped his hand in thanks. Rowan dipped her head and Elduin covered his heart. The Elven King, however, was furious. His expression was one of betrayal, shock, and anger. If he could have shot lightning at his eyes, the elf would have done it. He came to stand near Elduin, who stood prepared to accept his father's explosion. What is this? My son? You betray me so willingly. Elduin blinked. They are my personal guard. They are mine to do with what I will. I believe in a future that has both humans and elves working together, Father. We must work together now to overcome the Crimson Dagger. The disbelief in Alinia's eyes was palatable. He drew himself up in front of his youngest son, anger and pain dripping from every word he spat out next. No true prince of Elisandril and no son of mine would have thrown away his duty, his beliefs, and his fellow elves to get involved in a fight that isn't his. The Elven King glared at Rowan and added quietly, "You are too fond of humans." Elduin clenched his jaw. Tarek hissed, "Do not call yourself a son of Elisandril." Selenius jumped forward to stand with his brother, Father. The king glared at Rowan and both Elduin and Tarek moved to stand beside her. "You will get no help from the elves, Queen." King Alinius stormed through the doors, followed by Selenius, who cast a desperate glance back at his brother. "So be it," Elduin whispered. Chapter 30, Empty Vials. Shortly after the outburst, the group dispersed to relax and think about the next day's events. Rowan respectfully bid farewell to her guests for the day and saw Elduin leave the room. "Wait!" she called, running after the elf. "Wait, Elduin!" Ever so slowly he stopped and turned to face Rowan. "I'm so sorry," she looked down. "I should have been more patient." Elduin shook his head and waved his hand. He finally said his piece. "It's done." He finally said what he has been thinking for a long time. Oh, Elduin, he was so very angry. "He's your father, but he's so full of hate." Rowan went to say more, but noticed the look in Elduin's eyes and decided it wasn't the right time. "Would you like to walk with me down to the river and back?" she asked. The elven general gave a simple nod and they began to walk towards the rushing water past the garden. Their hand brushed against each other and they pretended not to notice, but eventually Elduin clasped her hand, giving it a lingering kiss. Velamir's story came flooding back in his mind. He'd tell her. "Why did he say you gave up everything for a human?" Rowan asked abruptly. "Who is this human?" "You," Elduin swallowed. "For some reason he knows I'm in love with you and blames you for my thoughts on things. I must admit, I was just going through my life and responsibilities till I met you." Rowan stopped. She looked at the elf. "You admit it then. You are in love. It's not a passing fancy." "Oh, Rowan," Elduin embraced the human queen. "I love you more than you'll ever comprehend." "He's angry with you because of me," Rowan blinked back tears. "Because I'm human." Elduin took her hands in his, holding them against his chest. "There's more to it than just that. For centuries, humans and elves just didn't fall in love. Our lifespans, religions, and politics were just too different. I got into a routine where I just lived my comfortable elven life." The elven blacksmith traced Rowan's cheekbone. "Then, everything I learned was turned upside down when this human woman came into my blacksmithing shop and I was smitten." A human woman and her grumpy uncle. Rowan looked away. Elduin laughed gently. "A human woman who lost a bunch of newly crafted arrows," he teased. Rowan gave him a half-hearted glare. "It wasn't just me losing arrows." Of course. They continued their walk until Rowan slipped and stumbled twice in quick succession. Elduin looked at the ground. Large footprints went back and forth along the riverbank. "Those are strange boot marks?" Rowan mentioned. She placed her foot in a print, revealing whoever made those prints had feet 3 times the size of Rowan's. Wide-eyed, she looked at Elduin. "Come, Rowan, stand near me," Elduin warned. He bent down to examine the boot prints, then measured his own foot in the mark. It was bigger than the elf's foot too. "We will have to look into this," Elduin said. "I don't know too many humans or elves who have feet that big." "Well, whoever made them," Rowan said suspiciously. "They spilled something all over the ground too." Both Queen and Prince looked at the ground and noted the brown stains scattered along the riverbank. They followed the footprints further along until they turned to the river's edge. Just then, there was movement up the bank. Elduin grabbed Rowan's arm and pulled her down behind a tree. A horse snorted and stomped as it ate grass in a small clearing ahead of them. Its rider dug in one of the packs on its back, mumbling and cursing. Finally, the hooded figure strode rather carelessly away from the beast, reading from a wrinkled paper he pulled from the pack. The rider flipped back the hood, revealing a large, square-headed, angry-eyed man. The man was now moving cautiously towards the water, holding something tightly in his right hand. He wore a heavy brown cloak that covered most of his body, and there was mud on the fur of his boots. "That's weird," thought Rowan as she took in the man's choice of travel wear. The weather was reaching summertime now and pretty warm. Quietly, Rowan and Elduin watched the man continuously look around and behind himself. He referred to a paper several times, finally tucking it into a breast pocket and muttering to himself. The man moved on. The blacksmith gave a tug to the queen's arm and they edged forward to the next tree. They watched as the man dropped his cloak to go into the water. There on the man's thigh was a crimson dagger. Rowan's gasp was loud, and Elduin yanked her to the ground with his hand over her mouth. The man turned and scanned the treeline but didn't seem to have a lot of time. Elduin relaxed his grip on Rowan and she gave him a quick punch on the shoulder. The queen followed. "Where did he go?" Rowan asked. The elf scanned the water there. Standing almost waist-deep in the flowing river, the Crimson Dagger member stood mumbling with his arms spread wide. The water swirled around him with every word he whispered. He then opened his hand, revealing a vial, and held it over the water. "What is in that vial?" hissed Rowan as quietly as she could. Elduin nodded and squinted. "I think it has brown liquid in it." Then the man pulled the plug out of the vial and dumped it into the water. As quickly as he dumped it, the man charged out of the water and began making his way back up the bank. "Hey there!" Rowan stood up when the man was almost upon them. With barely a look, the man turned and ran. The human and elf leaped forward. "I'll get him!" Elduin called on his elven speed to catch up to the man. Within a few strides, Elduin had the man down but was having a difficult time holding him. The man twisted and kicked so much Rowan couldn't get a blow in or help at all. She struggled with one arm, trying to hold it so Elduin wouldn't be hit. Suddenly, whomp! The Crimson Dagger member slumped forward. Behind him stood a half-elf with a pack on his back and a branch in his hand. Reaching down, he examined the Crimson Dagger. "That's the third red leather-wearing guy I've caught dumping poison in our river today." Chapter 31, At the River's Edge. "Poison!" Rowan exclaimed. The half-elf shrugged. "It's a form of poison, and it is almost impossible to cure. We lost quite a few people before we discovered the cause." "Poison?" Rowan's mouth dropped open as looked at their branch-wielding friend. "Oh goodness, the water?" "Yes," the half-elf nodded gravely. "This river flows through all the kingdoms, so it obviously is the best place to do such a horrible thing. Thank the heavens for the river lilies." The form on the ground moaned and began to move. The elven general kneeled beside the prisoner and received a well-placed kick. Rowan and the half-elf joined in to subdue the fighter. "Do you have anything to tie him?" Elduin huffed. "I have questions for him." Of course, their new companion reached into his bag and took out some cord. "My name is Atrian." Elduin stood up, rubbing a spot on his hip where he'd been kicked. "Well, Atrian, we are thankful for your help." Rowan stood quiet, looking at the river. She turned to Atrian and asked in a cold voice, "You knew about the water being poisoned and never told anyone?" "We began putting things together just 2 months ago when we started running into these bumbling fools. This is the first time I've seen one on this side of the river," Atrian explained patiently. "We struggled to find something that would work on the fever, but nothing seemed to stop it." Rowan's blood ran cold. "Fever?" Atrian blinked. "Yes, the poison causes a raging fever that comes and goes like an ocean tide." Elduin looked at Rowan. "Those that had the fever, did they get better just before they got worse?" The queen tried to inhale but her chest seemed too heavy. "Yes," Atrian looked between the elf and human. "You have felt loss because of this poison too." She could feel her throat closing and breathing was becoming difficult. "Rowan," Elduin said softly. He took her arm as she crumbled to the ground. "They all died because of this." Rowan's sob was so deep, her cry into the wet ground was silent. Her family, her whole family, drank this water. Her family now gone. She remembered parents washing them in the water to cool the fever, giving them cup after cup to quench the thirst. Rowan felt betrayed by the river that helped bring their crops to life. It was not the river's fault, however, and she would do what it took to save her people. Shaking with shock and anger, Rowan Brinehaven stood with new resolve. She did not try to wipe the tears from her eyes, nor did she try to hide the pain. "I lost everything dear to me because of this." "I'm sorry." The half-elf bowed his head and held his hand over his heart. Rowan did the same to show thanks and understanding. She began to take deep breaths and regain her composure. The half-elf looked at Rowan and then Elduin. "We did try to get an audience with both the kings. Sadly, it is difficult to share information when you are not welcome in either nation and no one will listen." Rowan felt her face flush in a rush of shame. She recalled her uncle's words, "I don't allow them in my house." "You can't trust them," rang in her ears. "I am the queen now." Rowan lifted her chin. "Times are changing. Never hesitate to come to me." "Queen Rowan." Atrian paused, surprised. He bowed and covered his heart with his hand. "Forgive me, your majesty. I've never seen you in person." "No harm done, Atrian. This is Prince Elduin, general of the elven army." Rowan introduced the elf. Atrian smiled and repeated his bow to Elduin. I know who you are. My father fought with you. Oh really? Elduin said, Who? Your Majesty, General. General Tarek came over the top of the riverbank and he descended towards them. We were looking for you. We went for a walk but ran into some trouble, Elduin said. How am I not surprised? Tarek murmured as he raised an eyebrow at Rowan, who blinked innocently back. This is Atrian, Rowan introduced the half-elf. The half-elves have discovered the crimson dagger was poisoning the river. General Tarek looked in shock at the river and then the half-elf. The poison causes the fever. By the gods, he said, briskly rubbing his face with his hand. The king. Rowan nodded. General Tarek shook his head. He then focused on the Tide Man. I assume this is the culprit? One of them, and another guest of your fine dungeon, General. Rowan nodded. The man had struggled into a sitting position and was glaring at the general. The general simply stared back. You said something about river lilies, Elduin mentioned. I once had 2 vials of river lily oil given to me. It was used on King Gregan, but he still passed. Atrian shook his head. The oil will hold the fever at bay, but it is not a cure. You need to make a tea out of the lilies and drink it for 3 days. He took a breath and continued, We, the half-elves, found the river can clean itself when the water passes through the river lilies' roots. We started replanting and growing river lilies in the narrow parts of the river. But growing the lilies take time and these men started moving further in to dump more poison. Suddenly a whistle sounded from further down the river, causing everyone to turn. That's my brother, Atrian whistled back. Another half-elf appeared shortly, maneuvering a small boat upstream. Waving him over, Atrian introduced his brother to the group. Brother, this is Queen Rowan, the Prince General Elduin, and General Tarek. That one is another poison carrier. This is my brother Danik. Oh Elduin? You fought with our father. So I've heard. Who is he? His name is Velimer. Joy shot through Elduin's heart. A rare smile spread across his face. Velimer. My dearest friend. Yes, I know your father very well. The brothers smiled and nodded, then took their leave. We must go for now. We need to make sure there are no more of the Crimson Dagger walking around. We will leave you to your afternoon. The 2 half-elves waved and started walking to their boat. Wait, Rowan said quietly, almost to herself. I have an idea. Tarek and Elduin exchanged worried glances. Can you come up to the palace? Both of you? Rowan asked. We are gathering to speak about this Crimson Dagger issue right now and I would like to form an alliance. We can also discuss the river lilies. The brothers stood and stared at each other. General Tarek raised his eyebrows. We will come, Danik said. The group began walking back to the palace, General Tarek and Elduin taking charge of the prisoner who still had enough fight left to hurl an insult at Elduin. You call yourself a prince, the man spat. What kind of elven prince hangs out with humans while a war is brewing? Elduin gave the man a shove to keep walking. Well, he said in an almost humorous manner. My father just disowned me, so you'll have to ask my brother. General Tarek snorted. Captain Phelan met them at the gate and his men took charge of the Crimson Dagger soldier. Oh, and Captain Phelan, the captain turned. Spread word not to drink out of the river until I say so. It's been poisoned by our friend here. Rowan watched the man being taken away, feeling a bit overwhelmed with the events of the day. Elduin took her hand and gave it a reassuring squeeze before escorting Atrian and Danik into the palace. General Tarek appeared by her other shoulder and took a deep fatherly breath. When you said you were going to change things, I didn't think you meant all at once. Rowan was about to reply when she saw Jax running towards her. Jax, what is it? The groom put his hands on his knees and took a couple of breaths. Your Majesty, he panted. I need to find Elduin. Selenius has caught the fever. Chapter 32, A Hot Cup of Tea. Rowan broke into a run, barely waiting for the guards to open the door before she dodged inside. Elduin? Elduin? She had not needed to worry. The elven general had been given the news as soon as he stepped in the doors. Rowan almost ran into him as he stood face to face with his father. You brought him here. Now he lies almost dead. The king spoke harshly. Let me see him, father, please. Elduin's voice was thick with worry. Still speaking, the king and prince went into the room where Selenius was laying, tossing and turning with the waves of fever. You spoke of a river lily tea. General Tarek turned to the half-elves. Is it possible to get some of those lilies for the prince? Atrian thought quickly and looked at his brother. There should be some in the pack in the boat. Go, Rowan commanded. Danik raced to the boat on the river bank. He returned with dried river lilies that were crushed and steeped in hot water for a sweet tea. Selenius could barely be roused to drink until Elduin took his brother's head. "Come on, brother. Drink," Elduin said calmly in Elvish, "or I will force this down your throat like I did our first ale." A smile ever so faint appeared on Selenia's fevered face. Elduin gently opened his brother's mouth and started giving him the Rivoli tea. "You must drink all of it," Salas cautioned. Elduin nodded. Then the group dispersed. "Our deepest thanks," Rowan said gratefully. "I am grateful we could help," Salas bowed. "Please stay the night. I still hope you can join our talks." The half-elves nodded, and when Elduin came out of the room, he offered to take them to their father. Now Rowan and her handmaiden were left alone outside the room. Rowan gazed through the sheer curtain. King Olynia stood in the dim corner, a silent observer and concerned parent. The sight caused the heart of Rowan to soften. She was suddenly flooded with memories of her mother and father standing vigil over her and her siblings as they struggled with the fever. Rowan could still see their fear and pain of losing child after child until only Rowan survived. When her mother became ill, her father spent his time between her and her mother's bed. Now she was watching it all again, and the pain was real. "Leah, get some tea for the king." Rowan didn't take her eyes from the scene. Within minutes, Leah had returned with Rowan's request. Taking a deep breath, the queen moved the curtain aside and entered the room. "King Olynius," she softly spoke as she brought the steaming pot of tea into the room. "I've brought you some tea to soothe you." "Tea?" The king briefly shifted his eyes to the pot in her hands, then back to his son. "I am not thirsty." "You don't need to drink it for me, your majesty," Rowan continued to speak in a gentle tone. "It will help pass the time and keep you going while your son recovers. You lost your uncle to this fever and you think you can console me?" Rowan blinked away the sting of heartache she heard in the elf's voice. "My brothers and parents all died from the fever. My uncle, King Gregan, came after not seeing me for years and took me away from my family home to live here with him. I lost him as well. I will do everything in my power to help your son. I know what it is to feel a loss." Olynius looked at her fully for the first time. He took another sip of his tea and ever so slowly nodded. He then reached out and poured another cup of tea. Rowan stayed, placing the tea on the table and standing off to the side. "I was there when they both were born," the king spoke, without taking his eyes off his son. "There was such a celebration for Selenius, my firstborn. He wasn't very strong though and needed much care in those early days. He was fair and just though and negotiated well." He turned his tired eyes to Rowan. "Elduin was always stronger. No fuss at his birth. He always had his brother's back, always being so loyal. I could always count on Elduin to make the right choice in any situation. They are both my dear sons. My love for them transcends all meaning." Rowan handed the Elven King another hot tea. "Both your sons are strong. They both do their duties well and care for each other." "Yes," Olynius raised his eyebrows and Rowan could see the striking resemblance between Olynius and his sons. "It is time I do the same." With a slight groan, Selenius blinked and sat up very slowly. Looking at his father, the elf quietly asked, "Can I have something to eat?" A radiant smile creased Olynius' face, and he raced to his son's side to cradle Selenius' face in his hands. Turning to Rowan, the Elven King asked, "Where is Elduin? I want him to be here." "Where is Elduin?" The second son came into the room, surprised at the summons. His father stood and reached for him. Olynius embraced both his sons for a long time. After releasing the princes, King Olynius stood and walked stoically up to the queen. "I have seen kings and queens come and go who never tried to make peace with the past or look towards a joined future. There was a reason I have crossed paths with you, Queen Rowan. Perhaps in a day or two we can speak about this new alliance you have in mind." A cheer went up throughout the hall. Rowan left with Elduin to give Selenius time to rest. "My queen," Captain Phelan's face was pale as he quickly approached her. "I need tell you about the information the prisoners gave up about the Crimson Dagger. It's more than just a poisoned river." Chapter 33, The Spreading Sickness. It was in the late hours of the night when Rowan called another meeting. Staggering sleepily into the small council room, leaders and representatives took their chairs and looked at the young queen who stood before them. Captain Phelan cleared his throat. The guard placed on the Crimson Dagger prisoners overheard them talking about the bigger plan. The river is just the start of an invasion coming from the east. There was a sudden outburst of conversation and questions all jumbled together. General Tark gave Rowan a look, to which she answered with a wink. The general closed his eyes and shook his head. Rowan raised her hand. "Silence, please." The room rumbled into a peaceful quiet once again. Phelan shrugged and continued. "They also mentioned something about a missing communication." "Missing communication?" They must have been waiting for some sort of orders. Tarek tapped his lip with his finger. Elduin nodded. That may explain the randomness of the poisoning drops and lack of ambush coordination. What is the size of the army? Elenias asked in a rare moment of silence. Captain Phelan rubbed his face and leaned on the table in front of him. When we questioned the prisoners about this army, they just laughed. Bigger than any army their nation has. They don't think our nations will form an alliance. Elduin looked at Tarek. Let's keep it quiet for now. It will be our own little surprise. The suggestion received nodding heads from around the table. They aren't from the same area either, Captain Phelan continued. They were recruited from cities far away from each other, suggesting a widespread organization then. The Elven King stood. I have been quiet long enough. Elduin caught Rowan's questioning gaze and nodded. Many years ago, and I say that because it was before any of you were born, King Elenia's voice was strong and vibrant. The elves had to deal with a disgruntled advisor who wanted more power than he could possibly manage. Once rebuked, he left our nation with a group of followers who named themselves the Crimson Daggers in search for a rumored ancient, powerful bow. He traced it to the human nation, where he was beaten in a battle and quietly slipped away. Elduin continued. Years passed. We thought he had given up. We didn't want to believe it could be him again. General Tarek spoke, so he spreads like a sickness through our lands. The threat is real. Suggestions as to what we should do? Rowan asked the assembly. Well, we need to prepare our cities. A man with a green waistcoat and matching pants spoke immediately. But we also need to rally men to add to the fight. General Elduin nodded, but added, I will also send scouts out to find this army so we know what we are up against. A plan was discussed, but Rowan's tired head had a difficult time holding on to the information. She jumped when General Tarek coughed suddenly and tilted his head towards the half-elves. I know we need to begin forming the alliance, but the hour is late. We will wait until Prince Selenias is able to join us in a day or two. Before we leave, however, I wish to discuss one more thing. The men turned their full attention to the Queen. Danik, Atrian, please tell us about the lilies and their effect on this fever from the poisoned river. The half-elven brothers took turns describing the abilities of the river lilies that grew near their home and the fever-fighting tea they made. We also realized they cleaned the water of the poison, Danik said. There was excited chatter among those in the room, but Atrian raised a hand. There are only so many lilies, but once they take root, they multiply quickly. Danik and I think if we can give each city lilies, the river could filter the poison out in a few months and still have enough blooms to make tea. How would the plants be transported? A sleepy man with gray hair yawned. Atrian explained, as long as the roots are in wet mud, they will last for a few days before needing to be planted. Danik turned to Rowan, my queen, may I invite you to come to see our city and lilies? We can show those you bring with you how to harvest and care for the lilies and begin transportation. The young queen nodded enthusiastically. Agreed. I feel as if we should go as soon as possible. The meeting ended swiftly, as any man or elf needs to sleep at some point. Elenias stood with elven elegance and with one look, summoned his son to his side. Rowan approached the king who was preparing to take his temporary leave of the human nation. Once I have the lilies and discuss the alliance, I will return to the elves with my eldest son. We will prepare our armies from there, and wait for your word. Elduin stepped forward. My king, I feel I need to stay here and assist with the distribution of lilies. My second-in-command, Velimer, will go with you. He is well enough to travel. I will join you as soon as I can. Elenias nodded with a serious look at his second son. We will eagerly await your return. He walked over to Elduin and placed a hand on the side of his son's face. Turning to Rowan, Elenias said, I look forward to forming an alliance with you. Then the Elven King was gone. Rowan saw Elduin swallow hard as he watched the door close, then looked stoically at the assembled group. The leaders of the cities were starting to take their leave and head back to their chambers to wait for their lilies. Rowan yawned. She was looking forward to a few hours of sleep. Even General Tarek was rubbing his eyes. Danik and Atrian approached her. Queen Rowan, it is just a few hours before dawn and a storm is approaching. We need to leave now if we have a hope of beating it. Elduin looked General Tarek and then at the exhausted queen. He raised an eyebrow and smiled. Shall we? Thunder rumbled menacingly in Chapter 34, Home of the Unwelcomed. Lead the way. Rowan shook off a yawn and was eager to get going. She spotted her handmaiden and suddenly decided to bring her along. Leah, come with us. The handmaiden had come looking for the queen when she failed to come to her chambers at the usual time. Now she had unknowingly become involved in the river lily adventure. Here, my queen, Leah jogged to keep up. Your cloak. General Tarek, Eljuin, you are both coming, yes? Of course I'm going on the boats, said General Tarek. General Eljuin gave him a quizzical stare. Of course I'm coming, Tarek said. The first raindrops began to fall in large heavy drops as the group reached the boats on the shore. Leah and General Tarek disembarked in Danik boat, and Rowan and Eljuin were carried in Atrian's. Even with the rainfall becoming steady and the thunder getting louder, the first part of the ride to the half-elves' home was smooth as they moved with the current of the river. Slowly the river's current became stronger, water rougher, and the companions less talkative. You'll have to sit tight for the next little bit, grinned Atrian. This is the fun part of the ride. The last one through has to make supper, Danik challenged. As the thunder rolled and rain poured down, Danik and Atrian laughed as they guided their boat side by side through the rougher water. The narrow boats were amazingly sturdy but bobbed up and down relentlessly, swerving with the wills of the half-elves guiding them. Rowan clutched the sides of her boat, laughing with each splash, each bounce, and each close call. Atrian faced an oncoming wave and expertly guided the boat over, but the extra weight caused the boat to land heavier on the other side. A wave hit Rowan in the face, soaking her hair even more than the rain had already done. A wind was picking up and a chill ran through her body. She lowered her head to keep out of the elements, the excitement of the flowing river still keeping her spirits high. More thunder rolled, but the waves began to get smaller and smaller until they were once again flowing softly along the river's currents. Here we are, Atrian exclaimed. Home of the half-elves, the unwelcome nation, you could say. Rowan raised her head through the driving rain and bouncing waves. The houses were made of stately, dark wood and topped with moss-covered roofs. Flowers grew in patches in the yards and up the paths leading to the homes. Colorful doors adorned each of the houses, each one different in style and materials. Through the rain, Rowan could see smoke rising from many of the chimneys, and she was eager to get out of the weather. We have a small house you can share, Danik called over from his boat as he pushed it up to the dock. Atrian pushed his boat up to the other side and Eljuin hopped out to assist with steadying the boat. Leah accepted Danik's hand and climbed out. Rowan glanced over at her general. General Tarek had never been so happy to see land. He almost crawled out of the small boat and rested on his knees for several moments in the rain before taking a few deep breaths and standing up. Catching Rowan's caring but curious gaze, he said, "It's been a while since I had to travel on the water." "Oh yes. Of course, General," she feigned seriousness. Giving a stare down his nose, Tarek regained his unflappable demeanor and held out his hand to assist Rowan's departure from Atrian's boat. The rain was increasing in intensity. They were quickly escorted to a small house with a few flowers and a blue door near the dock. Opening the door, Atrian ushered them inside and made sure a fire had been started. "We will let you four settle and wait out the storm, then we will show you the lilies and instruct you with their care." He further provided blankets and towels and dry clothes offered by the residents. Rowan and the others made themselves comfortable and warm, enjoying the break from the grind of court. In just a few hours, the rain slowed to a stop and the sun broke through the clouds. Velamer's sons came to collect their guests and were on their way to the lilies. Danik escorted them down a winding dirt path to the water's edge. Reeds grew abundantly along this part of the shore, and every now and then you could see a yellow and white bloom. "Is this all you have? Can you spare some?" General Tarek asked quietly. Atrian laughed. "Just wait." They didn't have to wait long, just another few seconds of walking brought them to a bend on the shore. Around the grassy bend, their eyes took in a watery field of white, yellow, and muddy brown river lilies. "These are the river lily flows," Atrian stated proudly. "Looks like the storm really stirred things up," Eljuin commented. General Tarek emitted a sarcastic grunt in response. The half-elf elf and humans came upon someone working in the water checking the lilies. "Hello, Serna," Danik cheerfully greeted the half-elf managing the river lily flows. "These are our guests, Queen Rowan and Prince Eljuin, with General Tarek and handmaiden Leah, of course." "Greetings," came the suspicious reply. Since Atrian had warned them about the variety of responses they could get during their time in the half-elven settlement, Rowan wasn't too upset about Serna's unsure greeting. Atrian motioned at the lilies. "We are going to take a few plants and give them to each of our guests so they, in turn, can pass them on to grow in several different parts of the river." Serna recoiled. "We can't give them any lilies. The storm thrashed our growing flows." Danik frowned and raised a patient hand. "We can share a few. Serna, we promised. It is part of an alliance. No, the half-elven woman glared with furious green eyes. "I'm not giving them one bloom." Chapter 35, Blooms of Hope. "Serna." Atrian seemed horrified. "No," Serna's voice rose in pitch. Why should we give anything to them? They ignore us, leave us to struggle, and now they want our help. Rowan stepped back to let Danik and Atrian handle the irate woman. Looking at Eljuin and Tarek, she almost burst into laughter at the uncomfortable looks they were giving each other. Serna was adamant, however. She cited every reason under the stars as to why the lilies couldn't be shared. Suddenly, Leah stepped forward. Sister, she used an elven term of endearment to quiet the enraged half-elf. Look at me. Serna paused and Leah continued. You have your reasons to hate the other nations, but let me bring something to your attention. I worked in the house of Brinehaven, caring and tutoring the only daughter, Rowan. Brinehaven, Rainine? Serna frowned as she searched for the name. Yes, this is his daughter, Rowan. King Gregan took her in after Rainine died. She is now queen. You were lucky, Serna scoffed. Rainine was a good man to trade with. His wife, Alicia, was so kind. Rowan swallowed hard at the mention of her parents, and though Leah cast her a sympathetic glance, she continued. Rowan has no hate of half-elves and is uniting the three nations in an alliance to fight the Crimson Daggers. 3 nations. Serna was gradually losing her bite, is that so? Walking slowly away from the group, Leah and Serna continued to talk. Atrian signaled with his head towards the plants and they all moved to the lilies. Rowan let the men start with the plants as she wanted to see her handmaiden in action. Although Serna was still visibly upset, she gradually calmed down enough to reason with Leah. I may have reacted harshly, Serna came back and bowed gently. My anger was not at you personally, but at a lifetime of wrongs. I hope I can undo that in time, Rowan offered. Serna met her gaze and smiled slightly. She sighed and looked at the guilty faces of Atrian and Danik. Don't tear the roots. Looking back at Rowan, Serna said, It's going to take me time to trust you, but if you are anything like your parents, it shouldn't take too long. Let's get to these lilies. I have bags to put on their roots. Just like that, Rowan realized it was possible to make new friends. She cast a grateful look at Leah, who just smiled. When Serna went over to assist General Tarek with bagging the lilies' roots, Rowan edged over to Leah. How did you do it? She asked her handmaiden. Leah shrugged. Serna just needed to be heard, and by someone who understood. She also needed to see one of her own kind who was able to be accepted by another nation. Rowan smiled. I am still learning from you, dear Leah. The half-elf smiled. They worked side by side until Serna came back. That should be enough for now. Once planted, they will spread within weeks. Rowan glanced up at her new half-elven friend. Serna had beautiful forest green eyes and the richest brown hair. She was slender, but the muscles in her arms showed she could hold her own. The queen felt a question playing on her lips. Serna, Rowan began. How did you know my parents? Serna placed 2 more plants in Atrian's boat before flicking her long hair and answering, Your father was one of the few humans who would travel here to trade and share news. Rowan quickly remembered her father, and sometimes her mother, going away for a couple of days on a trading trip. This was where he traveled to. He would always bring home something special for me, Rowan smiled. They were good people, Serna paused. They raised you well. I am sorry for your loss. Once the plants were loaded onto the boats, the group headed back to the small house to rest. Everyone collapsed onto whatever bed, chair, cushion or stool was closest and in minutes, snoring was all that could be heard. Atrian looked at his brother as they stood outside the house. Maybe we should give them an hour or... Danik nodded, saying you better get that herb for seasickness. That human general is going to need it for the ride home. When Tarek, Eljuin, Leah, and Rowan came down to the dock to return with the lilies, Atrian met them with a new plan. We see that most of the cities are upstream from here. He pointed in the direction of the palace. Atrian then pointed in the opposite direction. Except one smaller village. He proposed Danik and Serna would bring most of the lilies to the palace to disperse, while Atrian would take a few and go to the village. What village is that way? Rowan asked. Your father's old keep, General Tarek replied. Rowan snapped to attention. General Tarek, can I take the lilies there? Can I go? Rowan almost said home, but General Tarek looked thoughtful. I'll go with you. We will only be a few days. Leah and Eljuin can help with the lilies at the palace. As Tarek and the half-elves planned, Rowan turned to the elven prince. You won't come with me? Eljuin avoided her gaze. No, of course not. I have to go back to the palace to see my father and brother before they leave for home, Eljuin said, and then continued with a shake of his head. I can't accompany you. I am the general of the elven army. I need to be there. I can't just be with you every moment of the day. Well, of course, Rowan's voice sounded smaller than she wanted. I was just asking. When will I see you again? I don't know, Rowan. Elduin let out an irritated sigh. Rowan became embarrassed and took offense. Am I bothering you, blacksmith? She asked hotly, hands on her hips. When she used her term of endearment in such a voice, Elduin looked up. Of course not, my queen. I just have more important responsibilities I need to see to. I probably won't see you for a long time. It may be better that way. Rowan knew he was right about responsibilities, but his comments after that hurt her heart. More important responsibilities. Yes, Elduin snapped. Not only am I a general, I am a prince. I have given up time with my family to be near you and help you. I can't hold your hand while you learn your place. Be a queen. General Tarek took several steps towards the elf and woman. He looked at Rowan's face and noted the rising emotions. I am, she shouted. Perhaps it is better if we don't see each other or speak again. At least with your father, I know where I stand. That hurt Elduin. She saw the elven prince tighten his jaw. Goodbye, Queen Rowan. Goodbye. Rowan felt a weight settle in on her heart. She had grown used to Elduin's presence and it would be hard to live without it. The group broke up and General Tarek motioned Rowan to a boat. With the weather on our side, we can make it there by nightfall. With barely a glance at each other, Elduin got in Danik's boat. General Tarek helped Rowan into the boat and everyone shoved off from Chapter 36, Unusual Homecoming. In the uncomfortable silence of the swiftly moving river, Rowan realized she had never traveled alone with General Tarek before, or without her handmaiden. She also realized how silly she had been when Elduin told her he had to go. I still have so much to learn about being queen, she thought. Taking a peek at General Tarek, he seemed to be doing much better since Atrian gave him that root to suck on, though he still had a strong grip on the boat. As they sailed further along, old familiar landmarks of the queen's childhood home began to appear. Rowan pointed them out with such joy, General Tarek forgot his queasy stomach, and listened to her chatter away happily. Coming around a turn, Rowan suddenly became quiet. The small keep came into view, its gray walls fading into the mist rolling off the lake. It looks so much smaller than I remember it, she laughed half-heartedly. Living in a palace tends to change your perspective, Atrian offered kindly. I guess so. Rowan turned to General Tarek. Do you know who is in charge here? Who do I talk to? Things may have changed in the time we left, but it should be a man named Grull. Atrian landed the boat and offered to stay with the lilies while the general and queen made contact. Approaching the gate, they were met with the usual questions, and someone was sent to go find Grull. I'm General Tarek, Tarek grumbled. This is your queen. Let them in, you fools. A voice yelled from the depths of the yard. That will be Grull, General Tarek mumbled as the gates were opened wide. Your Majesty, General, a gray-eyed, gray-haired man bowed respectfully. You caught me by surprise, but a wonderful surprise it is. He smiled warmly at the queen. Rowan cast a quick glance at Tarek to see his expression, but he seemed relaxed in the presence of the officer he left in charge. Please don't judge my recruits too harshly, they are new and I don't think anyone here has seen their new queen. This is quite an honor. I am honored to see my old home again, Grull. Thank you for keeping it in good condition. The officer bowed his head gratefully and motioned for them to follow. Grull brought them into the old main hall, now full of men, tables, and piles of paper and furniture. Do you have time to hear about the goings-on since you left? I am so very sorry to hear about the king. Tarek explained why he and Rowan were there and immediately Grull called over several men. I have lost several men to that fever, he said, regret in his voice. If the queen wishes, she can instruct these men as to what needs to be done, and I can discuss things with the general? It would save a bird a long flight. Rowan smiled and nodded. As the general and his officer walked a distance away, Rowan explained where the lilies were, where to plant them, and how to make sure the roots were secure. She accompanied the men down to the river's edge where Atrian waited with the boat. The soldiers took the lilies, and Rowan had to remind them to be gentle. She gave a look to Atrian, who helped direct the men. You will need to plant these lilies along the river's edge, right at the mouth of the river. The roots need to be in the mud of the river floor. The officer seemed to find the instructions either confusing or boring. He blinked. Just plant it by the river, the officer ordered lazily. Listen to your queen, the general snapped from behind the man, causing the officer to jump to attention. This is for your welfare, to save your lives. He leaned on the table before the cringing officer. Do I need to stay here to make sure your training is up to the queen's standards? Leaving General Tarek to flex his muscles, Rowan decided to walk through the halls of her old home. Tears mixed with laughter as she walked alone, with good and not so good memories taking turns at keeping her company. Pausing outside the door of the room where she last saw her father, her reverie was broken by a kind voice. You don't want to go in there now, Queen Rowan. Rowan turned to find a delicate, aged woman standing behind her. You may not remember me, I'm Nora. Rowan recognized her mother's old handmaiden. How could I ever forget you? The young woman quickly embraced her mother's old friend, and after drying a few tears, Nora spoke. Things happened so fast, no one had time to say goodbye. She tapped Rowan's chin so she would raise her head and look Nora in the eyes. But there is something I was supposed to give you when your mother died. The old woman led the way to a room they were using as storage. A memory poked at Rowan's heart and she realized this room had been where she had learned to read, sew, listen to stories and discuss the events of the day. It seemed like a lifetime ago, and she paused for a moment to take a deep breath and relive the memories. Her companion waited, and when Rowan was ready they continued. Through the stacks of books, papers, trinkets, and furniture, the elderly woman turned and turned again. Finally, she reached the fireplace and took a long, narrow, dusty box off the mantel. The gray head dipped, looking into the box as she unwrapped Rowan's keepsake. Abruptly, the woman turned and placed the object into Rowan's hands. In her hands was placed a bow made from the whitest wood, with a string that shone blue in sunlight. It felt warm in the young queen's hands and seemed to send energy up her arms. Rowan could feel the smoothness of the wood and the perfect finger grooves. It was your mother's bow. Chapter 37, A Mother's Legacy. There was a frustrated sigh, accompanied by hasty footsteps. Oh, old woman. Are you in here again? A human soldier dressed in blue pants and shirt came around a stack of books and caught sight of Nora. Tilting his head, the man said, You know you aren't supposed to be in here. They kept taking the bow, Rowan, Nora said quickly. I tried to tell them it was yours, but they wouldn't listen. The soldier peeked around the books to see Rowan, and with a look of surprise he bowed. I'm sorry, Queen Rowan. I didn't know you were here. We aren't supposed to let anyone in here but this old lady. Nora. Nora keeps trying to take this bow. Perhaps she keeps trying to take the bow because it belongs to me. It was my mother's and trying to return it to me. I had no time to pack before. The soldier looked uncomfortable but nodded. Were you here when my uncle took me away? The soldier shook his head. Rowan continued kindly, My uncle, the king, came to my father's funeral and took me away right after. I had to leave most of my stuff behind. This bow included. These books, these papers, this furniture. This place still belongs to me, please remember that. With that, Rowan took the bow, nodded to Nora, and walked out of the room. She pretended not to see Nora turn up her nose and sniff at the soldier. Nora, she giggled. Be nice. Have they been kind to you? As much as they can, Nora admitted. It took some adjusting but we get along. Nora sighed thoughtfully, then went on, Everything had happened so fast, with your brothers, mother, and father, many of us are still mourning your family. The household is happy for you and the life you have been given, but we have missed having the family here. Rowan took the woman's hands. Well, I'm going to move these soldiers to another place or closer to the village after all this commotion is done. I'll use this keep as a summer home or something, I promise. Nora beamed. The old handmaiden was going to say something else when General Tark appeared. He strode gallantly down the hallway to inform the queen they would leave the next day to get back to the palace as the skies looked ready to rain again. Rowan wondered if the general's seasickness had anything to do with it. She also wondered about Elduin and if he was thinking of her. Feeling the smoothness of the bow in her hands and noticing Tarek's glance, Rowan held it out for General Tarek to see. This was my mother's bow, she said proudly. It's coming back with us. I'm sorry to say, my queen, the blue-clothed soldier said from behind them. But that bow is broken. Broken? Rowan looked bewildered at the bow. Nora snorted, It's not broken, my dear. It's a beautiful bow, looks elven. General Tarek admired the weapon in Rowan's hands. What is wrong with it, soldier? It won't bend, sir. Won't bend. Tarek looked at Rowan, who nodded and handed the general her bow. The general examined the bow and then attempted to string it. A look combined of contemplation and amazement came over the man's face as he tried and tried again to bend the bow. He looked at Rowan and then at Nora. How many men tried to bend this bow? He asked the soldier, whose expression made the answer clear. That many, eh? Nora spoke again, It's not broken, my queen. Taking the bow back from Tarek, Rowan followed Nora's head tilt and stepped closer. You try it, the handmaiden whispered. Rowan was skeptical, I don't know, Nora. With some encouragement from General Tarek and Nora, Rowan began to string the white bow. At first it was stiff and Rowan worried about snapping it in half. Then slowly it began to bend. Rowan gently drew the blue string and attached it to the other end. As she released the pressure, the bow gave a musical throbbing sound. Rowan held the bow up to her ear. "I swear I hear humming." Looking up, the young queen took in Nora's smiling, proud face, General Tarek's surprised, yet thoughtful gaze, and the soldier's open-mouthed, shocked look. "I don't know how I did it." Nora placed her hand on the queen's shoulder. "It was your mother's bow, and now it's passed on to you. Your mother passed her legacy on to you through this bow. You must name it for good luck," General Tarek said and pointed at Rowan's gift. "Oh, it has one," Nora said. "Tempest." "Such a suitable name," smiled Rowan, remembering her father's nickname for her, Summerstorm. Rowan loosened the bowstring and wrapped it back in the cloth it came in. Tempest would come in handy in the days to come. The rain started to come down. The soldier and Nora had to go off to their duties, so the general and queen were left standing in the hallway. "Oh, Nora," Rowan called. The handmaiden turned. "Don't drink the water from the river, only drink well water or ale until you hear from me. You will understand soon enough." With a nod, the handmaiden walked away. Tarek looked at Rowan. "I honestly tried to string that bow. It was hard for me too, but I didn't think I'd be able to." "Humph," said Tarek. "You are making me feel old." He caught the look Rowan gave him and chided as he began to walk away. "You take that back." "What?" "That look. I know what you were thinking." "Oh, you won't ever grow old, General Tarek," Rowan said. She added quietly, "I will always need you to guide me." She swore she saw Tarek wipe his eyes. Before the general could go too far, a messenger from the aviary ran down the hall and directly to him. Tarek took the message and read it with a grim face. He turned back around. "We must leave at dawn. The furthest city sent news we must discuss with the others. We must form the alliance immediately. We are running out of time." Chapter 38, A Gentle Breath. Rowan groaned as Atrian's voice drifted through the air. "General Tarek? It's time to rise." General Tarek mumbled something not too coherent but very out of character. Rowan giggled but then groaned as the general sent Nora to make sure the queen was awake. Grohl was up and had provisions for his friend and the queen for their trip home. The sky was looking clear, so Atrian and the general were optimistic about the time it would take to get back to the palace. In a matter of minutes, the general, Rowan, Atrian, and provisions were getting ready to leave the keep. "My dear queen," Nora clasped her hands in front of her. "Yes, Nora. Do you still have Leah as your handmaiden?" "Oh, of course. Leah is still with me. She can tell you more about the bow. She helped your mother and she will be able to help you." "I will speak with Leah." "Thank you, Nora." General Tarek helped Rowan into the boat and Atrian pushed off. The river ride back was uneventful. Both Tarek and Rowan were thinking of other things and Atrian was concentrating hard on steering the boat through the post-storm waters. Pulling up to the palace docks, Rowan was greeted by Leah, who was thrilled to help her queen with shooting her mother's bow. Before the queen could show her handmaiden the bow or say another word, General Tarek stepped past the reunited friends. "Archery will have to wait until after the meeting. Let's go, my queen. The council is already gathering." Rolling her eyes, Queen Rowan almost obediently followed her general into the small council chambers. Looking around, she realized there were no elves or half-elves present. "This is just our council," Rowan murmured to Tarek. "Yes, my queen," he answered. "I'll explain." The general cleared his throat, getting everyone's attention. He began the meeting. "As the elves and half-elves are preparing their armies, one of our farthest cities was attacked by Crimson Dagger. Several accounts of this particular attack say there was a mage among the fighters, an elven mage, and he was searching for something. He didn't say what, and I highly doubt the villager had the chance to ask him. The villages were messed up, but not totally destroyed. The mage is focusing on the human cities, the human patrols. The elves are busy right now. They not only have to prepare their armies, but I guess there is some festival coming up soon as well. They could not travel here for this meeting, so I will be sending birds for them to stay up to date." "What about the alliance?" Rowan asked. "If we are all preparing for battle, we are all separated and no alliance created. So far we have the word and support of Elenius, and the half-elves will send a representative." Tarek offered. "The mage is on the move and we have to keep ahead of him. If he travels steady, he could be here in a matter of weeks." When the meeting was over, Rowan couldn't remember the last time she was ever so tired. General Tarek took his leave to check in on his own army's reports and happenings while he was away. Rowan came across her handmaiden reading. "Leah," Rowan called. Leah jumped up and came over to the queen. "Let's get some archery in." They walked out past the stables to the area Rowan once practiced with her uncle. Rowan showed Leah the bow, and for a few minutes, Leah's expression was serious. This is your mother's bow. This is Tempest's, Leah said. Your mother fought with this bow, alongside your father in many skirmishes. My parents fought in skirmishes? Rowan asked loudly. She could hardly picture her mom and dad fighting. When they were young and before you were even dreamed of, my queen. Now there is a special way to string this bow. Instead of stepping over the bow to bend it to the string, Leah gently guided Rowan's bow arm into a better position, tilting the bow until it was close to Rowan's face. Now blow, exhale ever so gently and let your breath flow across the bow. Rowan exhaled, and as her breath touched the bow, it bent like someone had touched its back with ice. The queen could easily string the bow now. How do you know all this? She asked the handmaiden. Leah pointed to her ears and laughed. Then in a moment she became very quiet. The half-elf caressed the bow gently. Rowan, Leah said barely above a whisper. This bow, this is elven magic. Magic? Rowan frowned and shook her head. How can a human use elven magic? Don't you have to train for years to use it? Isn't magic bad? Leah tilted her head. No, my queen. Magic can only be what the user wishes it to be. The elves have always had nature magic. It was a part of them and still is. You don't see it because they don't use it often. Why don't humans have it then? Rowan asked and watched Leah put on her patient tutor face. Elves tried to teach humans at the beginning, but humans depended more on their metal and weapons to fight, protect, and farm every day. The humans who do have the skill are rare. Rowan looked at the bow in her hands. Are you saying I have magic, or this bow gives me magic? Leah looked thoughtful. A bit of both, I guess. You need to be able to use nature's force to handle the bow, but it gives you the incredible power it holds. I don't remember my mother using magic when she had this bow, and she said her grandfather also used this bow. Rowan felt a bit overwhelmed with all this information. Leah was quick to calm her queen's full mind. This bow was handed down through your family line, but I know who created this bow. Leah paused. Elenia's father, Eljuin's grandfather. Rowan blinked and leaned forward, surprise written in the wrinkles on her forehead. Tempest is the bow of the original Human-Elf Alliance. This is the bow the Crimson Daggers. Chapter 39, An Unexpected Invitation. Rowan stood stunned. The bow hummed quietly in her hand, so quietly Rowan thought she must be imagining it. Leah, are you certain? I am older than you think I am. Leah smiled kindly. Yes, Queen Rowan. I am sure about this bow. The queen absent-mindedly put her hair behind her ears. Knowing who made the bow made her miss the blacksmith prince. Then she remembered his treatment of her when they parted at the half-elven settlement, and sighed. What is it, Rowan? Rowan explained what happened when the group parted ways, and Leah listened sympathetically. The prince did not want to leave you, but he did have a job to do, Leah began. Rowan snapped back. He said he was going to stay and help, then leave. I just wanted him to stay a bit longer. Leah sighed herself. Sometimes we have to do our duty, my queen, and ignore the call of our hearts. Oh Leah, I just don't feel like having a lesson on being queen right now, Rowan said in frustration. Her handmaiden grew quiet. Growling, Rowan marched away. I am going to ride my horse. Leah left her queen to work through her emotions. Leah knew when she could push Rowan and when to leave Renan's summer storm alone. Coming up to the barn, Rowan heard her groom's familiar whistling. Jax appeared from the stables and nodded at the queen. I'm going to practice with Novella, she said. Would you like me to saddle him? Jax asked. Rowan waved him off. I'll do it myself today. Jax eyed her suspiciously and casually followed her into the barn. Novella nickered excitedly when he saw his favorite human. Rowan rubbed the gray head affectionately. It's been a while, hasn't it, my boy? Jax pretended to sort tack while she groomed the gray horse and then tacked him up. How did I do, Jax? Rowan asked as she led the horse outside. Very good, my queen. Very good, he laughed. Rowan mounted and headed for the archery field. Novella was feeling good and it lifted the young queen's spirits. It had been too long since she had time to enjoy herself. Galloping alone, just her and her horse, Rowan felt like she was a child again. She aimed her arrow, took a breath, exhaled, and released. Crack! A streak of blue lightning flashed behind the arrow as it flew to the target and obliterated it. She could hear humming coming from the bow and the string glowed blue. Novella reared in surprise and Rowan nearly dropped the bow. By the gods! Novella snorted loudly and tossed his head as his rider patted his neck. Sorry, old man, Rowan apologized. I wasn't expecting that either. Rowan looked around to see if anyone was watching, but there was no one. Even Leah had disappeared. Queen and Warhorse began to gallop again, and Rowan repeated her actions, paying close attention to what she did. Knock the arrow, pull back, breath in and breath out. Crack! Once again the blue lightning sent the arrow crashing through the target. This time, neither Rowan nor Novella were surprised. They both stared at the shattered targets, and for a moment, Rowan wondered what General Tarek would say. Well, said Rowan to her horse. We can destroy the last few targets, or we can go back to the palace and see what issues there are at court. When Rowan and Novella left the archery field, not one target was left standing. Jax was waiting for her at the door of the stables. I'm glad you came back, he said. I heard thunder and worried about you. Thunder? Oh yes. I heard it too. I came back right away. Rowan thanked him for his concern, and let him take the gentle horse from her. She walked slowly back to the palace, bow still in hand. When she reached her chambers, Rowan placed the bow on the mantel of her fireplace. Suddenly she found herself totally and utterly alone. Taking this moment, the queen sat down to enjoy the stillness. Instead of relaxing, however, Rowan found herself reflecting on the events of the past few months. She rubbed the arrow necklace Elduin had made for her, even placing his gem in the center. Rowan began to wonder if she was overreacting but shook her head. No, I'm not going to be weak and back down, she thought. There was a soft knock at her door. Leah opened it and waved someone forward. Wren, the cheerful bird master, stood behind her in the doorway. His favorite raven, Echo, sat on his shoulder and caught a greeting. A message for you, my queen. From the elves. Rowan tried to act indifferent as she reached for the letter, but she could already see the familiar writing. She even stroked Echo's feathers for a moment before opening the letter and sitting down. Rowan was silent, forcing her breathing to be slow and regular. Leah raised an eyebrow. May I ask if everything is all right? Rowan nodded and removed a formally written page, glanced at it, and then turned to the familiar handwriting in an accompanying letter. She read the letter in her mind. Dearest Rowan, Selenius is getting married. A strange time to do so, I agree, but father wants him married and prepared to take the throne in case anything unfortunate happens with the Crimson Dagger. Enclosed is an invitation from my father for you to attend the wedding. This is the first time in centuries a human queen has been invited to an elven prince's wedding, so you have won his respect. Please come and stand with me. To see you again would warm my heart and give me a chance to apologize, and to know I've been forgiven. Your blacksmith, Elduin Vieras. Your blacksmith, Rowan whispered hoarsely. Her heart throbbed painfully. She placed the letter on the table and began to pace in front of the fireplace, fiddling with her necklace. I must go to Selenia's wedding. That's what the queen should do. If I go, however, Elduin will think he has been forgiven. Chapter 40, A Serious Affair. Has he? Leah asked. Rowan rolled her eyes at her handmaiden and finally groaned in frustration. Fine. Fine, I'll go. Leah grinned in triumph. Rowan looked over at her chests of clothes and cringed. You picked the dress, though. I don't have any idea what I should wear to an elven wedding. Leah let out a little squeal and said, Leave it to me, my queen. I know just the dress. Rowan sent word to General Tarek, informing him of her plans and asking him to come along. We might as well make our visit memorable, she thought, and looked over at her friend. Leah, she said firmly as her handmaiden stood choosing accessories, you're coming too. The half-elf stopped moving, my queen. What? I don't know if they will be very happy about having a half-elf in their palace. Rowan frowned and shrugged. This is a new time, a new beginning. You are coming. Leah bowed her head and covered her heart. Besides, General Tarek is coming. Leah blushed, then finished putting the queen's wardrobe together. We will have to leave in the morning to get there on time, Leah said thoughtfully. Rowan had another thought. Can we summon the half-elves, Atrian and Danik? Perhaps we can work in a little alliance while we are there. Today was the day. He had not heard from her and his heart was heavy. Elduin fixed his helmet, checking to make sure everything sat right, and the sunlight glinted off the bronze-colored armor. His brother came out in regal flowing robes. A golden circlet with a single red stone graced his head. He looked at his younger brother's pendant. Where's your gem? Selenius asked. Silence. He looked at Elduin's face. Where is it? I took it out, Elduin shrugged. I forgot to put it back in. Well, go get it. I don't know where it is. No one is going to see it. Selenius stared at his brother. The whole kingdom will be watching. Elyadin avoided his brother's stare. I don't have it. The heir to the elven throne paused. Oh no. Who did you give it to? Silence. Elduin. The elven general sighed. He watched his older brother's expression and waited for some sort of outburst. To his surprise, Selenius went over to his own armor and pulled out a dagger. He played with its hilt. "What are you doing?" There was a knock on the door. Selenius rushed over to Elduin and took hold of the pendant. He pushed a garnet into the open hole and laid the pendant flat on his brother's chest. A look passed between them and they turned as one towards the door. "It is time to go to the hall," a guard announced, bowing low. Selenius and Elduin marched down the hallways together as they had always done, but this time without causing havoc that brothers tend to do. "Oh, more guests have arrived, your highnesses." There before the doors of the great hall stood Rowan. Her dress was of the deepest blue with tiny silver stars overlaying. Her hair was wound into a large twist, accented with a silver tiara. Selenius and Elduin's eyes fell to her necklace. There around the queen's neck was a necklace of 2 silver arrows surrounding an unmistakable red gem. "She came?" Elduin whispered. As her blue eyes met his, the elf realized she was the most beautiful creation the gods had ever made. Rowan saw Elduin and her heart jumped in her chest. As Selenius was led away into the hall with several advisors, Elduin approached Rowan and bowed. "My queen," he said warmly. "Blacksmith," she returned. There was a hiss of surprise from the surrounding elves, but Elduin silenced them quickly with a wave of his hand. He motioned towards the doors. "Shall I escort you, Queen Rowan?" With a nod, Rowan stepped beside the elven prince and they entered the hall together. With barely a glance sideways, Elduin whispered, "You look divine." "Don't make me blush," smiled Rowan. "You look very noble yourself." Flowers and tree blossoms floated down from unknown sources. Sunlight shone radiantly through the glass ceiling and a breeze gently blew through the trees that held the palace up. Rowan had not seen this part of the elven palace the last time she came, and she struggled to keep those memories out of her head. Elduin leaned close. "Compared to a human wedding, this will be very quiet and serious." Rowan leaned closer as he whispered. "It will be very romantic," he winked. General Tarek rolled his eyes as Rowan began to giggle. Elduin caught his mother's warning stare and straightened up. "Here we go," Elduin said. Elven horns sounded, announcing the arrival of the bride. "Do you know her?" Rowan asked quietly. Elduin nodded. "Oh yes, she is the daughter of one of my father's personal guards. Selenius has known her for years. I think he has loved for her just as long." An elven advisor turned to glare at Elduin. Elduin glared back and the advisor turned back around. When father suggested her as a bride, Selenius couldn't agree fast enough. He smiled at the memory. Rowan sighed. "That's romantic." Elduin took Rowan's hand in his. The bride's gown was the softest of lavender, contrasting beautifully with the elf maiden's raven-black hair. Her eyes shone green like spring leaves, and around her head sat a delicate golden headpiece. The veil covered her face and flowed down to almost the floor. The assembly seemed to be taken with her beauty. Rowan relaxed and let herself become lost in the ceremony. When the bride and groom had finally left the hall, King Elenius and Queen Salduin walked past their son and the human queen. "Queen Rowan," Elenius said cordially. "Welcome and thank you for coming." "It is an honor," Rowan bowed lightly. "I am grateful for the invitation. Please stay for a day or two. We can discuss more matters after the celebration." "I am hoping to, thank you." The elven royalty led the way out into the sun. Rowan tilted her head up and closed her eyes, soaking in the sun and listening to the birds in the forest. King Elenius stopped. Those behind him stopped as well. Ahead of them in the courtyard was a small group of half-elves and humans. "What is this?" Chapter 41, The River Alliance. King Elenius turned to Rowan. "Was this your doing? On my son's wedding day?" "Perhaps it wasn't the best timing," Rowan said smoothly. "I was hoping to celebrate Selenia's wedding and then convene to form the alliance. This group holds the representatives from human and half-elven cities. If we join..." Elenius held up a hand. Silently he looked from those assembled in the yard to Rowan and his second son. His eyes finally rested on the jewel around Rowan's neck, and ever so slowly moved to lock eyes with Elduin. There was silence. Nervous glances were made between the humans and half-elves. Then something shifted in Elenia's eyes. The queen, Salduin, never took her eyes off Rowan and gave her a hesitant smile. "This is a joyous day. Let us celebrate tonight," the elven king said. "Everyone come to celebrate." He waved his hand to include those in the yard and motioned for everyone to follow him. Elduin seemed surprised. He is probably saving the dramatics for later. "So we should enjoy ourselves while we can?" Rowan raised an eyebrow. "Indeed," Elduin smiled. The wedding feast was undeniably delicious. Rowan had admitted to Leah she was used to people laughing a little louder and dancing a little more, but she was enjoying herself. She watched as walls seemed to break down between the races. Elves, half-elves, and humans were all talking and laughing together, enjoying themselves while celebrating a joyous marriage. The stars were beginning to shine brightly when the celebrations were winding down. Elduin took Rowan to a fountain so they could relax and talk without the scrutinizing gaze of the king. "I think your mother likes me," Rowan said as she trailed her hand in the water. "She hasn't said otherwise," the elven prince teased. "I think she likes your spirit." Pausing, he gave a slight laugh. "How you won over my father, I'll never know." Before she could respond, Rowan noticed a figure coming towards them. "Good evening, Queen Rowan." Prince Elduin Illyrian, the elf with the blue quiver, walked into the light of the nearby torches. "Have you come for some quiet?" Elduin asked. Illyrian paused briefly. "I was asked by your handmaiden to come and talk to the queen about her bow." "Her bow?" Elduin looked at Rowan. "Oh yes," Rowan mumbled. "It was suggested that I give you a little training on using such a bow after the alliance meeting." Rowan actually felt relief. "Oh, thank you. Yes, I need training." "So tomorrow then, after the meeting," Illyrian bowed. "After the meeting," the queen nodded. The prince looked at the queen. "What is he talking about?" "What bow?" "My mother's bow. When I went to plant the lilies at my old home, my mother's handmaiden gave me the bow. Because I left with my uncle in such a rush, she didn't have time to give it to me." Rowan took a breath. "It's a white bow with a string that glows blue. When I use it, it shoots the arrow with so much power and lightning." Elduin frowned. Then he stood thoughtful. Then the elf stared at Rowan in surprise. "Oh, Rowan," he said. "Yes," she interrupted. "It is the bow the Crimson Dagger is looking for. It has been in my family for generations." Elduin crossed the space between him and Rowan quickly. He took her hands in his and explained, "It was given as a gift, and once it left here, we thought it was safely out of his reach." "Everything is fine, blacksmith," Rowan smiled. "It is my mother's bow. It won't bring me harm." "It brings you even more responsibility," the elven prince spoke quietly. Rowan stepped closer to the prince and smiled. "My uncle told me that the sense of duty I would feel would be heavier than any crown I wore. He was right. I will learn to use this bow and the magic it holds." "The bow? You mean you hold?" Elduin laughed slightly, stepping back to look at Rowan. The appearance of Selenius and his bride ended the conversation for the moment, and they all went back inside. In the morning, Rowan, General Tarek, Elduin, Atrian, Danik, and the other human guests gathered in a room with the Elven Council and began to speak about the alliance. Rowan was surprised at the formalities that had to be followed, and General Tarek was quick to stop any eye rolls that threatened to appear on Rowan's behalf. The group spent what felt like hours to Rowan going over the old alliance, agreeing on keeping some things and avoiding others. Elduin watched as Rowan rested her chin on her hands, then rubbed her forehead, and finally cradled the back of her head. "Why don't we throw away the old alliance?" Rowan blurted. It didn't work anyway. It happened so fast Tarek had no chance to stop her. He puffed his cheeks out as he exhaled and waited for the storm. All heads turned to the young queen. "Let's throw the old one away and start anew." Rowan stood up to look at the map on the table. "Besides a lifetime of watching each other's backs, how about this idea? Neither elves nor humans have crossed this area for years because we didn't want to run into each other. Why not give this land to the half-elves so they can build their own nation? Leave the water open for all, have open cities for trading." All heads turned back to the map. There was an explosion of conversation and outbursts on both sides. "Why give them land? They already live there," a man reasoned. Atrian spoke. "Half-elves live there, but wouldn't it be nice to live on land you owned? We are always not knowing if we will be asked to move." Tarek nodded. "They are their own nation, their own culture. They should have their own land." Elduin stepped forward to have his say. "Half-elves have been forced to live on the leftover land of two thriving nations. They are giving their lives and talents to join with us. This should be their reward." An elf shook his head. "So you think we should give our kingdom's land to every creature that does something nice for us?" "Give it to them." Elenia's kingly voice boomed above all others in the room. "This is an alliance, a show of our thanks and faith in each other. This side of the land is the elves' gift to the half-elves, with our greatest thanks and welcome." The human representatives quickly reciprocated, as they appreciated the half-elves just as much as the elves and didn't want to look like it was a second thought. To Tarek's relief and surprise, Rowan's suggestion was finally accepted. The human general beamed with pride. "A new beginning," said the king. "Someone once said we need to stop looking back and create a new future. This is what we've done." We are the light of a new dawn. Cheers erupted from the entire room. Handshakes, backslaps, and embracing were shared by all. Amidst the celebration, a small elven messenger weaved through the room to hand a small paper to the elven army's commander. Elduin and Tarek shared a look between generals. Elduin raised his hand. The room's noise slowly became a quiet rumble. General Elduin Virus took a deep breath and spoke with the authority of 1,000 years. Good men, elves and half-elves, he spoke in a voice deep and rich. Though we celebrate, we also must remind ourselves that a battle is on our doorsteps. We must face the Crimson Dagger any day as he continues his advance while we eat and drink. General Tarek came to stand by Rowan's side. There were nods here and there as an agreement was made. Elduin met Rowan's gaze. The mage attacked another human settlement. My queen, it was your birthplace. Chapter 42, Training the Soul. A gasp escaped from Rowan and she flung a hand over her face. Oh no, she thought. She cast a glance over at her general but couldn't read his face. Perhaps he was as upset as she was but was better at holding his emotions at bay. Can we help them? Can we do anything? Rowan asked, speaking to General Tarek. He looked at the elven general and shook his head slightly. They were attacked this morning. Grohl and the survivors are heading to your palace. Elduin handed Tarek the paper. Then we have formed the alliance just on time. Elenia stood. It seems we will make our stand on human land. Rowan spoke. He must know I have the bow. Elenia's looked around the room. Bow? What bow? General Tarek stepped forward and answered the question. When we were at the keep that was recently attacked, Rowan was given her mother's bow. Only Rowan can bend it. The bow is made from white wood and the string glows blue in the sunlight. It also shoots lightning when I use it, Rowan added quietly. Elenia showed very little emotion, but Elduin could tell his father was surprised. There is only one bow that matches that description, and you have my utmost respect if you can use it. It is not a weapon for the weak or the cowardly. The bow has the name of Tempest. Rowan dipped her head in acknowledgement. Illyrian is going to help me further when we are done here. Go, the king ordered. There is no time to lose. Hopefully you will be able to learn enough in the time it takes my son to gather his army. Elduin became very serious and with a nod turned to leave. As he passed Rowan, he took her fingers briefly in his hands, sending a jolt of emotion through Rowan's heart. He caught her eye and touched the red gem in his pendant. Without thinking, Rowan clasped her necklace as well. General Tarek touched her elbow. Let's find you that Illyrian. But I don't have the bow. Rowan froze. General Tarek looked a little sheepish. From under his cloak, he pulled out Tempest. Before Rowan could say anything, the general explained. Leah said you may need the bow. She gave it to me until you had your lesson. Wonderful, you are both here and ready. Illyrian stood near the door. If I can help you train the magic you hold in your soul, the bow will willingly work for you. He then turned to General Tarek. Do you wish to watch? I will come back, the general said. I need to send a raven to my own officers to prepare the city and army. Rowan watched him stride purposefully away, then looked at Illyrian. Ready? He asked. Of course, was her reply. The elf brought her to a nearby garden. He was quiet for a moment among the flowers, gathering his thoughts. I have very little time to teach you something that usually takes a lifetime to master. Try your best. That's all I'll ever do, Rowan said. With a nod, Illyrian held his hands out to his sides. What you call magic can be found in everyone, however, very few can harness enough of it to use. In Ilysandril, this power was instilled into this bow. It was made as a thank you gift for a human who helped us in a time of need. He motioned for her to string the bow. Rowan remembered to breathe on the bow as Leah showed her. The bow bent and she strung it easily. Have you ever shot this bow before? Rowan cringed. Yes, but it destroyed every target I hit. Illyrian nodded. Many humans draw on emotions to feel the power, but without restraint or understanding that can lead to volatile magic. If you use emotions to fuel your magic, you need to be able to push away the memories associated with those emotions. Rowan nodded her understanding. He instructed her to stand flat-foot on the ground. As you breathe, think of pulling the magic from the very bottom of your feet, up to your legs, and up into your arms. Think of it as moving energy. He instructed her to shoot a log that lay by the garden wall on one side of the garden. Rowan tried and tried again, but this time there was no lightning. She wasn't even hitting the log. Illyrian encouraged her, adjusting her arms in foot position as well. You are thinking of pulling power from the ground, think of pulling it from yourself. He walked closer to her, assessing her position with a thoughtful face. Think of drawing a faraway object closer when you pull your elbow back. Rowan closed her eyes and breathed and opened her eyes as she raised her arms as instructed. Let your soul tell you which emotion makes you strong. Rowan sifted through thoughts and feelings. If he says one more thing. And then it happened. She thought of picking the worry blossoms, she thought of riding up to Elduin's forge, and she thought of her uncle shooting arrows with her on that warm night. The emotion was hope. The realization made her breath reach deep into her chest and she felt her palms grow warm. There it is, you've found it, Illyrian said gently. Rowan looked at her bow and the small golden flame that danced on the arrow. Suddenly, hammering could be heard from the elven forge. Rowan suddenly thought of Elduin and the urge to see him working metal distracted her from her archery lesson. A gold burst of light sprang from her bow as the arrow blasted past the unprepared elf lord. The burst of energy caused him to fly backward like a bird in a storm. It seems that you have mastered the first lesson, Illyrian said as he unfolded from the crushed bushes and rubble of the low garden wall. General Tarek appeared from the other side of the garden. My queen, he looked quizzically at Illyrian dusting off his tunic. General Elduin needs to see you immediately. The army is starting to move. Chapter 43, Flames of the Forge. The elves were marching in a relaxed yet organized stream of bronze-colored armor. General Tarek and Queen Rowan weaved to and fro through the warriors, archers, and horsemen on their way to the forge. Following the sound of the hammer, Rowan reached the door and knocked. The hammering stopped. Come in. Elduin stood in front of the glowing forge, a black apron wrapped around his body. His honey-colored hair was pulled back, showing off his pointed ears and icy blue eyes. He turned to the door, one hand on the hammer, the other held wolf tongs. Using the tongs, he grabbed a piece of metal from the fire. My queen, he said in greeting. As Tarek and Rowan entered, Elduin set the metal on the anvil and hammered few more times. The visitors waited patiently. General Tarek, Elduin addressed the other general. Can you find my second-in-command, Velimer, and tell him I need to see him? He was in the training yard assembling archers. Tarek nodded amiably and left quickly. Putting the piece of metal he just hammered on the side table to cool, Elduin watched the man go. He is a good man, a good general. Rowan walked across the forge to look at the metal on the table. He is, she agreed. He has become almost a father to me. Don't tell Tarek I said that. It would ruin my relationship with the general. Rowan gave Elduin a warning glance and the elf laughed quietly. So what is this? Rowan asked. Is this why you needed to see me? Elduin came to stand beside her. Yes. It is a gift. Rowan looked into the elven eyes and placed a hand on her necklace. Another gift? It is elven-styled armor made for archers. You will need it to protect yourself as much as possible for the upcoming battle. He gently grabbed her hand as she reached for the silver and black armor. Let it cool. In response, Rowan asked, Are you done? At Elduin's nod, she began to undo his apron. Surprised, the elf let her remove the apron and hang it up by the door. As she returned, he met her halfway and they embraced. I don't know if I'll see you again before this battle, or have a chance to talk to you. I wanted to give you the armor before we left. Her heart became heavy and Rowan sniffed. It's a wonderful and thoughtful gift. I'll be truly protected. Elduin noticed she was shaking ever so slightly. Gently taking hold of her cheek, Elduin kissed her fully and deeply. Rowan sighed, returning his affection and softly tracing his ears. His kisses explored her neck and his hands ran carefully down her waist and back. Rowan could feel the muscles under the elf's light shirt and she pressed against him. For some time they stayed in each other's arms, fighting the want to go further and knowing their time alone was short. You have grown into such a strong queen, the prince said softly. I still have a ways to go, blacksmith, Rowan whispered and reached up for another kiss. Finally, Elduin pulled back. He took a sack off the wall and placed the armor inside. Handing Rowan the sack, the blacksmith cradled her head in his hand, his lips brushing hers. Now, I must go and organize my men. I pray I will see you again, Rowan. You will, I promise, the queen said in a certain and determined tone and stepped out the door to greet the returning General Tarek. You needed me, Elduin? Velimer stood waiting in the doorway of the forge a few minutes later. I apologize for the wait, I was across the palace grounds. What? Elduin frowned and looked at him questioningly. Velimer paused, raising his eyebrows. General Tarek said you needed to speak to me? Oh, yes. No, I no longer need to speak with you. Elduin stumbled over his words as he collected his things. Velimer stood puzzled for a moment. Then the realization slowly dawned on him and Velimer smiled. You were with the queen? Elduin gave him a look. The elven officer grinned. Did you just need the general out of the office for a while? Yes. Elduin smiled back at his friend. I told her everything. Thanks. My pleasure. Velimir held the door open for the general and they exited the forge together. Rowan showed General Tarek the armor before mounting the waiting Dunveli. That is truly a gift from one noble house to another. Tarek nodded approvingly. What did you do to get such an honor? Rowan shrugged. It was a gift of kindness. A gift of kindness? You must have been very kind, Tarek noted. I hear the sarcasm in your voice, General. I would never use sarcasm towards my queen. Maybe he made it for me because I have to put up with rigid old generals. Tarek stopped, a playfully hurt expression on his face. Perhaps he made it for you because he felt sorry for me having to get you out of trouble all the time. Rowan's mouth opened in shock and General Tarek laughed. I'll help fit your armor when we reach the palace, my queen. Once on their way, they fell into the steady stream of warriors heading to the human palace. The pace was steady and quick, and Rowan found herself thankful that Dunveli was a healthy, strong horse still. The rest of the day and that evening passed without incident, and around the time that Rowan's legs had lost all feeling, the band of elves stopped for the night. Rowan looked for Elduin, but couldn't find him in the sea of faces, bows, and swords. General Tarek read her mind. Come eat by me. We will find the elven general when we reach the palace. Rowan stiffly slid down from Dunveli's back and limped painfully around to the other side of the horse to undo his girth. Gingerly she sat to rest and promptly fell asleep. At dawn, the elves broke camp and continued on. The pain in Rowan's legs was forgotten as she reached the gates. The happiness was short-lived, however, as a call of rider coming was passed up the line. Rowan and General Tarek stopped their horses short of the gate and watched as the rider approached. Who is that? Tarek asked. Rowan stood up in her stirrups and squinted against the morning light. Elduin rode up beside her at a fast trot. It's Serna, he said. The half-elf we met at the town? Asked Rowan. Elduin nodded. Serna, the lily guardian, galloped wildly up the line and seeing Rowan called out. My queen! She yelled as she approached the marching columns and elven warriors. We captured a member of the Crimson Dagger. He was carrying these. She held up an old tome, accompanied by a letter. It's in a language we don't understand. Elduin held out a hand, and Serna handed the articles over. The elven prince opened the tome with a serious air. He then opened the letter, and after a moment a small gasp escaped his lips. Chapter 44, The Tome. Rowan and Tarek sat on their tired horses in the sun as Elduin slowly looked between the tome and the letter. The young queen felt a sinking feeling pulling at her heart. When he finally spoke, the elven general sounded grim. Elduin held up the tome. This tome holds the ritual for opening a portal. It was Tarek's turn to emit a gasp. A portal? Rowan exclaimed. For what? For this, Elduin then opened the letter and read. Commander Karsus, begin the ritual when we begin the attack on the humans. I will send you a signal. The elves will not be able to protect their palace with the number of men they will have left there, so the attack will be short. We must try to secure a virus garnet as well. Remember, find the white bough and get a garnet from the prince or king. Romir, the Crimson Dagger. Well, Captain Phelan said. We intercepted the message, so there is no longer a worry about an invasion? General Tarek, from all this experience with King Gregan's campaigns, spoke wearily. Never assume there was just one message sent, or there are not troops on their way. This letter speaks of a portal. Who knows how many troops are already there waiting? The elves need to be warned anyway. It will take too long to get the troops back there before the attack, Rowan said. Do we have any human forces close enough to help? General Tarek frowned and rubbed his forehead. He then shook his head sadly. No cities are close enough, and we have recruited all the men we could possibly use, General Tarek reasoned. We could send a raven with a warning, but that's all. Elduin looked over the fields at the waiting armies. He wants to make sure the bow isn't there, and for some reason take one of our family gems. Selenia's is in Alessandro with barely enough elves to protect the capital. Get King Alenia's. Captain Phelan insisted the group come inside the walls of the palace to discuss anything further. Jax and a few other grooms came to tend to the horses, so Rowan brought the human representatives and leaders together in the council room. She entered to find Alenia's pacing. Elduin was speaking. We need to let my brother know the Crimson Dagger is planning to use a portal to attack the elves. He has a force waiting somewhere that will cross through the portal once we have engaged the other army here. We won't be able to help them if that happens, and they will be caught off guard. Serna, the half-elf maiden, spoke from the corner and surprising everyone as no one knew she was there. Send a message to the half-elves. We can travel by water and land, so can send what forces we have to help where needed. The room was quiet. Rowan shook her head. I can't believe we never thought of your nation. We don't brag about our protectors or army. Cerna tilted her head in an understanding way. I don't many know we have an army. In the meantime, General Tarek ordered. I'm going to send scouts off in all directions to see where this Romir is hiding his 2 sets of troops. Send a raven to Alessandro, King Alenius ordered. Captain Phelan called Rowan. Prepare the troops in the city for a battle. The room soon emptied except for Eljuin and Rowan. General Tarek gave Rowan a look but quickly left to prepare his own men. Why would he need the bow and one of your family's garnets? Asked Rowan. Eljuin looked dismally at the floor and gave a half-hearted shrug. I think it has something to do with combining power. If you were to put the garnet on the bow, can you imagine the damage that weapon could do? There was a small commotion out in the yard and Rowan went quickly to see if she could solve the issue. Cerna knelt by the left foreleg of her horse, who stood with head low. The half-elf looked at Rowan as she got closer. What is it, my friend? Rowan placed a hand on Cerna's shoulder. My horse is sore and still tired, Cerna said anxiously. I will never make it in time. Is there no one else you can send? The ever-dependable groom, Jax, came around the corner of the barn whistling a jolly tune. Jax, we need you. Take a horse and deliver this letter to the main city of half-elves. The groom, surprised at the sudden request, stood for just a moment to comprehend the request. A horse? He blinked. You want me to pick any horse? Most of these horses are still tired from their last journey. Tarek pointed. That is as fresh, and he's ready to go. The black horse. Jax recoiled in shock, then pointed. That black horse. The groom was reliving the funeral of the king and having to prepare the very same black horse. He's the fastest we have, General Tarek said sincerely. Fast does not mean smart or dependable, Jax countered. Can I take Dunvelli? He's steady, serious, dependable, and decently fast. No, Dunvelli already fulfilled a mission today. He's tired and I will need him for battle. Rowan shook her head. He's had a busy few days. I'm sorry, Jax. Dunny can't do it. Not right now. The human general pulled himself up to his full height, and with his deepest, most serious, commanding voice ordered, Get on that horse. Jax grabbed the black horse's halter, pulling him out into the aisle and tossing on a saddle and bridle. The groom was going so fast, the horse stood there like it was in shock. Jax paused a moment before swinging aboard and reaching for the letter for the half-elves. The tome says with us, Tarek mentioned, handing over the letter. The gates opened and Jax felt the black horse come to life underneath him. He watched as scout riders from the palace rode with him for a bit, then split to go in different directions. As Jax rode away, Rowan heard thunder in the distance. Looking at the sky, she noticed the colors were changing from a soft cloudy gray to a sky with a vibrant red and orange hue. Rowan turned suddenly to the generals and kings standing behind her. Can we use the tome to create a portal to the Elven? Chapter 45, Not Always What It Seems. There was a pause. Those assembled looked to King Alenius. I have no experience with such a thing, he stated honestly. We have no mage with us either. I thought all elves were full of magic, Captain Phelan mentioned with an exasperated shrug. The Elven king glared, and Eljuin stepped between the human captain and his father. Rowan cast a glance over the worried faces of those surrounding him and the questioning looks of the waiting warriors. We have to do something, she said. If General Tarek is correct, even though we have the tome and portal, Selenias will stand alone against any troops Ramira already has in place. He won't if we can warn him, the Elven general said quietly. We just have to warn him. Rowan asked, Do you have to be a mage to open a portal, or do you just need a key or something to open it? Eljuin flipped through a few pages in the tome. He paused, causing everyone to wait in silence. Rubbing his chin, Eljuin said, Elven gem and gift of kings, that would mean. He looked into Rowan's eyes, the bow is a gift, and you wear my gem. Alenia stared at Rowan's necklace, causing her to feel self-conscious. She peered over at the book in Eljuin's hands. I thought the tome was in Elvish, why can't I read it? Rowan asked. Eljuin raised his eyebrows. The tome is written in a language older than the elves. Because of the luxury of my station, I learned how to read this as part of my education. Lucky you, Rowan smiled. Shutting the book, a plan was quickly discussed by generals, queen, king, and officers. Alenias was unsure. We don't even know what kind of portal this is. We don't know what is on the other side. From the letter, it sounds like we go through like a tunnel? Captain Phelan said. I bet his troops will be on the other side. Alenias shook his head. It does not say that. We are running out of time, Ilyudin shouted. The group quieted down and Rowan spoke. We have to take a chance. Eljuin shared the smile before opening the tome. Let's get started. The sky is changing color again. Rowan looked at the furiously increasing colors of red and purple in the sky. Place the garnet on the center of the bow. Rowan removed her necklace and struggled with the gemstone. Finally, she simply placed the whole necklace on the bow. A brilliant flash occurred, momentarily blinding those who did not shield their eyes in time. Rowan's bow now radiated red and blue energy. Eljuin took a breath and looked at the tome. Shoot the arrow while saying these words. Rowan repeated the words until Eljuin nodded his satisfaction. Checking to see if everyone was ready and in position, the young queen drew back her bow and while saying the elvish words, shot the arrow. A crack sounded and there seemed to be a slice in the air, searing the grass and arrow underneath. A black mist formed a spiraling line before expanding into an arch. Movement on the other side caused those watching to step back in silence. General Tark and Eljuin drew their swords. 3 lanky but muscular creatures leaped through the mist, and the tallest drew a monstrous sword. The newcomer's skin was not quite the flesh color of humans, their ears were not as pointed or as narrow as the elves. Their armor looked like tree bark and leaves combined. Without a sound, one of the 3 creatures sprang towards the assembled group. Eljuin instinctively leaped to block the strike. When the 2 swords clashed, it sounded like 100 bells ringing. Eliadine didn't strike again. Halt, cousin. The creature pulled back, hesitating to repeat his attack. The other 2 creatures also stood still. Eljuin and his opponent stepped back and stared at each other. Why are you attacking your fellow elves? The elven general spoke in his ancient tongue and lowered his sword while dipping his head in respect. We are not your enemy, Forest King. The leader of the creatures was poised, suspicious, and stressed. Where's the mage? Once again, Eljuin spoke in his native language in soothing tones. Not here, my friend. We intercepted his tome and message of attack. We are trying to stop Romir. At the sound of the mage's name, the 3 creatures hissed and roared. Then they seemed to relax just a little bit, taking in their surroundings. Rowan looked at Eljuin and then at General Tark. What is happening? Who are they? Quietly, the Forest King looked at Queen Rowan. We are the Fae, and I am their king. Gruffied, the tall, slender creature with eyes the color of oak bark, and armor of dark green, hardened leaves, bowed as he spoke. The dark elf that mage Romir tricked us through his wicked intentions. He betrayed us into thinking he was saving us from disaster, but instead imprisoned us on the other side of the portal. In exchange for fighting for him and retrieving the objects he desired, he'd let my people live and give us our freedom. We thought the portal was for transporting troops, Eljuin realized. It was for releasing whatever was captive on the other side. He was going to release you to attack the elves. The Fae leader nodded at the elven prince. We have been trapped in that realm for years. We are not evil and we have no loyalty for the deceptive Crimson Dagger. You have our eternal thanks. Rowan looked at the darkening sky. The Fae followed her gaze then turned to Eljuin. We will fight with you to clear this land of this mage and his forces if you give my people your word that we are free. You have our word. Rowan and Eljuin spoke together. Gruffied, King Alinius stepped forward. Is there any way you can send a message to the Elven Kingdom? My son faces an attack and birds will not make it in time. The Fae King blinked and looked around. We can ask the trees. The wind is faster but it blows past too many ears. He bowed and waved Eljuin to his side. They walked to the nearby trees and Gruffied took a branch in his hand. What do you need to say? Selenius, there is a force of unknown strength and unknown position near you. Prepare, we are sending help. The Fae breathed the message into the leaves and the trees suddenly stood straighter. There was a rustling throughout the forest until it faded into the distance. General Eljuin, General Tark's voice rose in warning. Prepare your men. Eljuin turned to see the human general pointing into the distance. On the distant horizon, small figures clad in red leather began to emerge from the forest and head towards Rowan City. Chapter 46, Return of the Fat. Eljuin leaped into a run, shouting orders to the elves as he went. Rowan watched the elven general gleam regally in this armor, placing his helmet with an experienced hand. Reaching the gates, he gave Rowan a long look with his icy blue, elven eyes, then went inside. Is the portal still open? Gruffied asked. I shall call my warriors. It's open still, Rowan called, staring at the black swirling mist. The 2 other Fae had not moved since their leader engaged Eljuin. Now they quickly joined Gruffied, who spoke to them in a strange tongue. One, dressed very similar to Gruffied, hesitated briefly before going back into the mist. Within moments, the sound of 1,000 running feet could be heard. The portal's arch grew in size and figures began to appear. Fae of all different sizes, shapes, and colors started to come through the arch. They would nod briefly at their king and continue in every direction. We will take to the fields and forests around the city as we are stronger in the wild. The Crimson Dagger's attackers were starting to spread out while they walked, trying to surround the city. The elves and humans were inside the city walls, preparing, but knowing they had little defense against any magic a mage would be throwing at them. I wonder if Romeo knows I have the bow now, Rowan said to herself. Turning from watching the forest line, Gruffy addressed the queen. When the last Fae warriors come through, pull the arrow out of the ground. We do not want the Crimson Dagger to have access to the portal. Rowan nodded and took a position near the arch. She watched the Fae seemingly floated over the ground and disappear once they reached the trees and bushes. In moments she had no idea where they had gone. Queen Rowan, General Tark yelled above the noise of preparation. Come inside the walls. I can't, she returned. I have to stay here to pull the arrow when the Fae are through. The general stormed towards her from his position at the gates. Oh, she thought. The general took up a defensive stance between her and the Crimson Dagger forces. The Fae better hurry, you are not safe out here, Tarek said between gritted teeth. As if they read the general's mind, there was a long pause after the last group of Fae folk dashed through. Tarek barely waited a second before he grabbed the arrow and pulled. The portal shut with an electrifying clap and all was still. Now my queen, let's go. Are you worried I am going to make you work hard for your meals today? Rowan forced a laugh as they ran. Tarek grabbed Rowan's arm, making sure she did not fall, and he rolled his eyes. You keep me busy enough. Now take your armor to your handmaiden. She's waiting inside for you. I'll meet you here when you are done. Go. Rowan opened her mouth to protest, but the general handed her the bag of armor and gave her a direct push to the palace. Suddenly feeling very alone, Rowan walked through the palace gates. Everyone seemed to be going the opposite way, and she struggled like a fish going upstream until she heard the sweet voice of Leah. Rowan. Oh, Leah. I'm so happy to see you. Rowan exclaimed, knowing the words could barely express how really happy and relieved she was to see her handmaiden. Let's go over to this alcove, Leah coaxed. We can catch up on the last few days while we suit you up. For the next little while in the quietness of that alcove, the two women chatted like there was no worry outside. You've done this before? Rowan questioned as Leah assembled the queen's armor with skill and speed. The half-elf smiled briefly. I helped Nora dress your mother several times before you were born. I could do this in my sleep. She nudged her charge's arm to lift so she could tighten the chest plate. This is lovely armor. You said Prince Eldruin made it for you. Rowan felt a slight blush rise to her cheeks. Yes. The handmaiden smiled. He is very fond of you. And I of him, Leah. Thanks for noticing. The women giggled. I hope he takes care of you today. I worry about you, Rowan. Oh, Leah, the queen stepped back to check the tightness of the armor. I have both generals looking out for me. Walking out of the alcove, Rowan twisted and swung her arms. The silver and black armor was protective yet light and easy to move in. My bow, she held out her hand to Leah. Handing the white tempest to Rowan, Leah noticed the gem. I would take that off now, she said to the queen. You don't want to open any portals by mistake. Rowan hastily pulled on the gem until it popped off the bow, necklace and all. Leah fastened the necklace back around Rowan's neck and slipped it under the armor. With a sigh, Rowan looked out the palace doors. The sky had turned more crimson and the warriors and soldiers were settling in for the attack. Take care of yourself, Leah. The women embraced. Do you have armor for yourself? Leah smiled weakly. I'm a handmaiden, your majesty. I have no armor, but don't fear for me. I can fight. You stay safe. With that, Rowan took a deep breath and walked out of the doors. The air was charged with energy like before a storm. Seeing the queen emerge from the palace, General Tarek came to escort her to Novella. Tarek looked over the horse. Rowan's father had cared for that horse since the horse was foaled. They had been inseparable until Rowan was born. He knew that horse would take care of her. Denny still pawed impatiently and nickered when he saw Rowan. Stay near me, my queen. Tarek held the old gray warhorse for Rowan to mount before he turning to his own charger. He noticed her slender hands shaking as she gathered her reins and how her breath came in shallow waves. You are riding with me, General Tarek? Rowan looked at her uncle's old friend. Do you not trust me to take care of myself? The general looked at her from the corner of his eye. Leah threatened me with horrible things if I let anything happen to you. I swore to your uncle I would keep you safe, he thought to himself. Shouts reached her ears and she rode Novella to the gates. Through the open entrance she could see the field beyond. Crimson dagger guards stood in lines a field away. In the center of the open space, however, stood an elf dressed in blood-red battle robes. His eyes were dark and unyielding, his hands hidden at his sides. Romeo was waiting. Queen Rowan Alice Brinehaven smoothed her braids and rode out on her father's old horse. She stopped a fair distance away, and the mage and woman eyed each other. "You have my bow," Romeo said. Chapter 47. Want does not make right. Rowan was very aware of Tempest's weight on her back. "It isn't your bow," Rowan said evenly. "It wouldn't bend for you if you tried it." Romeo was tall, bitter, and very muscular if Rowan could judge from the way he fit his robes. His head fit close to his face, and his robes were tailored to fit his body to the waist, flaring out to the ground. He spoke with elven clarity but not with elven grace or respect. "Who are you? Where is King Gregan?" "He's dead," Rowan replied bluntly. "Well then, this shouldn't take long." Romeo tilted his head. "It's taken me a long time to track my bow down." "It's not yours," she repeated. "I made it," the mage exclaimed. "I made Tempest. It belongs to me." Rowan risked a glance back at the gates. General Tark was ashen-faced, and Rowan suddenly thought it would have been a good idea to bring him along. He was quietly motioning for her to come back to the city. Although Rowan wanted to go back and be safe in the city walls, she knew she had to give Jax time to rally the half-elves. She had to give Selenius time to prepare his kingdom, and for the scouts to find the other Crimson Dagger force. "This bow has been in my family for generations," she began. "Gregan had no right to the bow and its power." Romeo was already bored. "It doesn't matter. Just give it to me or I'll have to do what I did to the other cities and homes." The grass around Novella began to swirl and the horse moved nervously. She laid a hand on the gray neck and the horse became still. "Tempest belongs to me, as it belonged to my mother, and her father and beyond until King Elenius gave it to my ancestor." The mage frowned, thoughtful as he listened to her words. "I wonder, let me tell you a quick story." Romeo's eyes were dark at night as he bitterly explained his claim. "Tempest was charged to me to make. I was asked by the Elven King to make a magic-imbued bow to give as a gift to a favored ally. I discovered the bow was stronger than any human could handle, so I offered another bow. My offer was refused." "But my ancestor could handle it," Rowan interrupted. "What is your name, human?" "I am Queen Rowan Alice Brinehaven." He laughed. "Oh, poor girl, Brinehaven. I know that name. I destroyed your home." "But not my people or my strength," Rowan replied and gripped Tempest in one hand. "And Romeo, you don't take back a gift." Romeo took a defensive stance at her sudden movements, but Rowan did not waver. "You chose to go after power instead of staying true to your word. You made a choice," she said. "As did you," Romeo growled. Purple and black orbs swirled into formation. Rowan heard General Tark's bellow from behind her. "A centuries-old tradition of warriors fighting warriors." The mage shook his head. "You are fools." As the mage lunged forward with a spell on his lips, a fae with a long, pale orange tunic rose from the flowers at Romeo's feet. The fae entangled the mage's hands with vines that reached up from the earth at the fae's command. For a brief moment, Rowan could see the realization of his failed plan in Romeo's eyes, and he roared in anger. "Send the signal!" Romeo shouted, using his own spell to snap the vines and turn on Rowan. He stopped in shock when he saw Gruffy's fae entangling and engaging the Crimson Dagger troops. He abandoned his attack on Rowan to take stock of what was happening with the fae. The Forest King and his people were proving themselves again and again by blocking magic headed for their allies. This moment of chaos gave General Tark time to reach Rowan's side. "What did your uncle tell you about riding out alone?" The general chided with a gleam in his eye. In an instant he brought up his shield and blocked arrows aimed at the queen. Rowan looked at Tark with a smile as she pressed Novella into a gallop. "Rowan!" General Tark growled loudly. Rowan took this time to knock an arrow and unleash it towards the Crimson Dagger troops. "Bring the storm," she whispered as she breathed out. The arrow raced through the air to land before the first line of Crimson Dagger members. The ground shook and lightning flashed in the sky. Then even the grass seemed to stand on end as lightning charged down from the sky, striking the ground around Rowan's arrow. Novella flicked an ear and kept galloping. "I'm counting on your experience, old man," Rowan said to her horse as she swung Tempest into an attacker as he lunged at the gray best. A shock ran through her arm and the man flew backward for the length of a turnip field. Several attackers watched and as he flew by. "My queen!" General Tark joined Rowan. "Let the fae handle these men. We need to find Romeo." "Have you seen Eljuin?" she asked. The general answered with a shake of his head and block with his shield. They galloped side by side, with fae, elves and humans fighting side by side to engage the attackers. Rowan's heart swelled. We are finally working together, she thought. At that moment a hot blast of purple energy hit the focused general and queen from the side. Rowan hit the hard ground and lay for a moment in silence. Slowly she raised her head. General Tarek? Rowan stood dizzy and alone, her head numb. She still clutched Tempest in her hand. General Tarek. Looking around with one eye as the other squinted through blood and swelling, Rowan took in a sight that made her breath stop and blood run cold. Novella lay still and quiet in the freshly blasted mud. On the other side of her beloved horse she could see General Tarek and his mount in a tangled heap. She stumbled and gave a single, powerful sob as she struggled over to her father's warhorse. Rowan stroked the horse's neck. "Oh Dunny, my good boy." A large, gloved hand encircled Rowan's neck and lifted her off the ground. "You still have my bow, Romeo." Chapter 48, Red Sky? Rowan kicked and coughed, trying to loosen the hand that was crushing her neck. She continued to hold Tempest away from Romeo's outstretched arm until he lost patience and threw her to the ground. "Enough, woman," he cried. As he reached for her again, she swung Tempest into a mighty strike. Romeo brought his forearm up just in time to block red and purple energy spiraling out into the air. The young queen ferociously kicked away his attempts of grabbing the bow. In slow motion, Romeo raised his hand and stung her with a blinding orange flash of light. Once again, Rowan hit the ground. The mage grabbed the white bow, but Rowan refused to let go. Romeo pulled, twisted, and pried, then pulled out his blood-red dagger and raised it to strike. A guttural roar sounded nearby, and as Romeo brought his hand down, a massive gray chest rammed into the mage. A hand reached down and pulled Rowan up onto the horse. He may be old, but this old boy knows his job. "General Tarek!" Rowan cried, her throat raw from her struggles. There was no time to talk as the mage made the best of the close quarters to struggle with the general. Finally, Tarek pushed Romeo away enough to pat Rowan's leg and slide off Novella. The battle raged on around them, a mixture of fae, elf, and human. There was clashing of swords, muttering of spells, and the thundering of horses' hoofs. Rowan knocked an arrow and released it at the feet of Romeo. The force of the golden light that exploded at the mage's feet caused both general and mage to fly backward. Through the glow there came a form. Blacksmith. Elduin had finally found Rowan. He strode purposefully towards the mage, who simply laughed. "Ah, the elves have arrived. We shall see how much home you will find when you return. Fools." Elduin saluted with his sword. "Are you talking about the fae from the portal? They are already here, mage, and they are not fighting for you." The smile froze on Romeo's face, but Elduin's taunting did not slow him down. Uttering a spell he cast quickly at the elf. Elduin simply raised a hand and the spell ricocheted away. "How did you open the portal?" "Not that it matters, princeling." Romeo gasped between spells. "Your home will still burn." "He didn't open the portal, I did," Rowan said, dismounting and standing across from Elduin. Romeo's dark eyes met hers. Together, the queen and general took on the mage. Tempest could block as well as attack, as Rowan found out. Her strength was failing though, she was never trained for battle and she was not on her dependable Novella. Gasping for breath, Rowan heard Elduin cry, "General, get her out of here." Tarek came up and as Elduin continued to distract Romeo, he pulled Rowan away. Weariness began to sink into her bones, but she still begged the general not to pull her away from the elven prince. No, general. I have a few arrows left." Suddenly through the forest, there emerged a sweaty black horse and familiar face. "Jax?" Rowan asked. Behind the returning groom galloped a large number of half-elven horsemen. Romeo roared in anger. "Fight, you fools!" Jax saw General Tarek trying to remove Rowan from the thick of things and yelled out, "We can help from here, my queen." Rowan knocked another arrow and looked at the elven blacksmith. Elduin blocked another spell from Romeo as he tried to get around the elf to get to Rowan. Fae warriors swarmed to Elduin's side. "I've never seen someone use magic and a sword at the same time," she thought, realizing for the first time how powerful the elven prince truly was. The prince blocked and attacked, twisted, and used his elven gifts in smooth, well-trained movements. Rowan released her arrow. The lightning that came from the bow branched out to touch the crimson dagger warriors in the area. Elduin picked himself up from the ground and blocked another spell. "It won't be long now." General Tarek was breathing heavily. "Romeo has nothing left." "Are you hurt, General?" Tarek smiled gently. "I promised you I would live a lifetime before you would have to bury me. I keep my promises, my queen." Covering her tears, Rowan embraced the general as cheers of victory rose from all around the city. Looking up, she saw Fey warriors securing Romeo as he kneeled before Elduin. At that moment, a few scarce rays of the sun shone down through the fiery sky. They shone down on the prince, standing alone on the hill on the battlefield. He stood mighty and proud and took a moment in his glory to salute General Tarek, Atrian, and Gruffeet. Elduin then looked towards the city gates and met Rowan's eyes. He dipped his head, and with one hand covered his heart. In an extra show of emotion, Elduin brought his hand up to his lips. Summoning all her strength, Rowan ran back out from the gates. Elduin saw her coming and walked swiftly to her. They embraced amidst the mud, forehead against forehead, pushing exhaustion away for a few more minutes. Slowly General Tarek brought Novella to Rowan. The old horse was still bright-eyed although just as tired as his owner. Rowan took a moment to reward her horse as well. Come to the city to report, Elduin told Jax. As a groom came to take care of her horse, Rowan asked Jax to tell her about the adventure he had that day. Well, my queen, Jax began. The half-elves were already prepared for such an invasion, so they were ready to go. Scouts found the small group of crimson daggers, I heard, but they had been waiting for instructions for a long time. Selenius had the assistance of half of the half-elf forces, and the other half came here for you. We are so thankful, Rowan said to Atrian. There was a movement behind Rowan and she turned to see a struggling Romeo being held by Fey warriors. What do you think we should do with him, Queen Rowan? General Tarek asked. Chapter 49, The Judgment. Everyone turned and looked at the young queen standing by her grey war horse, her black and grey armor still shining after the battle. Rowan came forward and looked at those assembled before her, Elduin, Elenius, General Tarek, Atrian, Danik, and the forest king Gruffeet. We did it, she began, tears welling unbidden in her eyes. We threw away our issues from the past and joined together for a new future. May all who think about spreading evil think twice when they see the strength of our alliance. Cheers rose from warriors, horsemen, and archers near and far. As for the mage Romeo, give him a comfy cell and a book until we decide his fate. That would be the one with the stone bed. General Tarek winked as Captain Phelan escorted the Fey warriors and Romeo to the dungeon. We have other things to concern ourselves with. Rowan waved an arm over the battleground. Elves, humans, Fey, and half-elves worked together to clear the field and tend the wounded. The Fey healed the ground from scorch marks and other wounds of magical nature. Queen Rowan, King Elenius, Prince Elduin. Ren the bird master was running towards the gathered leaders. A message from Prince Elenius. King Elenius took the message from the bird master. Father Elenius smiled. We found a small force of Crimson Dagger troops. They were surprised and overcome by the half-elven horsemen you sent to assist our remaining troops. Thank General Elduin for his timely warning. The king handed his son the note, and turned back to the palace and paused. Queen Rowan, it's time to deal with that mage. Elduin looked at Rowan and she nodded. They had all waited long enough to see justice done. General Tarek, Rowan called to her general. Have Romeo brought here. I want the warriors to be a part of this. While she waited for Romeo to be brought forward, Rowan walked to the grey horse who grazed nearby. It seemed ironic that a horse that was roaring like a wild beast could be as quiet as a pet dog in such a short time. Novella lifted his head and relaxed into the caresses Rowan administered. What a life you've led, Rowan smiled. I knew I would need you in the end. He was indeed a brave beast today, Elduin said as he came up to the woman and her horse. I could see him take care of you from the city walls. He is very brave. Brave because he loves his family, Rowan smiled. Her smile faded as she watched the mage approach. His hands were bound and his robes removed. Romeo looked like every other elf who had a long day. I was just getting comfortable in your quaint little cell, Romeo sneered. Rowan rolled her eyes. I'm glad you could join us on such short notice. Let's begin. Looking around, Rowan began the judgment by saying, I would like to hear from everyone, to know what they would wish for a final judgment on the elf who poisoned not only a river but countless helpless citizens of 3 nations. 3 nations, Romeo hissed. Those half-elves aren't. Elduin gave the mage a shove. I asked for his death, Elenius began. The elves have dealt with the Crimson Dagger for too long. Many of our people, our king, died from the Crimson Dagger's poison. It will take months to clean the river, Elduin added. What do you suggest, Gruffeet? Rowan asked the Fey King. You and your people were imprisoned and threatened by this mage. Gruffeet hesitated. Death would be too fast and too easy for the dark mage. General Tarek asked Queen Rowan, what is your say? Do we imprison him, or put him to death? He deserves to die, but his death won't bring anyone back. Too many have died for us to be satisfied with his death. Rowan rubbed her chin, looking at the alliance leaders. You do not know the power behind that bow. Romier twisted to speak to Rowan. Tempest has not given you full strength. Elenia stepped forward and pointed at Rowan. The bow will show her when she is ready. Now face your punishment like a true elf if you can. Romier muttered elven curses but was cut short by Elduin's hand. Romier tried once more to cast spells, but Gruffy placed counterspells which put an end to the mage's struggles. Rowan turned her attention back to the gathering. She took a closer look at her fey companion. Gruffy stood tall and proud. His solemn, dark eyes gazed gently over the fields and forest. His silent defiance in the face of his past captor stirred Rowan's heart. She watched as he looked over his people. Suddenly she had the perfect punishment. Rowan reached to her neck and tore her silver necklace off. She then dramatically pressed the garnet into Tempest's center. A flash of red radiated from the bow. She whispered to the white bow and it bent willingly. Taking her last arrow, Rowan quickly knocked and shot it into the ground nearby. A portal sliced the air and formed, swirling, black and translucent. This is your punishment, mage. Romier growled and hissed, howling threats at the elves and fae who held him, but knowing this judgment was final. Elduin went and stood stoically by the portal, looking every inch a noble general and angry prince. It is your turn to experience the prison you so eagerly use for the fae, our brothers, Elduin announced. This will not stop me, Romier spit. You will see. It'll stop you for now, and that is what matters until we clean the river. Elduin pushed the mage through the portal and pulled the arrow out of the ground. With the closing of the portal, there were no cheers to mark the mage's banishment, but just a feeling of justice and satisfaction. Those gathered started to walk away talking quietly to themselves, but the elven king lingered. Prince Elduin, he said quietly. We need to speak. Chapter 50 When Dawn Breaks. Elduin let go of Rowan's hand and walked slowly away with the elven king. He looked back to watch her, still holding her bow, walk up to her warhorse and give him a pat. The queen wears a very unique necklace, King Elenia's began in the clear air. Elduin swallowed nervously. He began to think of several reasons to defend his love of Rowan. Do you think she would rather have a ring? Elduin stopped walking. What? Father, what are you talking about? The king looked at his general. Tell me, my son. Do you love her? The prince looked down, took a breath and met his father's gaze. Yes. I've given her my heart. Elenius pursed his lips, nodded, and folding his hands behind his back, kept walking. I was thinking perhaps a union with a member of the alliance would be beneficial. Elduin turned sharply and looked at his father. The queen of this kingdom already wears your family gem, Elenius added slyly. With a soft laugh he added, do not think your looks at her, and conversations with her went unnoticed. I fell in love before too, my son. Father. Elduin tried to take a deep breath to control his racing heart. Are you saying I'm allowed to marry Queen Rowan? With my blessing, Elenius said, placing a hand on his son's shoulder. As Rowan watched Elduin and King Elenius have an intense discussion, she gave a good-night pat to Dunvelli and began walking back to the palace with General Tarek. Let them talk, Tarek said kindly, giving Elenius a wink behind Rowan's back. I'm sure they have a lot to discuss. As they approached the palace, Rowan felt her eyes and feet grow heavy. She yawned. Bedtime for you, Tarek said. Rowan was just about to crawl into the welcoming blankets Leah had laid out when a quiet hammering could be heard from outside. She met Lee's eyes and eyebrows as she climbed out of bed and went to her window. Squinting with her tired eyes, the queen could make out two forms in the palace forge. Not a word, Rowan whispered to her handmaiden as she pulled on a proper dress and quietly left her room. Leah winked. My queen, General Tarek's voice took on a fatherly tone. You must sleep. I heard noises from the forge. Rowan tried to sound more queenly than she felt. Tarek raised an eyebrow. Oh, come on, General. Rowan rolled her eyes. I'm just seeing what Elduin is making in the forge. The general rolled his own eyes dramatically, then issued his warning, just a few minutes, my queen. You are exhausted and need sleep to recover from the battle. That advice is coming from experience. You mean old age? With the giggle of a little girl, Rowan dashed by the general who shook his head and crossed his arms. Summer storm indeed, he said fondly. Rowan entered the night air and closed her eyes. The smell of summer was lying thick on the land, with the occasional whiff of worry blossoms and river lilies. She made her way to the forge door, quietly watching Elduin and Velimer work together to do some finite work on the forge's table. Are you going to stand out there in the dark, or are you going to come in? Elduin asked, never looking up from his work. Velimer bowed his head. slapped Elduin's shoulder, and excused himself. Rowan sauntered in. "I was waiting for you to invite me in, blacksmith." "Ah, manners. My apologies, my queen." The elven blacksmith stood up from his work and collected the auburn-haired beauty in his arms. Over her shoulder, he looked at his creation on the table. There, cooling on a cloth of wine-colored velvet, was a gold ring topped with a polished garnet. Rowan, feeling his attention was elsewhere, turned to see what he was looking at. Elduin held his breath. "What is that?" she asked, moving closer for a better look. "Oh, it's divine." Rowan looked questioningly at Elduin. "What? Who is it for, blacksmith?" There was a heavy pause where the sounds of the evening flowed into the forge like waves on the river. "I created it for my future wife," the elven general said, his voice husky and low. Rowan's brows knit together tightly, and he could see her emotions whirling into a storm behind her blue eyes. Who is it?" "You are getting married." He couldn't do this to her. Laughing ever so lightly, Elduin took Rowan by the arms and looked her in the eye. "When the ring is cool enough, you can try it on to make sure it fits." Rowan stammered as she tried to pull away. It only took a few moments before she froze, and her mouth fell open. "Oh me, oh Elduin." Realization cleared her eyes. "You want to marry me?" Elduin knelt, head bowed, hand on heart. "My queen." "You want me, Elduin?" "For eternity, Rowan." Standing, Elduin gathered Rowan in his arms and kissed her. Velimir walked back around to the front of the forge and barely paused before closing the forge door and walking back to his camp. At dawn, the birds began singing joyously, waking Rowan from a peaceful slumber. Instead of groaning, Rowan rose and took a deep breath. The events of last night were still fresh in her mind. Rowan couldn't wait to tell Leah, and especially General Tarek. She hadn't felt this light in a long time. Going to her window, the queen looked out over the palace walls to the forest and the fields where the elves' encampment was beginning to stir. Rowan's beloved friend entered the room quietly. "Already awake?" Leah asked cheerfully. "Let's get you ready for the day." Rowan beamed at her handmaiden, remembering her uncle's words. She spoke them aloud as her heart soared with the joyous songs of the birds. At dawn's light, the day is new again. Rowan smiled. "And what a day it will be."